Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Uh, if you can hear me in the chat room, press one. Make sure we're all right. Hear me in the chat room, press one. Somebody in the chat room, if you can hear me now, just press one so I know I'm okay. Because sometimes people are like, oh, you were talking for like 10 minutes. Yeah, I didn't hear you, Colin. So I'll make sure I'm okay. Okay, well, good. Thank you, brother. Now tonight we have a really good show. I hope everybody's done with Christmas. We still got New Year's and everything. So the holiday season today begins the first day of Kwanzaa. And like I said, we take a day for each of the principles of Kwanzaa. I think the first principle is unity, emoja. So we call today Emoja Day because it means unity and stuff like that. I would just like to see one of these principles be implemented to the fullest extent. We have no emoja. We have no Julia, whatever it's called. No self determination. We damn sure had no cooperative economics, collective working responsibility. That's out the door. You know, Imani, faith. Yeah, what do we hell we do believe in anymore? Nia, purpose. What the hell is our purpose? We have no friggin' idea. So it is what it is. Folks. It's like so. No, we just do what we want to do. We just go with the motion, right? People, it's like Kwanzaa have as much 60 years. Next year will be 60 years. I wonder how long will it take for Ubuntu to take root. If Kwanzaa took 60 years to study, how long do you think Ubuntu would take? I think Ubuntu would probably take another 60 years. I would say my good brother Dollar Bill will be 122 years old before Ubuntu takes root. If that. So brother Dollar Bill will be 122 years old before he could see his vision and dream of Ubuntu taking root in the community. Because we haven't even got one of the Kwanzaa principles, and they were actually easier than Ubuntu, man. It's like, geez, collective work and responsibility, cooperative economics, whatnot. Niggas like, who holding the money? That's all niggas want to hear about is who holding the money. Whatnot. So you go up there and talk about, like I said, man, black people are the funniest people on the damn planet, right? Everything's good until you start saying, I need y'all to pull out that checkbook. What gets me is the preachers and the politicians could get black people's money, right? Never promise a damn thing. Never do anything, right? Your schools are still dilapidated. Your community looks like shit, whatever. And you keep sending them your money. You send them your donations. The church and everything. These people get away with murder, right? But as soon as somebody come up with a humble thing like Kwanzaa, right? Nobody has any money, you know. God forbid if college Genesis get $1 out of Negroes or whatnot. But give all your money to Creflo Dollar, give all your money to the charlatans and the sharks and everything. So that's why Kwanzaa never really had a chance. Because like I said, what they should have did was, I don't know, how does the church, and I just about the regular church, because I'm a Christian, right? How do these mega churches get people just to spend all their money and give nothing? But yet it's like Kwanzaa can't get you can't even get a decent festival off the ground. Nobody puts no money into damn Kwanzaa. None. Nobody does anything like that. So it is what it is. Hey, 1776, man. Please don't come in here with that stupid shit because I will block you tonight. I'm dead serious. If you love Donald Trump and what he's doing, you got to go to another platform. I'm just basically getting tired, right? If you want to talk that nonsense and everything like that, you think it's funny. Goddamn, these white devils bombing the black. I don't give a damn. Maybe you got, but we're not gonna celebrate it. We'll sit there and watch whatever like that. If something good comes out of it, fine. But you're not gonna sit here and friggin' make a mockery out of a country like Nigeria by posting this in my chat room. I'm not having it. So this is my platform, and that's the rules. Don't post anything unflattering about Nigeria. What's going on? It's not funny. I'm not playing. What part of you Negroes understand that Kala is not playing with you? You give Negroes 1 second and it's like, oh, Kala likes me. So let me see what I can fucking get away with. That's nigga shit. A nigga will sit there and see just how many buttons he could push before it's too late. Why does it gotta be like that? You know I don't go for that shit. You know that freaking gets on my last nerve. So why do it? I don't want to hear nothing about no we. Who's we? I have nothing to do with the United States government and whatnot. If I got to side between the United States government and Africa, I'm gonna side with Africa. So there's no we. So don't come in here talking about we. Now, if you want me to talk to N1 or whoever like that off the chat, you can do whatever in the every time. But on my platform, there's no we when it comes to the damn United States government in Africa. That has to be said. This is a real black nationalist Pan-African platform. I am not playing games. So we talk about that tonight. It's a sad situation, look, folks, the topic of tonight is the black political class necessary and relevant? I basically had this up because we was in the Afrosphere and people asking me, well, Kala, you said you don't have any black political representation in your cities. Chesapeake, Virginia Beach. We don't have no black, not really, Well, how dare you not have any fucking, don't you care about representation? What the fuck do I care about black representation? You're black in there, you're getting a freaking salary. What's that supposed to do for me? All I know is my city council and everything like that. My trash is picked up. Everything works perfect when I got clean streets. We got opportunity and everything like that. It's a safe and whatnot. I can go out 3:00 in the morning and go to 7-Eleven. It's still open. I don't have to freaking go to a store at night and with the people and barricade and whatnot because it's safe. The safety level. So I got all this going on here, and I look across and I see the city is run by mostly black people. All hell's breaking loose. What the fuck I want that for? My property values keep going up and whatnot because we are basically, a safe community. So therefore your home equity value, all stuff like that goes up. We have a better quality of life. We have fucking recreation center. We have parks. I was sitting there in the park day before yesterday, Christmas Eve. And I'm sitting there watching these kids, black and white, with this. It was a skateboard park. They had the ramp set up there and everything like that. It was really nice. I should have videotaped it so I put you what I'm talking about. They have all these ramps and whatnot. Some will go really steep, something like that. And these kids are out there, middle-class black kids with their skateboards and stuff like that with these white kids. And I said, that's what life is all to be, When I love seeing 13, 14-year-old boys with their skateboard and whatnot, and with the other kids and everything, and this skateboard and living like teenagers. That's what I freaking like to, Nah, I don't really go to North Carolina. I'm right on the border of North Carolina. I was in North Carolina yesterday. I'm on the border of North Carolina, so right, I go across to North Carolina all the time. We're not deep into North Carolina. But what you call it? So I'm saying to myself, I'm looking at this like, this is what it's all about, right? And so I'm like this, we got a safe city, right? A safe city. Black people make up 25% of Virginia Beach population, right? All the black people are in the middle class or upper middle class. Beautiful. This is paradise. Virginia Beach gives me a taste of what I envision Afghanistan could look like. A thriving, prosperous black middle class society. That's what I believe in. And that's where I come from, folks. I'm from black middle America, If some people say, well, Kala, if I don't represent you, you're from the underclass. Hey, look, nothing wrong, But I'm not from that. We left the ghetto shit when I was a kid. And so therefore all I've known is just good being around black people that got money and education and such like that. So I don't really care, I don't really care about, like that. And I care about people's plight, but what I'm sick and tired of is the black political class always makes everybody's black problem all our problems, right? You can have a community, right? This is what we let them happen. This is what happened in Virginia Beach. Everyone in Virginia Beach, okay, we got access to everything, the rec centers, everything. You got access to schools, vocational skills, college, everything like that to pull yourself up, right? There's city contracts you can get if you really work hard, stuff like that. There's so many small black businesses open up here. It's unreal. But then you got black people basically that rely on the system, right? Every time you look around and whatnot, they will see what was free from the state, what's free from the city, and everything like that. After a while, those or these people, when you commit a lot of crimes and everything, and you can't afford legal counsel, and the city or state got to report, that's money, that's cost, that raises taxes. You go out there, rob 7-Elevens and everything like that, and it pushes insurance rates up. So therefore, these problem people in our community make their problem our problem, right? And they get helped by the black so-called leadership, right? Because one thing the black leadership always do, and it was make a few black people's problems all our problems, right? Because they'll say, well, geez, what have they done for black people? I say, well, what do you mean? Then when you point down to majority of black people here, well, no, they're not. No, they're not. So they want to make black America the face of poverty. It's not true. And if you say something about it, they call you bougie. You're a bougie nigga. You're in denial. You're in denial of the reality. No, nigga, that's your reality, right? And so therefore, since we know that, a lot of black people are just turned off from that energy. We're just tired of freaking these fucking rabble rousers and shit like that. The Black Lives Matter, all this kind of shit like this. Look, we know there's going to be police brutality. There's ways you can handle it, right? But every situation involving the police don't mean that warrant us tearing the fucking city down and shit like that. We're just tired of it. We're just tired. That's what I said. That's what we're talking. We got black fatigue. It's like, damn, I'm living my life. I'm raising my son and daughter and whatnot. We're doing the right thing. We plan a vacation trip. We got money saved up. We got investments and everything. But I got to stop what I'm doing, right? And worry about what happened to Jamal and Pookie because they robbed carjacked somebody, but the police on a chase ended up in a shootout. Jamal and Pookie got shot and killed when that. Now I got to stop, interrupt my beautiful life to go friggin'. That's what the black politicians want. Everybody got to be all hands on deck, man. To fight the power. No, nigga, you go fight your own fucking battles. I don't give a fuck about that, nigga. That's all. That's the main thing is this. Like the one lady's talking about. You see the video going around. My son only came to rob you, and you took his life. That sort of mentality, right? And the black politicians and everything, they go along with that. That you have a fundamental human right to rob, to steal, to kill, to cheat, and be a parasite on society. Oh, that's what it is, So those of us who just basically like this, damn, I'm paying my taxes. I'm doing what the fuck I got to do, raising my kids, raising my family, building my life. Well, I got to freaking go along with the freaking the black political class in their group. Like I said, once you cut off the black political class from that segment of Black America, they got nothing because that's all it is. What they try to do is intimidate the majority of black people into going along with their nonsense. These people, the black political class, do not speak for Black America, none whatsoever. But they know how to intimidate you and what they call browbeat you and also shame you and guilt trip you like you have some obligation to some cause that they don't even uphold. Because these same politicians, they live in gated communities. They don't live with the reality of that stuff that they promote. They live in fine gated communities where they're insulated from all nonsense. But we got to basically, it's like they take the whole idea of it takes a village to the next level. It takes a village. No, the fuck it doesn't. That what that means is, okay, I'm going to have 5 kids and I got 9 kids and 8 different baby daddies, right? Since it takes a village, right? I can count on everybody in the community to take care of my responsibility. And you're like saying, so that Umar Johnson believes, right? What about the kid who don't have a father? What the fuck about him? That's what I'm saying. That's that Umar Johnson shit, So she went out there, couldn't keep her damn legs closed and whatnot, And you got the black political class like Umar Johnson telling you That it's your problem. It's your fault. It's your fault. She up there, Boomquisha went out there and had 10 kids and whatnot, but 10 different baby daddies. You don't know what any of them are. No, it's not her fault. It's not her fault and everything. You got to take time out of your schedule, right, to go mentor her son or raise her son and whatnot. And that's what it is. We like the community. We can't build things for ourselves. Like I said, I live in Virginia Beach. I'm like the fact that the city took the time and built the skate park in the city park, right? The skate park, right? Because we have money to do other things. I'd rather see the money being spent on damn things like the skate park. Now we got an ice skating rink and whatnot. So we got money. We got money in the community in our city, Virginia Beach, to spend on things other than fucking Pookie and Boomquisha's problems. And we vote like that because like I said, in my city, Virginia Beach, we only have one black city councilwoman, right? And she's Liberian. She's a Liberian lady, but she's African American, but Liberian. But she calls herself African American, but she's Liberian. She was born in Liberia. She's she's a American Liberian Congo lady. But she was a professor at Norfolk State University, and she's like the only black one in the city of Virginia Beach. Nobody cares. There's an idea that just because somebody don't look like you, I mean, you have representation. What the fuck you mean? We do got everything I see is getting done. So what the hell you mean I don't get representation just because somebody don't look like me? And you look at Charlotte, North Carolina, right? Charlotte got a serious crime problem, right? And all they do is just fudge the numbers a little bit. Oh, crime is dropping. No, you're not reporting it, right? And you're wording it in a certain way that it makes it seem like crime. The crime is, I think, you got one guy, they said this kid got arrested 150 times at the age of 15. One, there was a few attempted murder charges, carjackings, everything like that. But because you got black people running the city, the judges, the police chief, and everything like that, nobody could touch this kid because we don't want to have him suffer the effects of racism. See, one thing where I live at, we're not going to let that happen. There's a lot of hooligans that would love to come out here and destroy this city. But we know black and white people here like, it ain't happening. So people stay away. Stay away from the city because we're not playing. And you ain't going to have the black community to back you up. You come out here with some shit, you're in trouble. Okay, ain't nobody going to back you up. As simple as that. When you go to Norfolk and everything like that, we got these black politicians who need the vote of the community. They ain't gonna talk about crime. They ain't gonna talk about crime because the bottom line is, if you start talking about crime, they'll consider you a traitor. That you want to lock up your own people and all those kind of stupid shit, right? So if that's their thing, they hate the crime, but they don't want to do nothing about it, right? So a lot of people just say, something. I want to try something new, No, Kofa. We got enough Negroes out here, man. Sorry. Go elsewhere. We just got, look, I don't want too many, I shouldn't be advertising Virginia Beach, right? Because you want friggin' Negroes coming out here and whatnot. It's like, man, next thing, we're already becoming a refugee camp for Negroes in the area, It's like, damn, man, you're so hood and whatnot, You're gonna turn that shit. No, we got the best restaurants out here, bro. Y'all gotta turn it up, man. Please stay away. Stay far away. One thing we don't want Virginia Beach becoming a hood, the ghetto. No, we don't want nothing from Chicago. Honestly, man, we don't want nothing from Chicago. Yeah, I talked about that. It's sad that Nigeria's getting bombed. I don't know the intricate details, but it was probably above my pay grade. But I am not gonna sit there like we are in 1770. We are bombing Nigeria. What the fuck I sound like as a black man saying we are bombing another fucking black country? Like these niggas are insane. And then got a nerve to come on my platform and say that shit. Like what the fuck you insane? Whatever is whatever. If it's for a good cause, yeah, fine. We could sit back and debate that, whatever, like that. But I'm not gonna sit here and celebrate the optics of it. The United States bombing the largest black country in Africa. So, yeah, but we're gonna have a good show tonight. Might be for a good cause. Yeah, it might be for a good cause, but hey, who knows? No, I'm not saying who blocks talks about Nigeria. I'm talking about when you get up here and talk about we're bombing Nigeria as if you're fucking glad. No, I will block you for that. We can discuss it, but don't say it attack like, man, we gung like you gung ho and whatnot. So yeah, there's no loyalty. You know what it is? Why Pan Africa is dead? Because the black race is a bunch of race of fucking cowards. That's why. You know, the black race are a race of fucking cowards. We don't stand on nothing. That's why I said I was right the whole friggin' time, man. In 500 years, right? You look at Africa. Africa has not changed in 500 years. You know, yeah. So, well, Traore is a strong leader, but he hasn't been put to the test yet. We'll see what he's made of, because he will be put to the test soon. We'll see how he turns out. I've been down that road before, man. You think you got some hero, and next thing you know, they're up there fucking bootlicking to the white man just like anybody else. Well, keep it up, 1776. I'm not gonna give you no warning anymore. You're just gonna be blocked, but good. Yeah. So yeah, if somebody he says uh uh Black Winter is coming, what does that got to do? We've been warned I've been getting warnings for the last 150 years. I don't need to be warned anymore about fucking what's coming down the pipe. Man, shit's going to get grim, doom and gloom. I used to be a fan of Minister Farrakhan because every time I want to get my doom and gloom on, shit is grim, man. The white man's closing in on us, and you got to be prepared. Man, shit, I'm sick of hearing that shit. Really, I am. Tell me something I don't fucking know. Yeah, it's been fucking a Black Winter for fucking 400 years. So it is what it is. No, I don't think they think everything's all right. I just think we're living in a world where the reality is we can't do anything about it. We have no power. We're a powerless, landless people. We just basically decided, or whoever decided for us, that we were going to be a stateless, landless people, that we'll never be able to build a military. We'll never develop the sciences and everything like that, like China, Japan, anybody else. We're a freaking weak fucking race. This is what we decided. So we would rather salute the white man's flag, his seal, everything he has, whatever like that, and convince ourselves that we're American like he is. When I saw how the fuck else we're gonna get out of this, The mother, I don't know. I look, I was into the Nation of Islam one time, whatnot, but it is what it is. It's I don't know. It's just I've heard enough mysticism and conspiracy theories and whataboutisms and all this like that, man. It's just tell me, somebody come up with me something new. Man, the white man is closing in. It's gonna be a dark winter. Yeah, tell me something I don't fucking know. Please. Can somebody come up here and tell me something I don't fucking know? Yeah, we know Nation was African free man. Yeah, I heard that too, free man. Who the hell cares? What is the freaking big deal? Like, okay, Nation was Islam, but what does that mean anything? Does it mean anything? No. We're Americans because we were born here. So let me ask you something, Kofa. If a cat is born in an oven, does that make him a cake? You being born someplace don't make you something. So all these organizations, Abraham, were fucking useless. Or useless because the bottom line is we're still living here under the same rule as no, it's not. I think it's right. If you were born in if a cat was born in an oven, does that make him a biscuit? No. You know. I'm an American Negro. I'm an American color. I'm an American Negro, you know. Yeah, but the thing is, we say you're American, so is a pit bull. So is the bald eagle. What else is American? You know, we have American badger. The Wolverine is American. You know, that may be true, Abraham, but I studied the Nation of Islam, right? Nothing they ever said gave me the impression that they were a part of any white conspiracy or anything like that. I'm just, I was deeply involved in the Nation of Islam, and I can say without a doubt, the Nation of Islam was the blackest, the most pro-black organization this country has ever seen. No, nothing matches the Nation of Islam when it comes to being pro-black. That was as black as you can get. Nothing came close. So I don't. There's still a lot of Nation of Islam people out there that are real strong. I know some of them. There's still, I'm still communicating with some Nation of Islam people. But time comes and whatnot, I know they're gonna join me in what I'm doing. The Nation of Islam still, to this day, no other organization, not even the Garvey movement, can match the Nation of Islam. As far as historically and its impact on Black America. I'm dead serious. Nobody even come close. So I'm not gonna ever disrespect the Nation of Islam. I mean, we crack jokes every once in a while. I'll say some out of pocket, but if anybody in Nation of Islam listen to me, I have the utmost respect for the history. If I didn't respect the Nation of Islam, I would be a fucking race traitor, because they stood for black people. They still in business for black people, you know. Yeah, that was unfortunate between him and Farrakhan, but I would not be here right now if it wasn't for Farrakhan. Really. When I was a young man and I was just about to go into the streets and go another way, I listened to the words of Minister Farrakhan, told me I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that. You could be something more. And I believed him. That was more than what the white man was telling me I was. I'm not a nigga. That man who gave that revelation was Minister Louis Farrakhan. You know, I'll never forget that day of the Million Man March. The spirit of the Million Man March is going to live forever. No, Farrakhan was deep. I mean, I like comparing them. They both were good in their own right. But Minister Farrakhan meant so much to my generation. He meant a lot to our generation. So there's no comparison. Malcolm X is Malcolm X. Minister Farrakhan was Minister Farrakhan. Khalid Muhammad was Khalid Muhammad. I never compare these men, because they're all great in their own right, so I don't get into that. White man gets in that comparing leaders, so we fight each other. To me, man, the enemy is the white man, I don't think, no, he was not involved with that assassination. Farrakhan was not involved with that assassination. That was the CIA. Farrakhan was just running his mouth, talking shit and everything like that, just as a man trying to get next to Elijah Muhammad and everything. Same thing these guys do today, man. You go, a lot of these Nation of Islam guys, man, they love Farrakhan so much, they'll kill you. They don't know what they're doing, but that's how Farrakhan, he was a young man, So I don't believe Farrakhan was involved in no killing of Malcolm X. Nah, I don't believe that. I'll never in a million years believe that shit. Look, I studied that, Abraham. I studied it, right? I read all the documentation, everything like that. Farrakhan had nothing to do with the shit. He created the atmosphere, by talking shit. But the people that wanted Malcolm X dead used that to assassinate him. There was forces above beyond the Nation of Islam that wanted Malcolm X killed. Malcolm X was getting too powerful in the state of New York and the United States. He had to be silenced, and so they did. Just like they use, they have a way. The CIA has a way of, like they did in Liberia, right? They'll say the coup of 1980 had to do with the native people rising up against America. That was not what was going on, right? Same thing, the way they overthrew the democratically elected government in Iran and installed the Shah in there, completely against their friggin' interests, right? Because they know propaganda, So the bottom line, they'll come in and they'll take my words out of context, right? And say, Kala does not like such and such. So they'll say, Kala does not like Tariq. If something happens to Tariq, they'll pin that shit on me. That's why I'm careful about that shit. I don't believe nothing the white devils say, I'll never in a million years believe fucking Farrakhan has something to do with Malcolm X, Never in a million years believe that shit, Well, that was a lie. Malcolm X was not gay or bi. So that's what they say. They put rumors out there to destroy the man's character and reputation. And a lot of it has to do with this black political class and whatnot. They saw Malcolm X as a threat to the status quo. Malcolm X died. Next thing you know, you see all these politicians, black people saying, hey, I know the way, get me elected to office. And then we got the 70s, late 60s and 70s, you had a flood of black people getting political office, and our situation never fucking changed. I'm not underestimating white intelligence agencies. I'm just saying that although they did that one, I do not believe in a million years that was done by Farrakhan. That was done by criminals, right, who came into the Nation of Islam, maybe from the black people don't even know this, right? The black mafia of Philadelphia, right? They infiltrated the Nation of Islam, and Farrakhan, what Malcolm X was going to expose was he knew there was a criminal element in the Nation of Islam that was doing heroin, prostitution, all stuff like that. That's why they got rid of Malcolm X. That they was working with the police department in New York when they were pushing heroin in the black community when you had Nation of Islam, Fruit of Islam members that were basically really criminals, right? Who came in the Nation of Islam in the Newark thing and which we'll call in Philadelphia branches, right? And they basically Malcolm X found out about this. That's why they killed him. Nothing else. And they tried to make it seem like he was killed because opposing Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan. That's not what happened. Malcolm X knew there was criminals in the Nation of Islam that he was going to expose. That's what happened. The book you get on Malcolm X. I don't debate nobody until they read this one book. It's called Malcolm X: His Last Speeches. The author of that book, man, I was like, when I read that book, it just all became clear. It came out in 1990. That year, 1990, was so transformational to me. I mean, that's when I first got the Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. I got that book, and stuff like that. The Last Speeches of Malcolm X. Yo, that just changed my whole world view. Yeah, there was a lot of people that was involved in the death of Malcolm. Some even say Bumpy Johnson was also may have been behind it. Because he did offer to pay Malcolm X's funeral as a cover, He paid for Malcolm X's funeral. Him and Malcolm X were friends. But, you got to look at Bumpy Johnson and all these other people that was involved back in the criminal underworld in Harlem. So it was what it was, So I don't give this stupid nonsense they put out now. The Nation of Islam had a disagreement with Malcolm X and all this kind of stupid shit. That's bullshit. No, no. The Philly chapter of the Nation of Islam was nothing but a criminal outfit, and what he basically said was Malcolm X said the whole Philadelphia branch of the Nation of Islam were criminals, right? And they were setting a lot of money up to Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad looked the other way. Malcolm X broke with the Nation of Islam. He said he was going to expose that, you know, and also his friend Bumpy Johnson, you know, the Italian mafia, the which we call all these things like that, all conspired to destroy Malcolm X because he was going to freaking There's more to it than people know. Most people don't know that. If you're not from New York area, you know, my family, when not, my grandfather knew Malcolm X in Harlem. In fact, my uncle Nate, my great uncle Nate, knew Malcolm X in the community. My uncle Nate was a heroin kingpin, right? But he used to take his kids to hear Malcolm X speak, whatnot. You know, so Malcolm X was known among all corners of the black community. He was powerful, you know. But when he started going against these heroin dealers and stuff like that, that's what really done him in. No, the books, his last speeches, right? That's why I said we gotta get educated, right? That was his last speeches. This guy that was a Malcolm X follower was in Peru, and this guy that wrote the book went down all the way down to Peru and got all his last recordings. You know, right? Even up the one up until the day he was assassinated, and all his last speeches. You know, his last speeches, his book, his last speeches. Malcolm X just laid on the line what was going on. It's like he preaches obituary in that book. He knew who was going to kill him, who was after him. Read that book, Malcolm X's last speeches. He just knew he was dead. He knew he was dead. He know that what he knew in New York or not, he knew that remember when they said the free Ricky Ross and whatnot, the government was involved with heroin. He had known that the government was behind the importation of heroin in the community. He learned a lot of stuff. That's why they had to take him out. It wasn't because Elijah Muhammad was sleeping. Well, everybody knew that shit. Elijah Muhammad was sleeping with young girls, but no, that was not it. Because everybody in Harlem knew about Elijah Muhammad, you know, and those girls and whatnot. Which were called the pregnancies and all stuff like that. That he was an immoral man and whatnot, you know. Everybody knew about that shit, so that was no revelation. It says a Jewish man said Elijah Muhammad Jr. said New Jersey mosques to bring the nigger's tongue to me. You know. Well, I don't know if he was a pedophile, but these girls were like really young. Elijah Muhammad was a man in his 60s and he was getting girls like 3/4 of the age, you know, pregnant. I don't know if they anyone underage, you know, but they were young, you know. In the Black Mafia in Philadelphia, that was a good cover, right? Because the Nation of Islam under Malcolm X had built such a reputation of clean, of living, whatnot, you know, anti-drug. So that was a perfect cover to invade law enforcement and detection. Join the Nation of Islam, you know? And so that's what they did. When it got so successful, because the police were looking every place but them, and they were distributing large numbers of heroin, and it worked so well, the mafia was like, man, we got our plug into the black community because no one suspected them. When Malcolm X found out about it, he said, no, you know, if I would die for something, you know, he was going to expose this shit, you know? That's why they killed him. It was all some gangster street shit. So it is what it is, folks. But the black political class after Malcolm X's assassination and Martin Luther King, right? We had people that said, no, we're not going to do activism no more and build from the ground up. We're going to join political parties. We're going to freaking run for office or not. And I argue to ask, has our life gotten any better with these things, with these things? And you say, well, civil rights movement was not passed by no black political class. It was done by white liberals and stuff like that. So what do we need these black politicians for? They make it seem like because you're black, you got to vote for them. Like you got some obligation to vote for them, even though they get in office and they know they don't have to do anything because you're going to give them your vote anyway. Eric Adams, I didn't do nothing. Brandon Johnson, I ain't doing nothing in Chicago. I'm bankrupting the city. The people got to pay for their own exploitation with their illegal aliens. But hey, all we have to do is make sure a white person runs as a Republican and these Negroes will be back here. But it's a cool deal. You don't have to do nothing but be black. So, like I said, where I live at, we just say, something, screw it. I remember there was a black guy running for mayor of Chesapeake out here. I'm running for mayor. Everybody's like, man, get the fuck out of here. My proposals is, nigga, nobody want to hear about your fucking proposals, Got a beautiful city, runs, everything works good. People are making money, got high medium income here and stuff like that. What the hell we need some Negro telling me, oh, no, we're going to bring your goons out here from the fucking inner city to fuck shit up or not, that's all we need, So it is what it is. I'm just thinking the black political class is irrelevant. That's what I'm feeling, Because people say, well, geez, I'm like this. Look at South Africa, right? The thing is to have economic power, social economic power. That's one thing we have out where I live at, The black people have a lot of social and economic power. And white people know the presence of black people here is very striking. White people know that there's black professionals. You see the cars black people drive. They see the houses they have and everything. They don't have that thing where, the black people are just interlopers. No. Black people here like becoming the main event. That's what we love. So we don't need no fucking black politicians because white politicians, whoever, are going to cater to us too. Sometimes you get better, you get more done with white politicians because they're going to really campaign for your vote. They're going to really try to campaign for your vote. Black politicians don't have to do nothing because they know you got no choice but to vote for them anyway, So that's what I think, I'm just like, saying like this. Yeah, Norfolk and Portsmouth is atrocious, and you want to give your people the benefit of the doubt, right? But the thing is, Eddie, as long as you got that segment of black people that, you cannot have like good half of all black women in a city that relying on social services and stuff like that, EBT and stuff like you can't have that. You can't have a significant number of your male population involved in the streets and the criminal justice system, right? That's your voter base. So how do you think the leadership is going to turn out? You ain't gonna have nobody like imagine having like a political version of Geno Jenkins or Pastor Manning. It wouldn't work, Same with Richmond, just we get a hold of anything because the reason why we got dysfunctional black politicians is because we have a dysfunctional community, And Virginia Beach and Norfolk Virginia Chesapeake shows that when you got a functioning black community, things work. But you cannot get so many black people with so many problems in one area and expect anything to come out of it good. I'm just that serious. Yeah, so as long as you got until you build like a real solid black middle class someplace like we have here, and you got to have it so that you're selective on who you bring in, Black people don't form homeowners, and when they do have black neighborhoods, they don't form homeowners association. They don't put the limit on number of Section 8 people coming in. They don't have neighborhood watches. So what happens is it attracts the sort of people that brings the community down, right? That's when the community goes down, The politicians is only a reflection of the community that they're serving, you know? So, but if you have a community that says, we got everything good, how do you guys make it better? Or police say, well, we need more law enforcement. We need more cameras, street cameras. We need this. We need that. We need regular patrols, everything like that. And you'll see the difference, right? The quality of life will go up. But if you got a community that basically, like, where half the population is involved in some nefarious shit, well, not the politicians, like, that's what they want. And so what we do is we have to all suffer because of that dynamic. So what they want to do is bring that nonsense to where we all live. Look what they did in Prince George's County in Maryland. Once a black safe haven, a place of black wealth and like that, now it's the hood. Thank you, black politicians. Thanks again. Thanks again. Every city in America that they give us, not just Africa. I'm gonna talk about Africa too in the next top of the hour, right? It's every place where black people on this earth rule. It's like this, and I really do believe as long as the black race is in poverty, is backwards, and don't have self-determination and like what do you call well-to-do-ness and stuff like that, it's always going to be like that. So it is what it is. Every country in Africa, there's not one country in Africa where there's a good quality of life. Not one, that we could say. And now, if you want to lower your standard of living and lower your quality of life, yeah, you can go to Ghana and whatnot, So what? I think one video was later talking about, we've been here for a year and we haven't, the water hasn't been turned on yet. And she gets a bill from the Ghana Water Works, something like that. She don't got no water, no indoor water, Yeah, like I said, but here, where they accept the real estate voucher, Section 8 vouchers, and primarily black neighborhood. I've seen a whole black community, right, conspire with the black politicians because, they're all in on it, the Section 8 and stuff like that. And they destroyed this one neighborhood in Portsmouth called Churchland. That was a middle-class suburb, right? It looked like it was built around the same time as most of the neighborhoods in Virginia Beach was built, back in the 70s and 80s, right? But Churchland, basically, when Newport News shut down some of his housing project, they gave all these people Section 8 vouchers. Now, did they go to Virginia Beach where the white folks are? No. They went to Portsmouth. Now, how did they get Portsmouth? Because the politicians in the black card got their little cut from the federal government and whatnot to look the other way. Oh, yeah, we got room. Come on out here. And what happened? Next thing you know, you see shootings and glass being broken in the middle of the street. People bumping music 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. It was once quiet middle-class neighborhood. Bumping thing, fighting, shooting, and everything like that. But being black in America, you're not entitled to anything. You can't have nothing, You're like, somebody said, Kala, somebody said to me the other day, Kala, well, how come you don't move to the hood? Get the fuck out of here, How dare you have a nice neighborhood, Kala? How dare you have a good quality life? How dare you not have to freaking go out there? And I remember I used to live in this one place. Like, I used to set my alarm clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. I get up. Okay, nobody's out there messing with my car. A couple hours later, nobody's messing with my car all night. I used to be on guard that somebody might break into my car and shit. But how dare you not have that life, Kala? You have to be strong living in Africa. No. You don't have to be strong. You have to be fucking weak to live in Africa. Because if you were strong, you would demand a higher quality of life. You would be able to build a higher quality of life. Weak people just settle for anything. If that's strong, man, I don't want to be fucking strong. Now I visit Africa. I'll be there in a few weeks. But live there. That's be my reality for the rest of my life. Spartan for life. Are you fucking insane? Are you on drugs? Are you smoking crack? Are you crazy, Negro? They call me the ringmaster. Now, why do they call me the ringmaster? because I have a circus of deadly clowns. You can call me the ringmaster. You can call me the Collar Genesis. You can call me Collar Rumble. You can call me Collar Thanos. Newport News is still rough. It's still called bad news. But I don't know. I think Newport News, look, I about what year was this? About 2016. I had an event in Newport News at the community center, right? And I'm bringing. Oh, I did an event for United Healthcare, right? And so therefore, you set up your table and stuff like that. People come to you, pass out literature, blah 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 blah. Okay, Spartan for life, yeah. People gonna fucking give up all the modern amenities of the West, right? To go live with no electricity, no running water. You got to fetch water from a communal well and bathe with buckets and everything, but even bathe on a river. But you're being strong. We're not okay. Yeah, all right. It is what it is. So anyway, I went to this thing, right? So there was a bunch of black vendors there and whatnot. And some of the sororities were there, fraternities were there and whatnot. And the place was, it was a nice event in this auditorium at a school, right? Not school, it was not an auditorium, it was in a gymnasium, right? So all the vendors had their little tables out there and stuff like that. And the mayor was there, man. I met the mayor. I said, "Hey, you doing?" He's a dentist, right? He said, "Yeah." And I said, "Yeah, well, I'd like to credential you to our plan." He's like, "Oh, yeah, I want to take United Healthcare. I'll see if I can get you credentialed, so you can start being on their list, of providers. He wanted to be a provider for United Healthcare." I said, "Okay, I'll submit your name. That's what I do. I do credentialing. Well, I don't do the actual credentialing, but I do submit the name to people, and they reach out to them and do the credentialing stuff. No, I'm not a credentialer, folks. I'm not going to say like that, but I do referrals. So do referrals. Anyway, outside they had the little rides. They sit the foam things with the kids playing. Those little foam things that they blow up. Not foam, but the little blow up houses and whatnot, where they have the slide and everything like that. It was just a beautiful day. Had the music out there playing and everything like that. And I was like, yeah. But to be perfectly honest with you, a dark shadow was cast because everybody knew, right? The clock was ticking and it was going to be nightfall soon, right? So while we're enjoying ourselves, you got the sororities out there, the AKAs, the Kappas, everything like that. It was a beautiful time, an African American event, whatnot. But everybody knew in that neighborhood right there, your black asses better be out of here before the night falls. That's a sad part. And so therefore, I remember I was leaving, right? I said, yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I was getting nights. I said, I ain't, if I the first hint of the sun dropping, I'm getting the hell out of here, anyway. So anyway, it is what it is. It was a black city. The black mayor was there and everything like that. But, what can you do? What can you do? The streets are just, it is what it is. We put on a nice festival for the kids, the neighborhood, a nice community event. But the reality is, after all the day is over, people got to live with that reality. Now you go to the community, we got to do this, we got to do that. They know they got Peebo and Ray Ray and them be like, I heard you showed up that community. I heard y'all talking about community meeting. I heard y'all talking about the problems of the freaking thugs and everything like that you need more policing. No, I wasn't there yeah, we heard you were there. We heard that speech you gave. We had people come in there. Well, you want to get rid of us out of our own hood? Nah. Bop, bop, bop. Next thing you know, pew, pew. They're getting pew, pew. And then that's the end of it. Everybody says, something? I guess Ray Ray hanging on the street corner ain't so bad. It is what it is, That's what it is, folks. So what can you do? What can you do? NEPA electricity in Nigeria will still charge you even when power. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, but that's what Mr. Spartan Man wants. Spartan for Life Man wants. You can charge for electricity you don't get. No running water. No flushing toilets. You got shit in a bucket. Yeah. But only the strong lives in Africa. Okay, Mr. Spartan for Life. It is what it is. It is what it is. Baltimore getting nice too. A lot of black vessels moving in. Yeah, well, I hope so. Yeah, but what do you do with that element of Baltimore? I tell you a story all the time. Back in 2010, we went from Newport News by train, my sister and I, to Baltimore. We went for a new insurance company. We said we want to go up there. So I don't know what the fuck. But anyway, I was on my way to New York anyway. So we stopped in, my sister just went to Baltimore. She came back. I went all the way to New York, Penn Station, Grand Central Station. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't think I'm lying, go on Google Earth and put in Amtrak, Baltimore, Baltimore. You want to see the worst fucking housing? Those housings were built back in the fucking early 1800s. People still live in those shits. You see them out there with their clothes hangers on that little brick houses, apartments, right? I'm like, goddamn, people still live like this shit. I'm like, goddamn. See, when you're driving, when you're going to Amtrak, you really get to see a side of America. Like I said, when I'm driving to the South, whatever like that for years, I'm just driving on Route 17 and 13, right? So I see the good side of the country, right? Delaware ain't so bad. When you take the Amtrak, right, and you're going through D.C., Baltimore, Philly, Newark. By the time you get to New York, you're just so freaking depressed. You're like, God damn, what the fuck did I see? Every city looks like fucking hell. Every city's worse. DC is worse than Baltimore, and Philly is worse than DC, and Newark is worse than Philly. By the time you get to New York, you're like, get me the hell out of here, man. What the hell, man? What the hell did I just witness? You got so when the Amtrak goes right through the center of the city, and you really get to see the freaking hood, and on Amtrak. And when I was coming back, right, we drove through Richmond. Richmond is no damn prize either. And I was like, damn, man. I was like, damn, it's like I went back in time. Man. I thought we made some progress in this country, No, I don't think so, bro. Let's not cap, Mississippi is the first world. Every town, every city got plumbing, running water, and freaking yeah. But that's what people don't understand. Because I obviously never been to Africa before. Every bit of America is on the grid. We got rundown places in America, but it's still on the grid. They still got sewer lines. They still got running water and stuff like that. That's just standard in America. So it is what it is. Let's not count. But most countries in Africa don't even have that. They don't have running water. They don't have sewer treatment plants and stuff like that. So it is what it is. A regular trash pickup and stuff. Yeah, Mississippi got some nice black areas. Old black money. People, I think Mississippi. Mississippi got some nice areas. Same thing in Alabama, and Birmingham and places like that, Huntsville, Alabama. They have some nice black areas, Yeah, look, Spartan for Life. This is a pro Africa channel, but I'm dealing with fucking reality. Every time we get ready to talk about building Africa, you know who fucking fights us all the time? Fucking Africans. So I'm just like, hey, look, fuck it. I tried for years to get something done. Let's build this. Let's do this one night. And the people that I always thought white people were going to be the opposition when it's Africans. They don't want to build nothing. They don't want nothing better. They rather come to America, spend all their money in America, time, whatnot, and then they want to tell us to come to Africa. It's bullshit. The best thing Africans can do is lead the way. Let them go back to their country and build something, and then say, look what we got, Black America. Come join us. But they want us to go there and fucking build it for them. That's what we're talking about. I ain't that pro-African that I'm a fool. Anyway, the topic is Black political class still relevant? Do we still need them? Do we really need them anymore? Poor people can't. No, but Africans always brag that they got millionaires and billionaires. They say the richest black man in the world is a Nigerian billionaire, Dangote. I mean, come on, they always bragging about how many rich millionaire Nigerians they got and everything like that, but yet they're fucking poor. Come on, stop the fucking bullshit. If Africa did his thing together, there'll be no problem with Black America coming there. Yeah, then we do build something in Africa. Africans feel like we only supposed to build for them. We're not supposed to build anything for ourselves. No more candy coating this shit no more. For the longest time, Black America have been taking a brunt thing. Oh, why don't y'all do this in America? America is a great country. When now they're seeing now that America is not the country, because right now the Trump administration is deliberately. And the fact that they could do away with this, that means they got the blessings of majority white. In other words, when Trump basically suspended all Nigerians from living in America, coming to America, and even the educated ones that claim that they got these advanced degrees, they don't even want that anymore. They don't want that H-2 visas, the specialty visa. They don't even want Nigerian professionals. What does that tell you? So the bottom line is this: all this time they're sitting there running their mouth about how great they are, how smart they are, and stuff like that. And so if you was all that smart, and that's not just Donald Trump. That's coming from the very core of America. Majority of Americans do not want you here. As simple as that. All the time you thought it was us, And they don't want nobody non-white here, That's just what it is. They don't even want Indians anymore, They damn sure don't want no black people. So this is the reality we're dealing with right now. This would be if we was any strong race, we say, something, okay, something, Donald Trump, we're going to build Africa so important. We're going to take Black America out of here by giving them territory. We're going to help build this shit, whatnot. And we're going to bleed America dry of its most precious resources, which is the African American community. The African mind doesn't think like that. You don't think they could try, even challenge the white man, I said, all I ask for you to do is try. They have no intention of ever challenging a white man for anything. So it is what it is, Yeah, I'm saying it is what it is. Yeah, the purchasing power. Black America purchasing power is what keeps this whole economy going. That's Black America is the biggest spenders of everything. Whether it's sports, entertainment, whatever it is, food, everything. We're the ones that keep this thing. We fucking pull out of the economy. What I would say is, like I said, download things like black-owned apps. If we start a campaign where we're only going to buy from black-owned businesses and whatnot, these motherfuckers will panic. These motherfuckers panic. Oh, something? If I buy something on Amazon, we want to see if it's black-owned. Let's market black-owned. Not black-owned? Man, these motherfuckers be like, no, that's racism and blah, blah, but they'll do everything they can. They'll pull out Candace Owens and Brandon Tatum and whatnot. Y'all are being reverse racist and all this kind of stupid shit like that, And the black politicians are useless, Yeah, without Black America, America would freaking die. It would, It'll kill over and die. Country would have nothing. It's like that Jake Paul thing just showed you, right? These guys don't even have no fucking talent, you know. Everything we do, whether it's, we produce people like Mike Tyson, we produce people like Muhammad Ali. You know, every sport, everything like that. Without us there, man, nobody watch football. You know, the NFL is the biggest corporation in America. Without us, man, there'll be no NFL. That's why they recruited Jay-Z and Rock Nation. There's too much money on the line. That's why they get these niggas in there, you know? It's all a sham, you know, the whole Rock Nation and all stuff like that, and, you know, everything like that. The black political, Jay-Z's part of that black political class. Make no mistake about it. He's part of the black political class, right? You know, for a price, he'll sell his soul for a price. It is what it is. That being said, folks, let me get the lines open up. Remember, folks, stick to the topic tonight when you call in, you know. It is what it is, folks. Is the black political class still necessary and relevant? No, I don't think they're relevant. I don't think they're really necessary. I mean, I don't know. It's a tough one. You know, it's a really tough one. Because what's the difference between Barack Obama and fucking Pete Buttigieg? The hell we need Barack Obama for, you know? Barack Hussein Obama. What the fuck, man, you know? Barack Obama was just a white man with a tan. Barack Hussein Obama. And also, somebody in my good friend Juju in Afrosphere said she thinks that Barack Obama, if he ran against Trump, he would win. No, he would not. That would be not even close. In fact, I think Obama would probably lose worse than Kamala, but you know, because America has changed. White America has changed, right? Nobody gives a damn about trying to appease black people anymore, you know? Yeah, so I'm like, she go, oh, Barack Obama, you understand, Kala? Barack Obama could beat Trump. I'll say, in what country, you know? If they were both running for president of Nigeria, Obama would lose, you know? You know, bottom line is Obama does not have a fucking prayer. And people say, well, how do you win? Look, Barack Obama won, right? Because that was before there was social media. I remember when Barack Obama came out, right? The only pushback he got was on social media. Social media wasn't that really relevant back then. Most people got their news and their political discourse from CNN, Fox News, NPR, and MSNBC and stuff like that. That was 99% of all discourse, political discourse, debate was those networks, right? So that's how Barack Obama won. Now take that right there, the social media influencers that has a monopoly. More people are getting their news from social media and stuff like that, bloggers and everything. That wasn't like that when Barack Obama first ran. That's why he had a tougher time in his reelection, because the internet was coming online, you know? What's up, DK?
What's up, Kala? What's good?
What's going
What's going
on?
on?
What do you think about the topic?
Well, I think in the current state, it's not really necessary with what we have now. When you even look at Barack Obama, I mean, the guy was so useless and just feckless. I mean, he didn't even have the courage to, what's it called? What Trump did with Jack Johnson. He couldn't even do that to give him a pardon. He was too cowardly. He couldn't even pardon
Yeah,
Jack Johnson.
he didn't do those things that makes people say, well, he basically was so careful. He didn't put nothing on the line that would. The only thing he said was, if I had a son, he'd be like Trayvon. That was the
Yeah.
only thing he
See, the
ever.
thing is that what's the use of having a black president if he's a coward, if he's scared?
And then I didn't know any better at the time. Then I said, "Oh, we got a black president, a black attorney general, Eric Holder." The two motherfuckers were completely useless. The attorney general and the president are supposed to be two most powerful men in America, but these guys were so feckless and weak, nothing ever got done.
Yeah. And the thing is that they don't even like him still. They don't like you for what you represent, but he still won't do anything for
He
like
did. He really
even
thinks he's gonna. He got influenced like he did. Look, when he ran, that was 2008. We didn't have social media. We didn't have Twitter. We didn't have Facebook. We didn't have all this stuff like that. We didn't have Instagram. We didn't have TikTok. We didn't have all these things where you got average people. We didn't have the app. The app wasn't even here yet. The social media app was not even. So if you go online, you have to load up AOL, dial up. Remember that dial up shit,
yeah.
and get online. Very few people were online back then when he ran, Yeah, he didn't have AI. He didn't have none of that. You imagine Obama trying to survive AI with these racists out here?
Yeah.
Would not
Yeah,
work.
they
So he would not win. The black political class is a joke. Like I said, where I live at, man, I'm like, like somebody asked me, I said, Kala, man, don't you want represent? What the fuck I want representation for? If everything
the thing
runs
that
good in my city, what the hell I care about?
most most the people in the Black Congressional Caucus, they voted to give Charlie Kirk a Remembrance Day. So what use are they? Are they really your
They're absolutely
representatives?
useless. They're absolutely useless, man. The congressional black carcasses are freaking useless.
Yeah, but Eddie Thorne, look at this statement from Eddie Thorne. It doesn't matter why he actually did it. Obama didn't do shit.
Yeah, he didn't do shit. And also, the Marcus Garvey, didn't Trump pardon Marcus Garvey? I don't know if he pardoned or post. I think Marcus Garvey got post. He was pardoned too. That's a big. One of them, Biden, one of them pardoned Marcus Garvey. But the bottom line is, Obama is just about Obama. He's like, he's black. Then when you see when he was trying to lecture black men about getting out the boat, I wish to God I was in that room. I was like, man, how dare you? The way black men just sat there and just let him lecture them. Like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah, but they try to placate black men and pacify them and say, "Hey, look, Obama, he has a mid-range jump shot. Look at him." It's like
I don't give a shit about that. Or he hangs out with Jay-Z. He got street cred. He hangs out with Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Look at Obama courtside at the Lakers game. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, or no, worse is when him and Jay-Z, our wives, Jay-Z and Beyonce. What the fuck is Jay? Who made Jay-Z the fucking spokesman for black people? That's supposed to buy you some street cred. The guy Kraft of the NFL. Oh, I'm with Jay-Z now. Everything's cool. What the fuck? And no one ever called us out. Whoever said that fucking Jay-Z is gonna green light or finger the green light, something like that. Where the hell this come from?
Didn't a few years ago Jay-Z tell some rapper don't perform at the Super Bowl? Then
that was just a ploy. That was a ploy.
And then afterwards he signs a deal with the NFL.
Yeah, so that was just a ploy because they said, "Look, I got to do this right now." To look good. We're nice. Fuck the NFL. Like, even when he did it, it's in the week. I knew he wasn't serious. A whole year later, the next thing he signed a deal with the NFL, whatever. I'm like, that shit was so phony. He wasn't serious, man. That was because that was at the height of the Colin Kaepernick thing. He knew he had to do that.
Yeah,
they probably told him, "Look, man, I gotta do this right now, but I'll be back."
Yeah, even this guy from Maryland, Wes Moore, I don't trust that guy.
Yes, I don't really know much about that. All I know is the whole thing is black people make the mistake of making reparations, legitimizing reparations as an actual political talking point, and no politicians are gonna put their career on the line for that shit, because I don't think
even like
LARP.
My thing is that if you're black, my first check is you gotta have a black spouse and you have a family. Even that you can't be sure with that guy in Florida. He fooled me. what's
Who,
his
Brian
name?
Redonald?
Andrew Gillum, who turned out to be a
No, that
fucking
dude was
closet.
gay, man. He was like in the crazy. He almost won the governorship. You know,
That's who
the
they
guy was
put. That's who they
hardcore
want to represent
homosexual.
black people. That's who they want now to represent black people.
So the bottom line is we don't have any black political. The Congressional Black Caucus, you know, all they do is sit back and they take orders from white liberals and socialists and Marxists. They tell them this is what you say, this is what you do, this is what you say when not, and they say yes, sir. And what happens is since we don't have a real political backbone. So what we do is basically just go along what somebody else says. Okay, I guess he's up there, he's black and whatnot. Like this Al Green. This guy's a clown. And he's up
All
there.
he does is
The guy from
grandstand
Texas.
Congress.
What's his name?
Al Green, that guy with the Jerry curl.
Yeah, the Jerry
That
curl, whatever like that. Yeah, don't get rid of medical. Nobody's talking about get shut up, you fool. And so the bottom line is this: we just go along anything. I said, why are we freaking campaigning for illegal aliens? What does that got to do with us? Because we don't have no black political representation. Now I said, let's let it all crash and burn. And if you're going to run for office, hey, that's fine. But if you think you're just going to get a black my vote because you're black, you're crazy. That's why, in many ways, that's why as a protest vote, I voted for Trump. It's like because I hate the assumption that because Kamala was what part black, whatever like that, that she was a so-called black woman all of a sudden that I had an obligation to vote for her. I hate that shit.
Oh, yeah. And she had a white Jewish husband. It wasn't a good look. It just wasn't a good look.
Yeah, and which we're going now that she just the whole thing lied about smoking weed and listening to Tupac and Biggie.
Yeah.
Trouble when she was in college. Trouble was Biggie and Tupac was still in grade school.
Exactly. She just comes off as a phony, just a complete phony.
And this
It's
guy,
like, where are
Tim
they
Walsh,
finding-
this guy Tim Walsh is a fucking oof. He's like a complete goofball. I'm like, this man made it to the governorship. How the hell did that happen? Somebody elected this clown as governor. Somebody went there and pulled the lever for this clown. I'm like, yeah. Black political class, man, it's just got to go. I'm just dead serious.
Tim Walsh is just scared of fucking insulting Somalis.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I don't want to be called a racist. I'm like, see, that right there gives rise to people like J.D. Vance and Trump. Because you scared that they took billions of dollars for your state and whatnot. And you saw the judges. They had indictments, but they was, I guess, coerced by Tim Walsh to freaking drop the charges or whatever like that. Because
it's the Democrats because they opened the border with all this crazy shit, with all this transgender agenda. They gave
also
Trump
if the Democrats don't want to win, just keep doing what you're doing. Like they got a guy from Kentucky, right? That he looks like a middle row white guy or whatever like that. They say like this, but he's a rabbited transgender activist. I'm like, they say he could be a presidential contender. I said, I guess Democrats don't ever want to win again. Maybe that's it. They don't get it. Nobody is gonna fucking that radical gay shit does not sell well in America.
No, not at all. Maybe in San Francisco.
Obama's gay.
I don't know what Obama is, but I think he's definitely pro gay.
No, he
Obama's
is.
pro gay.
Around 2010 or something, one of these white guys he was having sex with back in the 90s came out and said, I was sucking his dick and whatnot, and he had limos and like, special agents, following him around and, things like that. So even before he was elected or became a presidential contender, this guy had a lot of power, apparently.
Well, anyone can say anything. You don't know if it's true. So
yeah.
Yeah, but I did hear some story. I don't know if it's true or not. But I heard several. I heard when he was in college, he had a gay lover or some shit like that. That's what I heard. He was in college.
Yeah. Well, I know. Supposedly, like when he was growing up, he never dated any black women. So Michelle was the first black woman he ever was
I
with.
think
So
I think what it was when he dated Michelle, he knew that he was trying to be getting into politics, right? At the time,
exactly.
that he had to make a pressure on black people because that's where only way he could bring and get elected, you know. And so in Black America is you if you back then if you come out with a white party, black women want no part of you, especially if a man, you know. And so he had to get a black woman, you know.
What do you think of the rumors of Michelle being Michael?
I don't know. I'll tell you this. Right? Never believed it, right? But one time she was giving an interview, right? She was someone's interviewer, and her voice changed, strangely changed. It's like she was, and this was trying to get her way to get it back to that voice, but it sounded like a man.
There's a photo of him with Barry Sotoro, Barack, as a man, you know, like before there was a bit of more like a longer neck, and thinner neck that women have, it looked properly, like a effeminate man that
Yeah,
they were
I
young.
don't know. All I know is I never believed that until I basically heard her interview that one day, and her voice, she was like getting irate, and her voice just went real deep. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? You know, it was scary. I mean, really, it was scary. Her voice got really, really deep, like a man's, like a baritone.
Right, and did you see her dancing with the white trousers? Right, there was like balls or a dick or something there, that was
Oh,
caught by
man.
some people on a video. It was like some kind of show,
Yeah,
and she was dancing, and
something like that. And I
her
heard that
pants.
what you call the kids that were born, she didn't actually give birth. They were
That's what I heard too.
like a C-section, whatever, like born in a test tube or something like that. You know,
Right,
those kids are going through some traumatizing shit, man. You know,
yeah, and
'cause those two
funnily
girls don't
enough,
look happy at all.
I know, but funnily enough, speaking of test tubes, right? Barry is alleged to have been born in Indonesia or Malaysia or some shit, right?
You
Not
know
in
what?
Hawaii.
I don't believe Barack's father is his dad. I
Right,
personally
right.
don't.
Well, hang on, right? Hang on. Let me get to the point, right? Barry looks a lot like the spitting image of, except for the kinky hair, like Joko Widodo,
I
former
agree.
president,
I agree. The former president of
former
Indonesia,
president.
right?
Yeah, exactly,
He
exactly.
looks
So,
exactly
so,
like him.
so, so here we're talking about test tubes and not tubes, right? And like artificial pregnancies and shit like that, right? But this guy looks like a fucking genetic splicing between a black man and Joko Widodo, and probably, and of course his white mother, right? So
Yeah.
it is conceivable that they had that kind of technology in the 70s. It's not too difficult to do that. But making sure, I would like to see, someone swab his DNA, right? Or blood sample. You can't fake that. And and then sequence his DNA to see where the fuck his ancestry is from.
Yeah, that would clear up a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
That would
because
clear
they have all of our fucking DNA in some kind of genetic data bank because of the swabs we took for the COVID-19 lockdown stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure they got your DNA other places too, because you can
Yeah,
get your DNA every time you go see a doctor.
yeah.
You get a
Yeah.
shot,
Can
whatever,
you
like
imagine
blood.
a mixed race black man born from a Kenyan mother and a white American mother during the height of civil rights, born in Hawaii? That makes
And
sense to you?
well,
That don't sound right.
his education history is a bit off too, according to that gay guy he was with, as well. I mean, in just general as well, there's the fucking news report I saw like 10 years ago. It was showing that nobody knew him in Hawaii. All of
Yeah.
the people in the school,
I'll
in
be
his
honest, I don't
class,
know
didn't know
one
him.
black person from Hawaii. I don't know one single black person. Do you, Kala?
No,
Is
there was
this
this
whole
one
background
one
seems
black
all
guy that's I forgot his name. It was like a light skinned guy. and he grew up in Hawaii and whatnot. I think he was mixed race, black and Hawaiian, and he was like a businessman. I forgot his name is, but he was like a real fat guy, wearing like that. And he was like, I never experienced racism and all stuff like that. But he grew up in Hawaii. That's what. And that was way before Obama.
Yeah, and did you see his speech on his book that he made? Like, not a talk, not a speech. When he was a bit younger, I think before going into.
Yeah, I knew about Obama way back in '96 when he read that book, "Dreams of My Father" and whatnot.
Yeah, and the way he talked, it sounded like he was trying to sound thuggish, but it sounded like very off. It's fucking weird. Someone like that as well. The way he's talking, he's swearing as well. Talking about fucking or pussy or some shit like that. It was just everything about this guy's off.
Yeah, it is what it is. Like I said, but that's the black political class. There's not a damn thing we could do about it, right? Because
what is the black political class? I don't see.
Well, I tell you what the black political class is. These are people that that they show up every 4 years, right around election time. They appear on the talk shows and everything like that. Some of them just come out of nowhere, like Michael Eric Dyson. This guy came out of nowhere. Remember him, Michael Eric Dyson? Like, who the fuck is this guy?
I don't know, never heard of him.
Oh, he's a light-skinned guy.
Like that. It was always that's like he's a rapper or something. Like he has rhymes.
And how he got credible was he started talking about our gay brothers and sisters. Who the fuck is this guy, right? And he was attacking Bill Cosby, right? And then what he did was, at the time, people were talking about hip hop being a bad influence. At the time, then he came up and said, "No, it's the expression. The N word is a term of endearment."
Like every time he comes on, he's on to like promote his new book or some shit.
Yeah, but now he's mad because the internet, right? He said, "Y'all want to go to the internet? I got all this scholarship." We got like him and Mark Lamont Hill bitter because people listen to podcasters and stuff like that. Nobody's sitting around listening to him. He got a lot of big words and whatnot, but he don't make any sense.
Yeah.
He starts probably a bunch of big words and whatnot. Dude,
he was trying to slide in that white conservative woman's DMs. He was like, "Oh, you look so good. It's like we look good together."
Who was this? Well, I didn't hear about that. What was that?
There was some white conservative woman from South Carolina. He was arguing with her on what's her name? Nancy Mace. Yeah. He like slid into her DM, said, "Oh, we look good together," or some shit like that. And she exposed him.
Yeah, so these motherfuckers are freaking freaks and whatnot, talking all that nonsense and everything like that. But he basically he was the one who tried to destroy Bill Cosby,
Right.
And so he came up there with this nonsense about Bill Cosby is sensitive to the player poor. Like I said, me personally, I don't give a damn what happens right now. I'm sick and tired of a segment of Black America dominating the conversation with these freaking black political class. That's all it is, goon shit. If you say, something, why should I be responsible for the dysfunction in the community? DK, do you feel responsible for this function in the community, or do you think you're responsible for you, your kids, and your family?
I'm responsible for me and mine.
Now they'll say, DK, you're being selfish. It's about the community ties. We got to spend more taxes and resources doing so. Okay, well, geez, the money you spend on youth prevention and all this shit like that, we could have spent for something else.
But Colin, you don't agree with your Pan-African brother, Dr. Umar, who says you got to take care of Shaniqua's
that's why I did that, because he's a clown.
Take care of Shaniqua's kids.
Yeah, you gotta go to Shaniqua. Well, that's not good. He told the one dude on the daily wrap up, he said, that's not, he goes, that guy's like, I take care of it, that's not enough. What about that kid out there who don't have a father? What the fuck does they got to do with him?
There's only 24 hours in the day, Umar.
But you asked him, Umar, what about your daughter? He wasn't even in his daughter's life.
Yeah.
All it is there's people, DK, Abraham, is like, when it comes to the Black American man, nobody wants to see you happy. let's say you basically reach the finish line, you got a college education, boom, everything's going good. Someone moves the goalposts, you know. Oh, I see you did all the right things, you stayed out of trouble, you're raising a family, you got money, y'all take vacations, you're enjoying your life, you got kids coming back on the holidays, everyone the other. But I'm sorry, you cannot be happy. You know why? Because Boomquisha, and Pookie, their kids out there struggling and they don't have no guidance on that. So you can't sit back and be happy until everybody's fucking happy, That's the way they think.
Right.
So that's what the black politicians do. So our politics in Black America is centered around it's like this. If you're a middle class black person, what exactly can anybody tell me? What exactly do we gain from the system?
It sounds like these politicians get something, which is
They get elected.
Black vote. But they can't get the vote from the middle class. So
we know they bully the middle class into submission,
right?
Like Al Sharpton, like, yeah, the Republicans going to get rid of SNAP and food stamp. I'm like, yeah, and that's our people fought for SNAP benefits. The poor are going to hurt and whatnot. Okay, that's sad, but why should we stop everything just to cater to a segment of our community? We don't have no fucking no political representation. The black middle class has no black political representation, because you're not even allowed to identify as middle class,
Yeah, what they use is they ride any killing or that has any racial element to it. They ride it to getting elected. That's it. Like George Floyd. That's what.
Yeah, George Floyd. So we're supposed to tear up our city and vote based on some. I mean, I don't want to disparage the dead man, but George Floyd is a piece of shit. I'm like, he didn't deserve to die, but goddamn,
Yeah. So the only news you see about black people is getting killed, dealing with criminal shit, and
they make it seem like there was like this, like that Michelle Alexander wrote a book called The Prison to Pipeline, even though there's no proof in the book, right? Everybody like Cornella went along with it, She's a hood rat chick, who likes her thugs and her Ray-Rays and whatnot, So, the men she loves so much, these prison niggas that she goes and puts money on.
They make it seem like if black men are either dead or in jail, like the rest of
them. Basically give us no agency. We're all dead in jail, even though you only talk about 5% of the black male population. But we're all going to jail. We're all getting locked up and whatnot. Prison. And like, wait the fuck a minute, So we have no fucking voice. And that's why you got people like Afro Dumbass who comes over here who make it seem like he's giving us advice. And I'm like, that's not really Black America, There's 2.5 million black men in America in the upper class. The fastest growing number of entrepreneurs in America are African American young men. The fastest group of young.
I think most of those African American middle class people are from the Caribbean or Africa.
Oh yeah, they got to be from the Caribbean or Africa. There's only 3 million Africans and Caribbeans here, but 45, 50 million people. They're all Caribbeans and Africans, right? Colin, you're a good businessman. You must be.
Remember your last show? I think someone said maybe Steve Hightower is a Caribbean. It's like what?
Yeah, somebody see he must be a Caribbean. No, that dude goes way back in Ohio, South African Americans you can get, but he must be a Caribbean because he's successful. See how they brainwashed you to basically erase Black America altogether?
Well, if he's a criminal, he's black. If it's a criminal. If it's a criminal, he's Black American.
And separate the blackness from you too, like Langley, saying, "Oh, we're American, not African," right? And then get him to be the dog for these whites, right? Against Ibrahim Traore.
Exactly.
So it's like it's division upon division and compartmentalizing race and identity. But when a white guy from fucking Bosnia comes over to America, he's American and you're African American still.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is the white people is the reason why that's done is white people is a privilege, right? It's a privilege to be accepted into the dominant power structure. Black America is not the dominant power structure, right? So therefore, when people come over here, they have the thing of distancing themselves from us because they associate Black America with all the problems, like I just said, right?
Right.
Now, I'll tell you another thing is this. Like I did my experiment, right? Every time I talk about Black success in America, I say, look at all the number of Black millionaires. Black people make $1.6 trillion a year. We're not. We have a huge middle class, working class. Right away, that's when I project power, suddenly everybody wants to be Black American. Here goes Kwame. You know, a large percentage of those are Caribbeans, Colin. No, fuck that. You know, when I start talking about the 2.5 million, like 10% of Black males in America are in the upper class. That means make over 100.
I can't believe someone like Kwame has the intelligence to come up with these like counter arguments and like contrarian views by himself. Because really, every fucking thing you say, he has some kind of fucking tailored and engineered contrary.
Yeah, which him and Elvis. You know,
Elvis has some like engineered stuff, but he has knowledge, right? Kwame, he just has a fucking attitude. He doesn't bring any knowledge like Elvis does, and you know it as well.
Yeah, what you call? He has Chat GPT, whatever it's called. You know,
maybe.
It's basically like, oh, see, Colin, it's like, dude, man, you could never debate me because I have knowledge. I read books.
Colin, I'll have to admit you were wrong on the last show about the trans-Saharan slave.
About what?
You were wrong. That was a bad take about.
Okay, no. Let me clarify what I said. I did even deeper research, right? I did deeper research, right? The Mali Empire, right? Mali Songhai Empire, right?
Yeah.
The only thing they traded with the outside world was gold and salt. That's it, right? There was no trade, right? Now, did slaves come from West Africa? Of course, right? But there was also slaves that came to West Africa from North Africa and the Middle East, you know?
Well, you have to understand.
That's what I'm trying to say.
You were right. Small part of you were right. You were right. It wasn't based technically on race. It was based on religion. Because technically, you can't take a Arab. I mean, you can't take someone who's a Muslim as a slave.
Actually, Mali broke that rule.
Yeah.
For it to not, the only thing Mali didn't do was it didn't sell them off, right? Yeah. What they did was the slaves they enslaved that became Muslims. They basically said you didn't have to pray 5 times a day. You could pray 1 time a day because they wanted you to friggin' mine gold all day.
Mansa Musa was not a real Muslim. He was Muslim for...
Yeah, he was not a real Muslim.
Yeah, he was pretending to be Muslim for political reasons because the political highest classes were Islamic followers, right?
Yeah, they were Islamic scholars, you know?
Yeah, so that's why he just pretended to believe in that bullshit, you know?
And so therefore, when people basically started becoming Muslims, he said, wait a minute here, man. You know, his thing was, the reason Mali got so rich, brother, is because they basically supplied the world of gold, you know? And they literally had millions of people mining gold.
And still do.
You go to parts of Mali, you got literally tens of thousands. It's something like you never seen in your life.
That's why France has
got thousands of people in a gold pit, still mining gold, same way, to this day.
Yeah.
You know?
That's why that Canadian company they rejected their license to mine in Mali.
It should have been there in the first place, you know? I'm saying to myself, why is Africa, right? How come you tell me between the whole entire Black world, right? They couldn't gather a consortium of Black people from America, from Brazil, all over the world and say, look, I'm going to give you 1 year, right, to come up with a solid game, even with AI. They can do it easy with AI now.
Black people don't think like that. They don't think like that. They don't think strategically like that.
So that's why I said, that's why I say, when people say, Kala, you need Africa, just go to Africa. No, we would
Do you
die.
think, like for example, when Zimbabwe kicked out the white farmers, you think Mugabe thought, "Hey, are there any black farmers in America or in the diaspora?" You think he was thinking like that?
They don't. Africans don't think like that. The African mind doesn't work like that. You know. That's why, hello, DK. I hate to say this, right? And I say it all the time. I hurt people feeling they can never rule over us. You know, they can never rule over us. You know, that'd be the end of our fucking civilization if Africans ever rule over us directly. You know, never.
You don't be so harsh on them, Color. You know, there's a
I gotta put my race. I gotta put my people first.
They are your race. A lot of them have that,
people and shit, you know.
A lot of them have that tribal mindset. You're just saturated with the fucking agents that fucking white people send you. You know that have that on top of wanting you.
I sure the heck hope so, because every time I look around, oh yeah, you know something was funny. There's a guy, a Liberian guy, I think in Ghana, who made a Noah's Ark. Right, say he was Noah. And he had people coming there from all over to sell on Noah's Ark. I kid you not. Do you guys want to see this video?
Oh my God. No.
The guy made an ark like Noah, carved out an ark out of bark and whatnot, and said that he was basically Noah, you know, and the police arrested him, you know, because he had people paying money to go on this voyage because he said the earth was going to flood like Noah's Ark. Wow. And so I'm saying to myself, this is Africa. It's like thousands of people showed up, you know. This is Igbo Noah. Yeah, Hustle Smart knows what I'm talking about. And so I'm saying to myself, man, this is what's supposed to rule over me, man. I'm sorry, I can't, you know, I don't know a whole lot, man, but you know, I know a few things, you know. So I'm like this, man. Like I said, these are the people. I mean, I really don't know. What Africa needs to do is get rid of this idea of democracy, you know, and just start basically.
They can't have people with such low IQ, low intelligence.
That's dangerous, man. You have people out there in Liberia talking about George Weah, and right now the country is really developing right now, right? Yo, look, this is what happened in Liberia, and I'm going to say some things about Liberia. Let me get on Liberia now. Hopefully, Elvis come up here so I can kick his ass, you know. The mayor of Painesville, he's like heartbroken, right? He lit a Christmas tree in the roundabout, the new roundabout in Elwa. Beautiful, you know. The roundabout right there, you know, one of the only roundabouts in West Africa, right? In the middle of it, right, he has a garden and they put a Christmas tree with lights on that. Somebody, not to say, no, it just fell down. Somebody sabotaged it, burned it down, and caught fire, you know? So say, oh, no, somebody did that shit, right? Because the opposition party wants power. So they're so jealous and angry at the progress. You know, how do you have a country like this when you got people for political gain want to destroy any signs of progress, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, Limo said, I don't want to rule over Africans. I do not want to rule over Africans, you know? We just need to create our own safe space. That's all, you know? I don't want to rule Africans. They can't rule me. As simple as that, you know? Wow. And why do people think DK? Why do people think? Have they been listening to me? Have I ever communicated that I want to rule over Africans?
Yeah, it's just a tribal mentality. Like they don't mind white people ruling over them. Or
the thought of white people. They love that. They were like, I've seen them talking to white people. Yeah, you should bring your family here. Come over here. White guys like this nigga. I don't know what the fuck he's asking for. Come over here. We love you all together. Every time I see a white person getting up there, I can speak Yoruba. I can speak Pidgin. I can speak Liberian. At conflict section is like, yes, you are a true Nigerian now. You're a true Igbo now. And I'm like.
Mm-hmm.
There's no fucking hope.
Yeah,
it's sad, man. It's really sad, man. I hope the AES, man. I really have hope for them, faith that they get their shit together, get it going.
Okay, I got Madman 929 is 999 in the back chat. Please tell me your name. In the back chat, Madman 999. Please tell me your name. I can't see you. I can't see you, black motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I can't see you. I can't see
I agree. Hey, Color, I agree with what Black Patriot. I agree with what 1776 says. Unfortunately, white people are the referee.
No,
Because
no.
I was watching a video of, I think it must have been in Sierra Leone or Liberia, where this guy was just in the street, like he had been shot, and I guess people were like hitting him with machetes, and then like you see white people just around him, like filming the shit, and they were just oblivious to it. So it's true, white people are the referee. It's
No, they
just the way
paint
it is.
themselves as a referee. You know, it's because they're the best propagandists in the world. That's why.
Well,
Yeah, so yeah, like I said, and how do we get out of this quagmire? We're just stuck here. That's why I said, the best thing I could do is basically where I live at. If I could get rid of all these black politicians and whatnot, so we can start off new. Because I really do believe in my area, I could really start building the Afghanistan movement, right? Because everybody here hates black politicians. We do.
how are you? You want to get rid of Jasmine Crockett and Ilhan Omar?
We don't
You
have a
want to get
Jasmine Crockett in Virginia. We don't. We literally hate these people. We really hate these fucking people. These black politicians are absolutely fucking useless.
What do you think about your new governor, the white lady? Who did you
I
vote
mean,
for your
look,
governor?
the Jamaican lady that run, she was a buffoon. With some Sears and whatnot.
She shot herself in the foot. Well, why can't you just be quiet when it comes to Black
Every
American
time
issues?
you heard this lady, right? And I knew it was going to happen, right? Because it was right around the time that ADOS FBA delineation started happening. She kept saying, and every time she gets in front of white people, see, I'm an immigrant, right? When you say I'm an immigrant, you're saying I'm not Black American. So the apprehensions and the exhaustion you have, the fatigue you have with Black America, I'm not that. And Black people know those dog whistles when they hear it. We know you're selling us out. That's why she thought she should have actually won. But the number of black people in the state, right? Any sort of if black people would just went for her, right? Like just any sort of numbers, she would have won. But black people overwhelmingly went for the white lady, Abigail Spanler,
And you know what the sad part was? For all that cooning she did, Trump never endorsed her.
He never endorsed her because she made a fool out of herself, So the bottom line, I tell you, she was Jamaican. Also down here in the South, black people here don't really like Jamaicans, Caribbeans and all these other people like that.
Instead, she was going against a white lady who worked for the CIA. One, it's crazy, man.
And she lost against a white lady, that worked for the CIA.
CIA officer.
Rudy says, Kuala just got back from a great Kwanzaa. I'm glad you did, Down. What you got to do, Baruti, right? Instead of going to a Kwanzaa, because I've been to many of them, I've been to so many Kwanzaa celebrations and whatnot. But when are we going to actually have any one of those principles in institutions?
Funny thing, even my parents, we went to Kwanzaa events too. So I went to Kwanzaa.
Everybody went to Kwanzaa event, man. Baruti, man, you got to get up with the times, man. You guys can't keep faking it. You better come up with something new, man. You better come up with something concrete. Let me get Bantu Mandingo on. Let me see what he has to say,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we need a new political party for sure.
We need a new fucking political government.
Yeah.
Need to be the fuck out of here altogether. Mr. Sandman, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, man, I feel like, as men, you know what I'm saying, the buck got to stop with us. So all of this talk about how, you know what I mean, it's somebody else's fault that we messed up. We got to take control of the situation and say, hey.
What situation are we talking about now?
Any situation that we complaining about, if we not part of the solution,
now hold on,
part of the problem.
We're not complaining, right? It's a segment of the community that's always fucking complaining, right? Let's say I got no complaints, right? I really don't. I really got no complaints in life. I got a business. I got everything I need in life, right? I shouldn't complain about anything, right? I mean, but you always got a segment of our community activists that always got a complaint. We can't do this. We got to do that. They're always complaining, right? I mean, they always dragging us in their complaints, right? Like I said, I'm good, right? That's why I said, if a politician comes in my city, right, and says, something, like we voted, we have a new new water park and skating rink. It's like a thing where in the city of Virginia Beach we got this thing where we ride indoor waves and everybody like that. I don't know if I'll go on that with like that, but I'm saying these are things that we decide, right? We got all different types of arenas popping up and whatnot. They're talking about bringing a major sports league team here and whatnot. So we can concentrate on things like that because, like, let me give you an example. Did you hear about the Something in the Water concert with Pharrell?
No, I hadn't heard about that.
It had one in 2019 and 2023, the biggest concert here on the East Coast of the United States, two of them, right? Pharrell got so many black vendors and businessmen there, the security companies there, the paramedic companies there. All that was run mostly by blacks. You had black kids, young people out there selling T-shirts, hot dogs, some beer, some of everything. So many people made money, right? See, those are the things we want, right? And the mayor of Virginia Beach, he bumped into me one time and said, "Man, you got to come down to my office, man. He goes, man, we got to turn this place up, man." He was drunk. I mean, outside of a grocery store, he was drunk, man. He was like, "Yo, man, you got to come down, man." He gave me his card. Let's talk about how we can get black people in the business, man. The city got millions of dollars, and I don't see enough black people taking advantage of this shit. So I need my people, y'all people. He's from Newark, New Jersey. He said he used to be a school principal up there, man. He said, so I work in the inner city. He said, man, we gotta take this place over, man. We gotta turn this place up, man. You know how it is down here, man. He was like basically saying, man, and he's a white guy. Maybe Mayor Bobby D's cool as hell. Him and Pharrell are good friends. And so therefore, a couple of years later, he did the second, 2023, Something in the Water. I mean, that was like the biggest thing. The cars were lined up, man, on the highway. People would come in white, black with their friggin' lawn chair, had the Sound Stadium there on the beach. That was something. Everybody from Snoop Dogg, Jay-Z, everybody was fucking there, you know? And some rock bands and everything. It was just really phenomenal, that thing, right? But this is what we're talking about, right? He did the right thing. He appealed to black middle-class people, you know? And there was a lot of opportunity there for black middle-class people, you know? And stuff like that. So what I'm trying to say is the old thing of we got to solve these problems. What problems are we going to fucking solve? You know? The only problem
we got to solve issues with consistency when it comes to, like, you know, events and festivals like the one you're talking about. That's just like an occasional thing, but the everyday organization of things.
These people basically are now doing other things in the city, events and stuff like that. So introducing things. So in other words, you got a lot of people now that are involved. Before this event, no black person was almost scared to like engage the city. He said, Bobby, man, you can come down here, sign up to be a contractor with the city. These cities and states, right? Like my boy Dave said, he said only $1 out of every $1 out of every I don't know how many $100,000 is spent on a black vendor in the state of New Jersey. That's a shame. These states and cities got billions of dollars that they buy from the average Joe in the public, you know, and you just gotta know how to get on their list where you can put bids on contracts, stuff like that.
I will understand why you'd be interested in that, you know, arena, because you're in the insurance business, and big festivals like that need to be insured so you can make profit off of it, right?
Look, there's a lot of black people out there. I won't have nothing to do with that, right? But there's a lot of young black people out there that friggin' like when they have the soda stands and pretzel stand, hot dog stand, they got to go to somebody, right? And we put bids on those contracts, you know. And so the bottom line, that's how the city's working. We got black people involved in this money making in the city, you know.
Yeah.
And so like this, you know, so we got a lot of black people now that are doing all kinds of stuff. Like we got black people who own day support centers, you know, building the state and whatnot, you know. So we got a lot of stuff going on. Yeah. And so what we're saying, so that's what I see as progress, right? And it wasn't brought to us by no black politicians. We were just basically saying, this is what we want, you know. And Bobby D listened and say, yeah, man, we need to get more black without no DEI. Not know nothing. We just say, yo, man, yeah, we need more black people inside the business and whatnot, because it makes sense. We got 25% of the population of Virginia Beach.
Well, we already know all of these politicians are paid off by business people, whether it be the Democrats or the Republicans. We don't have enough business people in general.
Hold up. We have a large black business class in my community, in our area.
And
We're
what
the ones
business,
calling
what
the shots.
politician do you have paid off in your
I don't like
community?
nobody paid off. You don't have. That's another thing. You believe that, right? That people are paid off, right? That's not true, right? Now you could contribute to a business person's campaign and whatnot, but the bottom line is this: if
They
you
paid off, color. You know
well,
that.
they're not paid off. Look, if this is how it works, let me tell you something. Because somebody who does business, right? I'm a member of a small business association of Virginia, right? I pay like $100 a year, right? And for that $100 a year, right? For deductible, right? If I have an issue, right, I can just sign a thing, and they'll take up the case and see if they can get something changed in the legislature, local and state legislature. That's how it works. I can't directly have somebody in my in my pocket. That's against the law, you
That's
know.
because $100 ain't
Yeah, but
enough.
Oh
listen,
no,
as
hold on, hold on, hold on. Listen,
well,
hold on, hold on,
listen, you
hold on.
just said it.
Hold
As
on,
a
hold on,
group,
hold on, hold on,
as
hold
a
on. Look,
group,
I am
y'all
not gonna
got them in
hold
the
on. I am not
pocket.
gonna argue with ignorant motherfuckers.
As a
Like
group, y'all
that,
got them in the pocket.
hold,
You
that is
just
not
said it.
that's
It's
not what
not
I'm gonna
that
do.
simple.
Listen to what I'm saying, right? I'm part of the thing. You pay in, right?
Did
But
y'all
like
hear
tens
it?
of thousands of people, if not a million people, are doing the same thing. And that what that does is it forms an association. That's how it works. I'm just a paying member, you know, of an association,
So
right?
what? You trying to say you don't have no say so whatsoever?
What are you talking about? I'm saying if I had an issue, right? Let's say I wanted something changed, right? In what my business, right? And like I say, I think something's unfair, right? What they'll do is take up my cause, right? And propose it to their lobbyists and people in the legislature and say, look at this, you know, that's how things are done, you know. But since I'm not so far, I have never had any use for that, you know. But if I did have a use for it, I'll say, look, you know, I'll pay the deductible, right? Because I'm a member. It probably costs me like $200, right? To have it reviewed, right? You know, this is what I propose, blah, 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 blah. And they say, okay, we're gonna take up your cause and lobby, we go to lobby and whatnot, and then next thing you
What
know,
is your cause, Colin?
I don't have one. I told you that.
What you mean you don't got a cause?
I
What
said
you
I
No,
don't have
no,
you
one.
he was
just here
just
to do
giving. He was
nothing?
just giving an example. That's all. He
God
was just
damn,
giving
man.
an
You gotta come on my platform and act like you got a half a brain. I'm
example.
sorry. I just
Brother.
told
You
you.
argue with yourself because you the only one talking on the
I do not
platform.
have one. I said that's
Now
just the
you
way
now
I
you're
told
throwing
you
a
that's the way
tirade
it
against
works.
yourself.
I said that's the way the system works, right?
Okay,
Remember,
get to the point. You just
if I
talking in the
don't have
circles. Like what does this people that you pay into do?
Well, he explained it right. He's saying that if there's
I
a
don't want to explain
problem
it. Go ahead,
with,
bro.
with if there's a problem with his business, right, they go to people because he's part of a group to help them fix that problem
Hey
officially
man,
in
listen.
some way.
He just saying what you just said, but he just going all around the world.
No, he's giving you
They
details.
paid for.
He's giving you details about how that works over there. I don't know too much about how American stuff works, but he's giving you details because he wants to make
Work
you
the
informed.
same way it work everywhere else. They paid for.
No, well, I don't, not exactly, but yeah, in Africa especially, but not everywhere. In as
The
effective.
thing is though, like the problem with the Congressional Black Caucus and whatnot, right? They have people that lobby them too, but they basically when it comes out to the Black Caucus and stuff like that, there's simply not enough political clout in the Black community and the Black Caucus to make a difference, right? So what you do is this, right? You join these associations, right? The guy came by my office like 2 years. Actually, when I was at my other office, that was like 4 years ago. Hey, you sign up $100? Yeah, fine, right? They give me a membership. I renew I think I got to renew next year every couple of years, right? And basically, what it is they give you a newsletter. What do you think? They'll tell you, this legislation is coming up or not. Vote against this if you see it on the ballot and stuff like that. So it keeps you informed of what our members are fighting for, And so if I had something that I think it was serious enough, right? Then I basically bring it up, not like this.
Small,
But that's how
small
it works.
business association, right, Carla? It's
Yeah,
called
it was a
small
small
business.
business association,
Small.
Small Business Association. You
Okay,
know?
there we go. Yeah, so that proves the point, right? It's small businesses protecting each other against big businesses, who are the ones who have the money and the power
Yeah,
to
these people,
influence.
other people got money to buy up politicians, lobbyists, and stuff like that. You know,
Like
So-
Elon Musk.
yeah. So they come up here and swallow all the politics up and whatnot. You know, so we fight back like that. You know, and that's how basically, you look at California, right? That's how the cattlemen and some sheep herders, whatnot, and the ranchers won against the big combines from the east. You know, who will go up there and buy up all the land, buy everything, buy up the water rights and stuff like that, and starve everybody out. They form their own individuals form their own associations based on a common need, and they was able to send representation to lobby on their behalf. That's how things are done. You know,
California does not seem to be like that anymore, especially.
yeah, but that was like 200 years ago. That was like
Yeah.
that was like in the old west.
So
Yeah,
basically, we just don't have a big enough industry to make some real pull in the political realm. Then is what you're saying.
Well, there's a whole thing about Black America, right? We're not concentrated in any particular. Now, Chicago, Black people do. There's a lot of Black people in Chicago.
Yeah, it's going down in Chicago. They not playing,
A
man.
lot of Black people in Chicago got a lot of political power.
They
and
is
get a
not
lot of
playing
shit
no
done.
game.
They're doing their thing in Chicago.
They running that mayor. They shouldn't run his ass up out of there.
What about New Orleans?
Nah, I don't like the Deep South, man. New Orleans got those knife wards and all that shit like that. I wouldn't go there, man. I mean, it looks nice when at Mardi Gras, whatnot. I'm not going to live in New Orleans now. I can't do that.
It's a big
I was
tourist
down
location.
there for Easter, man, like 2 years ago. It was cool, but
It's a big tourist location, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the tourist spot, the Mardi Gras and stuff like that looks beautiful. Bourbon Street and all that looks beautiful. But but as far as like if you're Black, you try to make a life down there, hell fucking no. You know?
Why is that?
Because of the poverty, level of poverty down there, Louisiana.
Well, New Orleans, that's they built that city under the water. That was stupid, man.
There's a lot of poverty there and when I really neglect,
Right.
That's why when Katrina came, there you go and build a city under the sea level. Were you asking for trouble?
Well,
On YouTube, like on the documentary on the prison being flooded, right? And all those Black prisoners, nearly all of them were Black, right? All of them drowned in that prison somehow, right? And in the YouTube comments, right?
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. And in the YouTube comments, right, people are saying there were some like police and other like officials trying to they diverted all of the flooding to Black neighborhoods and somehow all the white neighborhoods were protected as if it was controlled, they say. That's what it says on the comments. On the YouTube comments on that.
Yeah, that was a conspiracy. Just the thing is, Black communities, well, you could see it, right? The levee, there was literally underwater. It's like looking down, when you go up the levee, the Black community is like down below. And when the levees broke, the whole entire area is leveled out, whatnot, and Black people were underwater.
But you might say it's a conspiracy theory, but that's been done before. They flooded Black towns.
Yeah, but if you decide to live under the sea level, right next to
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I was saying.
what the hell you expect? That
know,
levee can't withstand 5. It said a hurricane.
Yeah, you knew that shit was gonna bust.
It said if we get a category 5, the levee's gonna pop, snap. Like twigs.
Oh.
Black people turned like they were warned. All the white people got out of there. Black people were warned. It's like you guys gotta get up, vacate. Black people, I ain't going nowhere. Black people stubborn. They ain't going nowhere.
Drown. Shit, better get the fuck out.
So, yeah, but like I said, the Black politicians, but instead of doing the right thing and telling people the truth, whatnot, or every time Black people screw up and something happens, right, they'll get on their soapbox like, oh, see, we should have had extra police and firemen and blah, blah. Who should have been prepared? See, the city neglected us. Well, I'm like, man, so the bottom line is this is what you'll have when you have Black leadership, right? Should have fuck up, right? And bottom line, they'll tell you, don't be mad. It's somebody else's fault, not ours. Of course, we didn't properly plan. We didn't do all the stuff they advised us not to do, like Katrina. But you know something, we're gonna blame George W. Bush. Remember that? George flew over that thing like, yeah, that's fucked up, man. You know
Yeah, that's when Kanye West came out like, hey,
what,
you
what
don't
do
give
you want
a
George Bush to do, man?
fuck
What the fuck you
about.
want him to do, man?
I know. I mean, I don't know. You expect him at least to stop and say, we're gonna
What he
try.
stopped? What exactly what he was gonna say?
We're gonna help or do something, man. You don't just
He
fucking
said, "Yeah,
fly,
man."
man. You the goddamn president of the United States. You don't just fly over a fucking natural
He
disaster,
said, "Man,
man.
this
Come
fucked up."
on.
He said, "Man, that's fucked up. That's some fucked up shit, man."
Oh, look at this flew over.
Yeah, that was some fucked up shit, man. That was some fucked up shit.
Hell
So what
yeah.
what what is the purpose of New Orleans? Like, what's the major industry in New Orleans that makes that city thrive? And
Tourism.
why did that major industry fall apart right before to cause that city to
It's a
I don't
freaking
fall
know,
into
man.
such
easy.
poverty?
What was it, the football or what? I don't know. Stadium? What was the industry? They got ports? What? I don't know. What the
New
hell?
Orleans.
That's what I was asking. Like,
Well,
because all
Yeah,
of these
I'm not
major
sure.
cities, all of these major cities, you know what I mean, over the
Maybe.
years, like Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania is a still making state where, a lot of these cities like Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, they thrived off of the steel making industry, the coal industry, the gas industry, or Texas, they dig for a lot of oil, so on and so forth. What was the major industry in New Orleans that caused them to build a major industry or major city in that area, Louisiana, and why did black people move
No,
there?
man. I think it was a setup, but that's just a conspiracy theory. I don't know. What
New
you think,
Orleans is one of
Collar?
the places. Is basically, it was once a slave city when black people just stayed there and whatnot, stayed on and whatnot. It was New Orleans is always called the Big Easy because it was like so easy to start a business and just thing. It's like an easy thing. You could food and stuff like that. But the black people made their money usually in shipping, the industry and whatnot. It was a port facility and industrial jobs and stuff like that. And so, like I said, it was not really all that spectacular, just enough, right? But New Orleans have a lot of poverty, generations of I mean, some of the worst poverty in the world.
So that city wasn't producing enough revenue to upkeep the
Well,
levees that busted during Katrina, right?
and something, right? Let's put it to you like this. I'm not trying to sound condescending right now. Don't take this as disrespect, right? There was never a so-called New Orleans. There were places where Negroes lived, right? And places where white people live. White people decided to take all together and call it New Orleans, right? Black people lived under one reality, which was poverty, grinding poverty, neglect, everything else. The city, the white section had the business, the industry, and stuff like that. Black people, if they get a job, they had to go to the white area to work, right? Now, the black area had absolutely nothing, but poverty, misery, and neglect, right? Yeah, and in that, you had a black criminal network. Historically, New Orleans was a place of gangsters, numbers running, an underworld, a black underworld. So, but that's not sustainable for a community. And be honest with you, right? People don't understand something. If you live in the South, you understand that crime and criminal activity, right, for generations, only up until recently, right, was a legitimate and major part of black life in America. When I first moved to Virginia, right, I was talking to the girl. Oh, my uncle. What'd your uncle do? Oh, he's a drug dealer. Like it's like she said, like he works for the post office. Oh, he's a drug dealer. That's the South. That whole culture that you see in the rap songs and whatnot, the being a gangster, Big Easy, Big Willie, and all that. That shit was real. That was a way of life. Crime was a way of life for a large segment of Black America.
Wow.
Well, you're right there, right next to the Gulf of Mexico. You can import all kinds of drugs through New Orleans.
I don't know. I don't know about the drug situation in New Orleans. All I know is New Orleans was good for numbers running. and all different types of racketeering and stuff like that. That's been always been in the black community, you know. And I guess drugs are there too, but the main thing is crime was
Just
seen.
casinos and whorehouses, basically.
Yeah, there's all kinds of nefarious shit, prostitution, everything like that. So the bottom line is New Orleans, yeah, cat houses, prostitution houses and whatnot, So that was New Orleans, A woman being a madam and have her girls and whatnot, men. I mean, that was just really New Orleans. That was a culture, and people owning juke joints.
What, they had red light district in New Orleans?
What?
They had
all that shit. This was New Orleans,
Oh.
Black part of New Orleans was just, juke joints, crime, prostitution houses. That was like a legitimate, and also churches,
It's always churches.
So the bottom line, that was basically that. But then the white side is where the business, the commerce, some stuff like you see in the black city. But for the most part, that's where the industry, the stock exchange, the banks, everything like that is in the white community, That's where the police headquarters is. That's where the city council is, So that's why I said you got two cities, right? One, the white community colonized the black community, had control, like a colonial control over the black community,
Which side is black, north or south or west or east?
Well, it's like I have no idea. I think I think the black on the south because that's where the hurricane hit.
Okay, all right.
So, but the main thing is when people talk about New Orleans, right? When you see Bourbon Street and all stuff like that, the World Trade, that's not black New Orleans, right? The Ninth Ward and shit like that, that's black New Orleans, The part where Master P and them come from, That's black New Orleans, and they have a whole history. Like, what you call Master P did a song,
Make them say,
and he had certain pimps, hustlers, drug dealers. That water. That was their culture. That crap, Master P comes from a culture. I guess he tried to change and whatnot. He saw the light, but that's what he grew up in.
Lil Wayne, isn't he from the Fifth Ward?
I don't know I don't know.
The Fifth Ward, that's Houston.
No, I mean, sorry, I'm not.
What you call Ward has also New Orleans had Ward too. Collar transport to the deep south here, blah blah blah. Back to Badika, they're transferred to the deep south. Yeah, we know that.
Who said that?
Baruti. It's about the deep. No shit, we were down to the deep south. What do you think?
Yeah, man.
But Colin, don't you know Jambalaya comes from Haitian, supposedly?
No, Jambalaya is African American. Oh man, my boy FBA Detroit. Follow him on TikTok. This dude be destroying these motherfuckers, right? Some Haitian call. They're trying to say, "Well, we sold Louisiana."
Hey man, Colin, I be on the YouTube, man. It's like it's so many channels. FBA is just.
Oh, you gotta go on TikTok.
They just destroying these motherfuckers 24/7.
Yo, check us out.
God,
the Haitian was trying to take credit for the Louisiana Purchase. He said, "Man, your ass don't even have a third of that island you on. How you gonna have like this?"
You think Thomas Jefferson was gonna sit across the table from you Negroes, man?
That's
Come
what I'm
on,
saying, man. These guys, the Haitians are delusional, man. These motherfuckers like Principe and whatnot. They really thought they had some negotiating. They said, "Well, we gave y'all Louisiana and the Purchase and whatnot, all the Midwest." Well, y'all didn't give shit, nigga.
How the fuck did they give all that? Where you get that from?
Because these motherfuckers are delusional, right? You basically,
he said he forced the sale.
Oh, yeah, force no damn sale.
Ah, hell no. Is that Principe? You got to come up here and explain that.
Yeah, Principe, you got to come up here, man. Take this ass whooping, man.
Got to explain that one, sir.
He forced the sale, man. That shit's fucking. Haitians, man, if they would just start making history, doing something, right, instead of trying to relive some past that never happened,
1804. You know they got. That's
But
all they
hold on,
got.
1804 was
That's
only a
all they
brief,
got, man.
because what they don't tell
1804.
you, hold on, what they don't tell you is 1825. When the
When they signed that deal,
You know what I'm saying? We came back to 1825. They showed up with a massive army. They said, yes, I'm Boston,
it's like, hey, you owe us this. They're like, you owe us this. The French are like,
Hey,
you owe us
Keizo was
this.
clowning them motherfuckers on his show one day, man. I was feeling bad for him, man. He was
No, Napoleon just didn't think anything was worth the Western expansion. So he wanted to go to Russia and stuff like that. He had no really ambition in this new world, this African new world. That's why he like that,
Yeah.
Carla, do you think that there is a possibility of making these Black Africans and Caribbeans integrate as, whenever they come to the US as Black American?
No, but the thing is, long as they think that they can on us white people, it'll never happen.
As
It's
long
not
as they what? Sorry.
if all they think this is what they is. I'm gonna tell you right now how I see it firsthand. Right, when they meet white people, right, and white people they put white people at ease by basically saying, "You can relax. I'm not one of them." I came here on a plane, not on a slave ship. And white people will reward them, right? So they have every incentive to distance themselves. It wasn't like that a couple of generations ago, But
Yeah.
white people basically realized that they could use these people against Black America. What are the main targets of white America, So as long as they feel like there's some gain or reward from white America, it'll never work here in America. That's why I said the only way we can be unified is in Afghanistan, That's the only way we can ever be unified,
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen in America,
Wow.
That's why we'll put it in people's mind, right? And Afghanistan is the only way. If you talk about Pan-Africanism absent in Afghanistan, you're lying. If you talk about anything African in Afghanistan, you talk about Black unity, Black male and female. As long as we live in a white man's country, when I say America, is just for getting our money. That's it. Just get your money here. Whatever you got to do, your education, while you can get it, whatever like that, and plan to build something else for the next generation. That's what I say. But if you like the way we're going right now, with no political power, no political representation, no nothing. We have 45 million people have no political representation. You think that's sane? It's insane.
Right.
45 million people have no political voice. You have a redundant Democratic Party who just only care about is LGBTQ, feminine talk, and fucking illegal aliens and whatnot. What the hell is Black America doing? Nothing.
Yeah,
got the Black Caucus, color the Black Caucus.
It's called the Congressional Black Caucus. The Congressional Black Caucus.
Hey, I remember that name. I was trying to before I forget was Ahmaud Arbery, the one that the black dude.
Arbery, yeah. Ahmaud Arbery, poor kid.
Yeah.
The Congressional Black Caucus. So the Black Caucus is this Black Caucus. Yeah, the Black Caucus, all they are mostly they've been infiltrated by Caribbeans, and all they do is how is immigration my number one issue? We got to help our Caribbean our people get here to America. I don't look. We have too many people in America. Get them the fuck out of here. Now Haitians are like that. We ain't going nowhere. It's 300,000 of them. They're ready to fight, man. That's gonna be interesting in February. They got to notice a vacate in February. What do you think is gonna happen?
Hey, Prince of P, you gonna be out there with him? You gonna be out there in February?
Yeah, Principally. What are you doing, man? According to Principally, we got to coordinate and be out there with them. So Haitians are not American. How's everybody American all of a sudden? That's another thing. You just can't call yourself an American and you have no heritage here.
Should have left our black asses in Africa. The white folks wouldn't have had this problem.
Yeah, well, they got us here now, so they got to deal with us. Man played 30-minute by Haitian Video Hightower. He said, Black Caucus. The man playing a 30-minute video high tower, and he is in a no, he's not in the Congressional Black Caucus. He's in several local caucuses, right? There's nothing wrong with being in a caucus, right? But he's a businessman, right? When he sits on a committee, he can get shit done, and it serves his interests, So it's not the same thing as these goofy ass people you guys elect from New York sitting on a Congressional Black Caucus,
Hey, Kyle,
Who's that
y'all touched
lady?
on the. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You can.
Nah, I was just trying to get Kyle blood boiling. Y'all talk about the bombs on Nigeria.
Yeah, well, I'm saying like that. I know 1776. He comes up here, we're bombing Nigeria. I tell you, like, man, first of all, don't come on my platform to my a bomb.
Oh, that's what you
Kala,
were talking
Kala,
about. I
Kala,
was
Kala,
listening, but I didn't know what you was talking about.
Kala, I'm sorry, but I have to say that when I woke up on Christmas, I learned that my wife told me that Trump bombed Nigeria. I opened a bottle of champagne, man. She bombed
Oh,
us.
I'm
fuck.
I'm like this. My point I'm trying to make is, although let's be honest with you, right? I kind of basically know it's necessary with the Islamic extremists and whatnot, right? But still, the optics of it, 1776 don't give a fuck about the Christians. He
But
just
Color,
thinks
Color, hold
standpoint
on.
of America bombing Africa.
Hold on, Color. You know that these whites control these Islamic extremists, though.
Oh,
So
I mean, so people say, man, but look, bro,
no,
I'm
you
like
they
this. I'm like this. Look, Abraham, man.
you
I'm
think
like,
the whites control the Islamic terrorists
of
in
course,
Nigeria?
I
all
don't,
over, all
I don't agree with that.
all
I don't
over.
agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I don't know if I agree with that, man.
No, it's
I'm
all over.
looking at these
How
people
many
like I'm looking at these
Islamic
people
extremists
like
did he kill?
these people basically are
I
fucking.
think they said it was like
dangerous, right?
5 or 7 or
These
some
people,
shit.
hold up. These
When he
people.
killed 5 of them?
When I saw that dude look
Don't
at
quote
an
me. I'm
American
just
white
trying to
man,
recollect.
I said a British white man, and said, "This slit his throat right there in front of everybody, in front of the whole world, or not."
Yeah.
These motherfuckers ain't controlled by nobody but themselves, man. These motherfuckers
No.
are crazy. Now, so I'm like this. These Islamic extremists, whatever the fuck they are and whatnot, all I want to do is these guys got to get out of Africa and get out real
That's $1
quick.
million worth of bombs and they only killed 5
Well,
people.
I don't
Control
know.
them
You got to
everywhere.
look it up. You got to look it up and double check. But the last thing I heard, I think they said like 5 or 7 Islamists got killed or something. It's probably gonna wind up being a lot more if they spent that
No,
much
if
on
you
it.
if
Gotta
look,
do a better
bottom
job
line,
than that, Trump.
bomb all they want.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot more if they spent that much
They haven't
money
learned
on
anything
bombs.
from the Iraq War. You
Uh,
cannot bomb your way out of anything. You have to, if
Yeah.
you're really serious about that, you got to put boots on the ground, right? You got to dig in, right, and hunt these terrorists down and whatnot, tank by tank, arm by arm.
but
Whatnot.
Kala, the Nigerian government, Tinubu and them was, they was in cahoots with the United States government. So what can you
That's
say
what they
about that?
say. That's what they
That ain't
say,
no
bro.
what they say.
They
That
have to
shit is
say
true.
that. They have to say that to save face. You understand?
Oh,
Trump was
okay.
going in whether
Trump
you
was gonna
like
go
it or
there
not.
regardless, bro.
Regardless of
Yeah.
whether,
They
okay.
have to
Whether
save
Tinubu
face.
said or not.
Okay.
They consider Nigeria a rogue state. So
Yeah.
Yeah, come
let's
on,
go
man.
to
Because
the rogue state.
that's not the
United
first
States
operation
government.
Trump has launched against Nigeria. Back in 2020, there was a white guy. I think he was like a farmer or like an aid worker. He got kidnapped from Niger by like some Fulani terrorist herdsmen and taken to Nigeria. They actually sent SEAL Team 6 to go rescue him. They killed but no one knows about it because it was kind of swept under the rug. But
Who,
that
who
happened in
was
like
who was who was
2020. Look it up.
kidnapped?
A white guy. His name was like I think Walton something. Philip
Right.
Walton.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
this was
because of
back in
yeah.
Fulani,
2020.
Fulani work for these white people, right? And they took this
Not
guy,
all
not
flying, not all
knowing.
flying, not all flying. I don't like making generalizations.
Okay, okay. In any case, right? You can see Ibrahim Traore openly telling, right, that France funds these ISIS terrorists attacking AES, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. How could you not
Yeah.
believe
Yeah, but the
that
thing
whites
is,
are
though,
doing the
hold
same
on.
thing
This is
everywhere
what
else?
I don't understand, right? The France would have a better deal. What do they get out of funding the Islamic terror? Because they're not trying to build a modern state, right?
They get to destabilize the country, so they
Right,
can
right.
just
So
move.
what I'm saying is this: so if this country is stabilized, right, and let's say the country is stabilized, and let's say Johor is toppled, right, it would take 60 years for the France to come back in like this, so they will lose regardless. So why would they? Why would they be supporting Islam?
Mhm.
They're better
Why would
off.
they lose?
No,
They're
they would
better
not
off.
lose because they would have access to
Yeah, but hold
to
on, that
all the
would not come
resources there.
immediately. You know, that would not come immediately. You know,
Yeah, but they'll
you
get it
talk about
anyway.
decades away from that shit, you know?
They'll get it anyway, and it will.
Yeah, but you got to hold. They got if they want it, it'd be probably easier trying to negotiate.
But like, for
No,
example,
they don't care about negotiating.
Paula.
They care about taking, right? And it's the same thing everywhere else. These Arabs, in like Syria and whatever else, right? I mean, this guy was installed, and the first time this ISIS co-founder went into presidency, being installed, the first government to visit him straight away, right, was a British one, right up into the presidential palace. They were.
I really don't think a lot of that stuff really. On one hand, somebody's an ISIS. Next thing is a Wahhabist. Well, it really doesn't really matter.
Like,
all
for
serves-
example, in Mali, the leader of Mali, the military guy, he was told like, "Oh, you can attack these terrorists, but you can't attack JNIM, which is funded by France." So it is true that France does prop up some people.
Of course,
Like,
yeah,
for
but not
example,
the terrorists.
Yeah, we should
But
not.
they-
We should. Yeah. So they have like like special kind of like jurisdictions, right? France controls West Africa, most of West Africa and Sahel, and US goes into Southwest Asia, right? And North Africa probably, the UK as well. They're fucking all over. But it's in general, it's whites that do this, right? So and they all support each other doing it as well. Like they all support all of these Islamic
The
terrorists.
United States will only get involved unless their Wall Street banks, Rothschild banks, funded it like they did Vietnam, whatever like that. If the Rothschild banks didn't fund it, the United States aren't going to get involved. But if the underwriters of the France's expansion into the West Africa was Wall Street banks, yes, U.S. military will be there. Just like in the Congo, right? There was a United States Wall Street banks who funded King Leopold into the Congo, right? That's why we had to go over there and get rid of Patrice Lumumba because, that money has to be recouped.
Yeah, bit all that oil on escrow.
Yeah. So the bottom line is this: the bottom line is all about the thing. I don't know if the United States funded France and Burkina Faso. I don't know that. I know. I don't know that, but but it will remains to be seen. Trump has a strong interest in there, so because he always talks about the region. So the United States don't even talk about anything unless they got something to gain or whatever like that from it. So it could be that the United States does have interest in that area, but how much?
They have interests everywhere. They want to control the world.
Yeah, they do. But what I'm saying is, America controls the world through the dollar. And the bottom line,
that's
the
fading
dollar
away
is the
now.
only thing, currency in the world that you could trade to get infrastructure projects done, major investments, everything. It's all
they
trade
control the world through their U.S. Navy, their numerous aircraft,
Military
carrier
bases,
battleship
and it's
groups,
backed up by
carrier groups.
its military.
military bases, proxy forces, and the dollar is fading away now as well.
So all they have is their
Seriously.
carrier groups that they can patrol the world with.
Exactly. So it's not hard to imagine that they fund some group that they themselves pretend to be completely against, right? And
what would the United States get if the Islamic jihadists win?
how could you be arguing about it when Ibrahim Traore clearly talks?
I know that, but I'm saying is, if it was up to me, United States or whatnot,
But I believe that United States and France have different agendas. To be honest,
they do.
France is
It's
just to
not
remain
too
in
different.
control.
Yeah,
It's
so
not
I don't
Africa,
think the United
by
States
any
that's
means
what I look at,
necessary.
how they could benefit because they could look. They basically during the Iraq War, France said no. Remember that, and said no. The United States was pissed because they always backed France on everything, and France turned against. Remember there was that schism between the United States and France because they didn't back
Right
the
now, there's a big rift between Trump and Europe. There's a big rift. Like
there is, you know.
Europe wants to keep
that's
supporting
because
Ukraine.
yeah, that's
So-
because the US wants to cave in on itself and say fuck the rest of the world. We have to look after.
Well, the United
American
States always been like that, but the whole thing is during like the time of Teddy Roosevelt and stuff like that, these imperialist countries acted like one big club, financing each other, you know,
right.
and stuff like that. And that started to wane a little bit as Asia starts coming up and whatnot, and then everybody starts scrambling saying, no, we can't do it like that right now. So the United States made this deal with the Pacific Rim countries and whatnot, you know, going against EU interests and whatnot with his own, struck up his own deal with the Pacific Rim nation that what's they call the that Trump suspended. I forgot the name of it, the Pacific Rim Pact, whatever like that, you know. So America's been doing their own thing in Asia, and I think America has always conceded or outsourced anything in Africa to Europe. But I think the thing might be changing. The United States might be getting directly involved in Africa, you know?
Yeah, like the DRC.
Yeah, so that's unprecedented. Usually the United States just says, okay, Belgium speaks on the behalf of a Western interest in a thing. Each country will have their own thing, and these countries deal with the United States. United States deal with these African countries through proxies like France, Belgium, and thing. But now I think the United States is basically forming relationships directly with these countries in Africa, you know. So
Them going after South Africa was the start. That was the start for me. They were once they started, going after South Africa about the fake white genocide shit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that happened, right? But like in 2014, it's not happening anymore. So they kept that hidden under the rug for like a whole fucking decade, and only now,
but
try
there was
to
no
say
white
that
genocide going on in South
It was
Africa.
the white genocide.
Well, there was like a decade ago, right? But it's like a couple
No,
of
it wasn't no white
thousands.
genocide. It was look. This is how it happened, right? They reported white genocide. Then they did their research around that. Most of the farm killings were black, and because when white people get killed, right, it had nothing to do with genocide. It had everything to do with friggin' criminals and stuff like that. Even the white South Africans said we investigated this, and we didn't find no bias. Sometimes people live in the outback of these countries and they basically frontier and stuff like that. Sometimes basically they get caught off guard and killed on the land, but it was nothing like there was a coordinated effort. When you say genocide, you mean the state and the government was basically conspiring to systematically kill people. That was not what happened. Well, there was violence there, and South Africa has a high murder rate,
I mean,
And
a
of course,
genocide.
the country has a high murder rate. They said they expect that the white populations, you live in South Africa, how you gonna have a high murder rate and white people are not touched? So white people were not used to living in that high murder rate, and the world started saying,
apartheid separated them from that.
yeah. So now they have to be in proximity to black people, and with that, black crime becomes their reality too.
Yeah, in any case, right? A lot of weird shit happened back in those days. And Julius Malema, who works for the US, right, for whites, who
I don't
pretends.
see that. How do you get Julius?
Bro,
I don't think so.
South African people have come onto the show and talked about it. And I said it.
Look, I'm not a big fan of Julius Malema, right? But I listen to him talk and whatnot. That guy's serious, man. He does not like whites. He wants them gone.
He's a clown. He's a clown.
I don't think so.
How is he a clown? How is he a clown?
Sings and dances that he wants to kill white people.
No, he don't say kill. He just says, look, he's right about this. You got these corporations that still own all the wealth in South Africa, right? And they own the farms, they own everything right there, and the black people have nothing, right?
Well,
he
how
says,
could
he talks about the Indians too. He goes, all these people got money, and he says the friggin' majority of black people are landless. That friggin' they have no wealth, no future, and they never had a chance or whatnot. And so apartheid didn't like. He's right about that,
Wait a minute. How could he work for
that's
white
that's
people?
That is a ticking time bomb in South Africa. So
it is, man. Sooner or later, it's going to be a genocide. White people like this, So
It's
Nakmeezy, whether he leaves with jail or death, man, you cannot go on another 20 years like it is in South Africa. It's a fucking time bomb. You know, you cannot have black people grow up saying, you know something, these white people did all this to us, we're not. But we're impoverished. Well, we're gonna pass on poverty for the next 5 generations.
Neck. Black South Africans outnumber whites like 10-1. If they can't beat them, then they deserve to die. I know it sounds bad, but if they can't defeat them, they deserve to die.
Yeah,
Why do they
you
need
know
to
that
defeat
should be easy work actually.
Why do they need to
10 to
defeat them
1.
if there's only a few of them, right? Why,
Well, Ibrahim, I would say like this: the white South Africans, which we call it, now want to take the Western Cape, the Northern Cape, and create a white homeland, African soil, make a cracker stand, right?
Yeah.
The bottom line, I say, and all of us black nationals say, over our dead fucking bodies.
Wait, hold on. Ibrahim, didn't you say he wanted to kill whites, Malema?
Yeah, but that's controlled opposition behavior, right? They can point and say, "Oh, we need to protect these white people," and he's the puppet that they have on their hands.
So
right?
you think they put him up to that?
Yeah. Of course. That's what South Africa.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What do you think about the whites? They want to expand Irania and make a white only home. And the guy's doing this is not even a South African; he's a white British guy.
Right? Yeah. So whites are afraid of BRICS, and South Africa.
Let me ask you a question. Should whites just basically vacate South Africa? How about they go?
Oh, no. Sorry, I'm not talking about the whites in South Africa. I'm talking about whites around the world, right? Like the US and whatnot.
Yeah,
right?
but we don't care about what they think, you know?
No, but this is part of it, right? This is part of answering that question, right? So that's what they want to do, is they want to have like a hedge against South Africa, helping BRICS and Africa to join BRICS and grow.
So let me ask you a question. The South African government is, as we call, a democratically elected republic, right? That means the country basically the government reflects the will of the people, right? If there's a political entity, a class in the country that's conspiring with foreign countries and whatnot, like to undermine the collective will of the people of the government and whatnot, don't you think that's treason?
Absolutely, yeah. And
so if I was Ramaphosa, I would round these whites up, right? You know, that if the country decide they want to join BRICS, right? If they want to do all stuff like that, I just think.
Exactly. Are they brave enough to get rid of these treasonous people, or are they too cowardly and too laid back?
One person that's brave enough to do it, Malema. Everybody's attacking. I'm like, Malema has never said anything against BRICS, and I personally, don't see the big deal in BRICS, but a lot of people do.
It's a weird situation. South Africa has been fucked up from the start. So, I don't have any of the solutions. I'm just pointing out what other people say, and which is probably true, So I don't have any solutions, unfortunately,
Yeah, so
I don't have faith really
Russia,
in these.
I think Russia and China should kick South Africa out of BRICS. They're clearly the weak link of BRICS.
I don't know. India,
because the bottom line, why it's not South Africa; it's a white population in South Africa is a problem.
No. So what it is, right? It's whites around the world funding.
Yeah, but whites around the world, the whites in South Africa are aligned with the whites around the world.
No. The whites around the world
they're not part of South Africa. They're not part of Africa.
But they will be funding these Iranian and white treasonous people in South Africa to use them as a hedge against this BRICS country, South Africa.
The problem is the black people in South Africa are weak and cowardly, and they're scared of those small white people. So if they weren't, they would just deal with them, but they're scared of them. So that's the problem. It's not the white
bottom line. They're just lucky we're not on the continent,
Yeah.
Lucky we're not on the continent because there'd be fucking war.
I know. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting situation,
So I'm like this. I'm like, you got whites talking about succeeding for South Africa. We talk about in Africa.
Can you imagine someone in America talking like that we're going to secede from America? You think
Exactly.
girls wouldn't do something about it?
Exactly.
They're
But
so
if
bold when I look. If
Yeah.
DK, forget about America. Look at the pushback I get by talking about we need an African American homeland, Afghanistan, in Africa. Everybody ready to cut our damn heads off, but and we have a legitimate right to talk about that. If not, it happens, but we have at least have a legitimate right to as a talking point. But these people can come up to and get on television and say we want a white homeland in Africa, in Black Africa.
You got groups like AfriForum meeting the U.S. government behind your back, conspiring against
In the
you.
bottom line, the fact that they can get away with that shit is just unfucking real.
It shows you how weak they are. That's why I say, I think Russia and China should kick South Africa out.
And this is what I'm saying. Hold on. If AfriForum could do that, right? If let's say we move to Africa, right? If they're that fucking weak in a strong country like South Africa, imagine how vulnerable we would be if let's say large numbers went to Ghana. We'd be a fucking sitting duck,
That's why, as good as that guy looks, your friend, what's his name, the bald-headed guy who moved to South Africa. I don't know if that's a good look. I think
Mark Blanton.
Yeah, if the people are that.
I mean, I love Mark, right? But he's what I call a Hakuna Matata Negro. I call it Hakuna Matata Negroes, right? Hakuna Matata. Oh, they just happen to be in Africa, living a good life.
Hey, man. Don't knock the Kuna Matata, man.
Yeah, Benjamin is Hakuna Matata, man,
Hey, it's
There's
a
no
problem.
a Baruti in the chat room is a Hakuna Matata Negro.
Kuna Matata Negro.
Yeah,
Hey, Colin,
Colin,
you know what you are? Hey, Colin, you know what you are?
What?
You one of those yard Negroes.
Oh, you remember that, huh? The yard Negro? I'm guilty.
You're a yard Negro.
I'm a yard Negro. I am. I'll be honest with you, most black nationals are yard Negroes. I'm a yard nigga, man.
I forgot about that shit.
I remember that shit, man. Break it down, Colin, for those who don't remember.
All right. Before I get Dave on. All right, Jules from the College Genesis, right? Let me break it down to you. Then I did a show a year ago called The Enemy Within, the Yard Negro. The Yard Negro is somewhere between the field Negro and the house Negro, right? The Yard Negro has hidden himself from history so you don't detect him, Wow. The Yard Negro basically plays this avoidance game with the white man. He doesn't want to leave the plantation, right? But he hangs around the yard. He does odd jobs. He carries messages and stuff like that. He drives a horse and buggy. He does shit like that. He's a yard Negro, right? He doesn't want to be in the house because he's too proud to be next to the master of the house, right? But he despises the field Negro, and he's always rabble rousing the field Negro, to uprise and whatnot, and he's always all he wants to do is carve out a place for himself on the plantation. He ain't trying to do. See, the people. Malcolm X said the house Negro field. No, the house Negro hated the master just as much as the field Negro. Because they had to hear their abuses and stuff like that. In proximity. The people who basically weren't on the field and didn't have to spill the whip, and those who then was in the house didn't feel the insults of a mental Crowley, was a yard Negro. Somewhere in between the house and the field is a yard Negro, and that's what most of your black political class are, the yard Negroes.
That's just interesting, huh? The yard.
Think about it. Most of the black political class, they come to you like, oh yeah, shit's fucked up, man, racism, white supremacy, and they basically like, oh, I ain't no house nigga, we're not, but you're a yard nigga, you ain't in the field, you ain't out here in the trenches, you out there living a good life. You got the nice political appointment. You appearing on TV every day. You're a yard Negro.
Fucking yard Negro. Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I said, man, I got a million of them.
Yeah. That inventing that right reminds me of what I invented.
No, I didn't invent that. I read that. I got that from one scholar. He was basically critiquing Malcolm X's yard. He said, yeah, but Malcolm X left something out of history called the Yard Negro. They said a lot of people don't talk about Yard Negro because a lot of black militants know they'll be discovered.
Yeah, I
Most
never
black
heard
leaders-
that. I never heard of that until you brought it up.
Yeah, well, it's true. The Yard Negro.
So was the Nation of Islam full of yard Negroes?
Of course, all black leaders of Yard Negroes. They're not friggin' house niggas. They're not field niggas either. Does Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad like they're in the field? No. They're Yard Negroes. Farrakhan, that's a Yard Negro. Farrakhan's too proud to be in the house, man. Cracker ass, cracker, blah blah blah. But he wants to be next to the master.
You don't
No,
want
he
to be in the
was
field.
he was playing calypso when these.
He's a Yard Negro when that. The Yard Negro also
for them,
the Yard Negroes also specialize in instruments. They played, violin on the plantation.
What's his name? He plays violin. What's his from Nation? What's his name?
Farrakhan.
He plays violin. Farrakhan. He plays violin.
The Yard Negroes was very instrumental.
Yeah, that's like that Negro playing on Roots, Lou Gossip Jr. He used to always play his fiddle.
Fiddler, yeah, he was a Yard Negro. Fiddler was a Yard Negro.
Yeah, what about Rayism? Instead of racism is Rayism, where my baby didn't do nothing, right? He tried to kill.
Didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing.
Yeah, my baby. That's my baby.
My baby didn't do nothing.
Exactly.
Rayism. Y'all talking about the Baby Boy movie? The Baby Boy movie.
No.
But there's memes going around. My boo boo didn't do nothing.
Yeah,
they need to stop that shit.
Yeah.
We're all supposed to be in the community. We're all supposed to be like, okay, we know he just knocked off 2 7-Eleven, carjacked somebody and whatnot, took a hostage and whatnot. But so we got to rally around boo boo because your boo boo didn't do nothing.
Right. Rayism. That's what I call it. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. All right, let me get Focused Dave on. What's up, Dave?
Yo, good evening, panel. Good evening.
What's going on, brother? What's that statistic you said about how much black people get out of the state of New Jersey?
Black people, black businesses in New Jersey, generate 15 cents off every $100.
Oh shit, that's even worse.
In New Jersey.
Damn, man.
I would say it was $1.
15 cents off every $100. So every $100 spent on a business, a black business, only.
Now, did the black politicians in New Jersey ever try to close that gap? Of course.
No, they didn't try to close the gap. This is what this guy is fighting.
Has anybody addressed that? Has any black political?
No, not in the political class. It's just got people that own businesses, black business owners.
Yeah, but the black political class is supposed to be representing those people.
They don't care. They don't
disconnect.
They about getting their own. They about getting their own bag. College.
The
quickest way.
Sending their kids off to that good school.
Yeah, the quickest way to get rich is politics.
Yeah, it's just like in Africa.
Yeah, look at Nancy Pelosi.
Check this
out. She's the best investor of all time. She's the Hall of Fame.
I got
the Hall of Fame.
There's one app I want to get right that tracks Nancy Pelosi investments, and you can invest in whatever she invests in. So other people getting rich, Hey, Dave, did you hear that one guy that's on Pulse Liberia? Did you have videos going? I'm gonna play it, right? The guy said. He said to President Boca's son, he said, "I'll eat you raw."
Now,
where do we hear that from?
That sound like Elvis.
He said, "I'll eat you raw."
No, he's talking about killing the guy.
Yeah, he's talking about killing the president's son.
I think somebody brought that up on the show last time about cannibalism and shit.
He said, "I'll eat you raw." I said, "Where did I hear that from?"
Yeah.
So, like I said, cannibalism is real, and
I've seen that shit, man.
Purposes, it's real deep.
It was in fucking Nigeria, man, and somebody was trying to argue with me about it. I seen that shit. I think it was Steve. Yeah, they was cutting people up, selling them. They was eating the motherfuckers.
I seen one in Nigeria, one market.
Taking
they had a human foot, man, at a market.
Yeah, they was taking a
lot of rituals, voodoo rituals for money rituals.
And that motherfucker said
I can just dive right in Africa like that, man. I can just dive. all of African like that, man. I can't do it,
You
man.
know, it's if you got like 10 kids, maybe 1 or 2, you sacrifice them for money, shit like that.
Yeah. Let somebody eat your fucking babies for a damn juju session. Fucking crazy.
And then when we say this stuff, people think we're picking on Africa.
Yeah, they know it's the truth. They know it's
I'm not gonna lie, mainly seen that in Nigeria.
Yeah, I mean, you
I
see
ain't
it
really
in
see that too much
Nigeria, or
all
I'm,
over.
yeah.
I seen
Well,
I
probably
seen some
like
a
in the
little bit in
neighboring
Nigeria.
areas, probably
I
like.
ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I traveled throughout Africa. I'm scared of Nigeria.
We can go there on Sunday.
I've been to Nigeria before. I'm scared of Nigeria, man.
I was good,
Like
Nigeria.
I be real with. I'm a real nigga. I'm a real nigga. Like
Hey, I mean,
meaning,
you know, hey.
I wouldn't even fly through Nigeria.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's how real it is.
Jonathan is there now, man. It's like, goddamn, Jonathan.
Oh,
But I haven't
God.
heard from him in like a week, so I hope he's all right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I'm saying my personal
Yeah,
preference.
that's you
Like
personally.
from
Yeah.
like I like
Yeah.
Ivory Coast, nice,
Yeah.
Senegal, nice, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying my
Yeah.
vibe, like my feeling, like nah.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's just me.
that's your vibe, you know.
That's just how I feel. And I got Nigerian friends, and I tell them the
Yeah.
same thing. And then
I'm like this. All I know is
and P game, my
Yeah.
Nigerian friends will agree with me. Like, yeah, my nigga, I ain't
Yeah.
going back there too.
Hey,
all I know is
I like
Yeah.
Nigeria. If they open up the border visa free, I go.
It's rough. It's rough. But Lagos, there's
But long
pockets
as
in
they
Lagos
want you
that
to
you
do
can go.
all this shit, they go visa. You gotta show them, man. It ain't that
yeah, they
serious.
want you to see your bank account, whatever like
Yeah, they
that.
want to fucking
Yeah,
see
man, you
everything.
motherfuckers be like add another zero on that shit, figure your
Yeah.
account number now. Next thing you know, they wipe your account out one night.
Not only that shit, as soon as you come in, they like, oh, we already know what you got. Don't say you ain't got shit. Quit lying. We see your bank account.
Anybody got to see my bank account? I don't need to come to your country.
Yeah, man. Now, if they open up the border, nigga, I'll go.
Nigeria hot zone right now. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh yeah, right now, yeah, they don't.
I'm
Yeah.
worried about this bombing.
Uh,
I know some people are laughing or celebrating or happy or I know the FBAs are happy. I know
Oh
they're
yeah, they
pumping.
love that.
Oh, they love this.
Like
But
I'm happy. I'm
this
happy.
is not a good look on the black race as a
It
whole.
doesn't. It's not good. No matter how you
I know
look at it,
you're
right? No matter how
laughing
you look
and
at it, it's not a good
cheering,
look.
but it's not a good look, bro. On Christmas, bro, why niggas eating their
yeah, I
turkey and
mean, to
shit?
be
Like,
honest with
why
you,
niggas watching the
I'm
games and
like,
shit? Nah,
I'm not happy
it's
or
not a good
sad
look,
about
bro.
it.
It's
That's
not
not
a
a
good look, bro.
thing to
I
me,
had a
man.
nice
Because
bottle of
listen,
champagne, man.
you
I
got
was
all
great.
kind of Nigerians begging Donald Trump to do something. So
And it's like
shit, he did it.
it's
They
fucked
got
up.
what they
It's fucked
wanted.
up. It's like they using them. It's like now he look like the savior of Christianity right now.
Yeah,
He's
to
the
them,
savior now.
to them,
Uh,
to they dumbass. Not nobody else. You know.
but hey man, I mean it's not a good look.
Uh, hey.
Now how we slice
Really
it?
not a good look.
It's
On
really
Christmas
not good.
collar, it's strategic. It's a, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, you know that was
You know what
strategic.
they do
Like,
is hold on, you know what they're getting you for?
uh,
Hold on, they could bomb Nigeria like that for any reason, right? They're getting you for a reason. Well, you know something? We got some refugees in the Congo, right? So let's go to the southern part of the central eastern Congo. Let's set up a parameter around that thing. In that parameter, oh, we discovered some gold, radium, and everything like that. We'll go ahead and help ourselves to this as compensation and whatnot.
oh yeah, of
But
course.
this is a real dangerous time in history. This is the first time America is actually probably military intervening on the African continent.
yeah, Colin, I've never seen this.
But
America's
Somalia
always
and
basically
Haiti too.
America. I think European countries are so weak right now. They're losing the power. France don't have it. The British don't have it. When not only the United States has the military capability of dealing with these emerging
Let
Africans.
me ask you a question. When they bomb Tahore, y'all gonna be happy too? Y'all gonna be celebrating too?
Oh, they will be.
That's
They'll
what's
be
gonna be
happy.
happening. That's what's gonna happen next.
Like I said, we're a sick race of people. We're sick.
man. I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
we're
I don't
sick.
know.
We're
I don't like.
Hey,
I don't like
FBA
the
not really
idea.
celebrating that
They
shit.
gonna
I'm not.
celebrate that
Nah, they
shit, man.
not
These
Over
niggas out
celebrating.
here,
here
over here,
celebrating
they will.
online, man.
FBA is celebrating
Nah,
it.
Come on,
FBA not
man. Fuck
celebrating
out
that
here,
shit,
man.
man. Nah,
I
hell
think
nah.
you can't
It's
bring
just
FBA into this. Like, just focus on Trump and Nigeria. That's it. The FBA ain't got nothing to do with this. They're not in the decision making
yeah,
ability.
FBA not
It's
focused
that's
on
the
that. It's
problem with
just
that's the problem with Pan Africanism, my opinion. They always try to loop in FBA or Black Americans.
yeah, we're
John's
not thinking
repeating it.
about that shit, man. Let
And
Nigeria hold their
exactly,
own dick. What the fuck we
yeah,
gotta do with it?
that's most
The
Nigerians. You ask
fuck
them,
we
all
gotta
of
do
them
with
in
that
the South,
shit?
they're happy about it.
Yeah, the
Okay.
Nigerians the one fucking celebrating. Look at this shit. The
So
fuck?
you know, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna let 776 up here. Let's see how long he lasts before I kick him out.
He's gonna. He's America first. You know he's America
Yeah, he's gonna come up
first.
here with
It
stupid
ain't gonna
American.
last long, man.
Let's
He's
see how long he
America
lasts.
first.
Time
Hey, man, y'all got me on the shot clock, man. But nah, what I was saying is y'all are being real small-minded and petty, man.
it's-
Over 70,000 Christians was killed in Nigeria. If you really are pro-black and Pan-African, you don't want to see a black man get killed, right? So basically, on Christmas,
let me stop you right there.
Not a bombing, bro.
Are
He
we
sent
supposed to
troops in.
believe that Donald John Trump cares
No,
about
no.
black Christians? I mean, that's a good question. Are we supposed to believe that? I don't like seeing that many Christians killed either, but the United States, Donald John Trump, J.D. Vance, Mr. We don't have to apologize for being white.
No, you know what? The reason I believe he did it. I believe is because Nandi, the leader of IPOG, Nnamdi Kanu, he was real cool and tight with Israel, so they just gave him like a life sentence. So I think they told him like, "Hey, bomb these people in the north." That's what I believe, me personally.
There's a lot to it that man. All I'm saying is, with the United States, okay, all right. Like I said, I would have more respect, right, if they basically put boots on the ground, at least in Somalia, right? They basically put boots on the ground when they invaded Somalia. Remember that? And they had a Black Hawk down or whatever.
What I was saying is, if you did your homework, a lot of Nigerians have been petitioning the president, Nicki Minaj, because this is a human Holocaust that's happening in northern Nigeria. A lot of Christians are
We
being.
know that. Hold up. You know that. But what is bombing somebody from the sky going to do? Have we learned anything from the Iraq War?
Well, one thing is going to do is
One
scare
thing
the
about
fucking
it,
shit
you have
out
to
of them. And
study.
nothing else.
You have to study history. You start with the airstrikes. After the airstrike, we already have intelligence on the ground. We already have Navy SEALs, Army
Tell me
Rangers
how
on the
that
ground.
work.
Right?
How that work out with us in Iraq?
You know how much technology has advanced since fucking Iraq?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, all right.
I mean, Iraq is like we was using F-16s. We got B-2 bombers. We got all types of stuff, man.
We got dragged into a fucking thing.
No, Colin, technically, as bad as it looks, we won the Iraq War. Saddam Hussein is
Yeah.
dead.
Well, I know that. But I'm saying, hold up.
We won that war in 100 days.
Hold up. This is how they sold us, right? I see a lot of eerie similarities, right? Ahmed Chalabi, when he was a president of Iraqi National Congress, he was sitting on Rumsfeld's lap but not eating candy, telling Rumsfeld, right, that Iraqis going to greet them like liberators. The United States,
yeah, we know the playbook, but we did right now.
The United States installed him as the government in charge.
Yes. Tinubu better get on. Tinubu better get on our page, or he's going to be going too. Because what we're doing right now is we're destroying these terrorists in the north, man. Yes, we're going to get. We're going to get some. Yes, we're going to get a little bit of that oil too, but that's you got to pay to play. So basically, like I always said, we're a global force of good.
It was moving up to the. It was all moving up to this point anyway, because
So I was just ecstatic, man.
We seized up the oil tanker, then the situation in Benin.
Yeah,
it was gonna come to
us.
Like I said, this is the era of American expansionism. This is a new golden era for America.
Why do I care about American special. I don't give a fuck
Hey,
about.
because people need insurance
That's
in
because
Nigeria.
you a yard Negro, Collar.
Color,
You a
color,
yard
color,
Negro.
color. Don't you think
Imagine how
that
much
you
life
could
insurance you could
allow
sell it.
Oh,
color,
no,
color,
shut up, man. Shut up. You know.
color? Don't you think? I know it sounds wrong. Don't you think you could use Trump to set up your Africanistan somewhere?
No, because I know for a fact. Look. I thought about that, but I know one thing: the white man in America doesn't give a shit about nobody but himself, right?
But how could you say that when we're saving black lives?
Hold up. If I was dealing with any other race of people, right, and everything like that, they saw somebody like me or whatever like that and say opportunity, they would go for it, right? The white man, you gotta understand somehow how the white man in America thinks, right? He thinks of the black man. You know, he thinks of you as some annoying little bug, right? That walks across the street, right? And he pluck you and hair like that, right? And basically, no matter how much noise you try to make, whatever like that, he knows if you get too much out of line or threatening, he knows he has the option of taking that fly swatter and crushing you at any time. That's what he thinks of the black man in America.
What
Look
was
on the fucking ground, you know. That's it, you know. They don't
Collar's
see you as a
So what?
threat.
You don't think if you
But
make a
Dave,
deal
what,
with Donald Trump for Afghanistan, you don't think that's a good idea?
Dave, what I would really want to see, I want to see like a 30-day barrage of just destroying targets all through the north for about 30 days, man. And then
Oh,
I'm talking
shit.
from the air, sea, submarine.
Well, you know he already.
You know he already. Regional war.
You know he
No,
already
no.
hit.
War. That's what you're gonna do.
Nah, come on.
You
It ain't
was
gonna be no
What's gonna
war.
happen is,
missiles.
what's gonna
You're
happen?
start
What's gonna happen
Christian
is,
and religious
look,
war.
that whole
You're gonna start
area
religious
between
war.
Chad, Niger, and
Yeah.
and Mali and whatnot
Hey, you know,
is gonna
76.
merge
That might
together. It's gonna
happen.
merge together with northern Nigeria.
You
What the
might
fuck
get
they
your
go?
wish.
Hey, Kyla, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Most African armies are like Boy Scouts. All of them can join up.
Have you ever seen your look, bro?
I would be so
Boy
happy.
Scouts. Have you ever seen the Niger army?
Kyla, man, I gotta go because you're playing tonight. Man.
Oh no.
Have you seen our military over the last 10 years?
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. Look, the last time I saw U.S. military, they had U.S. soldiers in high heels. You know,
let me tell you something. He does. Trump already purged that out. Man, we got airplanes. By the time you hear them, they're back in
The
America.
U.S. military ain't nothing to fuck with right now.
Nah.
Well, I know that, what I'm saying is, at some point in time, right? You're like Iraq, whatnot. You're gonna have to fight a real war instead of fucking bombing people from the air.
Listen, basic the military, African militaries are like park and rec basketball. It's a big.
Oh no, I don't think so. I don't think in Niger.
All right,
against
Carl.
those guys. Those guys are no joke. Niger is no joke. You know.
I mean,
just because
in
today's technology ain't about running and jumping. It's about knowledge.
No. It's still you still gotta play. These guys got military.
Time out. Hey, DK.
Niger doesn't have an air force. They don't have.
Yeah, I mean,
they got ground
in comparison to the U.S. I mean,
come on, Kylie. I thought you were smarter than that, man.
I don't see. Look, hold up. Look.
I thought you were smarter than this.
I do not see the American military.
That shit might not even be Boy Scouts.
In a long drag out war. What's that?
Time out. Do you see how?
If you go overwhelming
the creeks from since COVID,
strikes and whatnot, yeah. But if
you have AI technology, you have all types of technology.
Look, you guys have not understand. What did that technology do with Fallujah?
Well, that was urban combat.
That's like 20 years ago.
In Africa, right? Urban combat, you know?
I mean, you know, guerrilla warfare, you know, the home team always have an advantage.
And Africa don't have big cities like that. It's hut to hut.
They do got big cities. What are you, crazy?
All right, man.
Not in Niger. They have Niamey. That's it. But like,
come on, man.
I know, but hold on.
I understand your point. If it's on the ground,
area right there. If you go that whole area, northern Nigeria.
One thing, Kyle.
Listen,
you don't really understand. You need to watch the Military History Channel for about a year.
I do watch the military channel. I know for a fact that
our technology has increased 50-fold since.
Hold up. The same logic you said was, during then a few weeks later we have Fallujah, you know? And because it's different when you're in a country and you're surrounded by civilians and everything like that. You don't know who the enemy is. As soon as you get up there and you got a U.S. Marine kill a civilian or something, and the whole country turns on you, you're gonna have a mess.
Yeah. But to get to that, they have to survive the air barrage that the U.S. military is going to bring.
Yeah, man. You
Like
don't have to
Tomahawk
put no boots on the
Hold up.
ground.
That's what they did. Look,
all
don't you
that.
remember shock and awe? They did that to Iraq. You know, they gave them 40 days, 40 nights of bombing on that, but they still had to go in there and physically take Baghdad. You know?
But
Oh, I mean,
Iraq
once
was a bit
they,
more
you know,
militarily
listen,
advanced. You know,
once they get softened up by thousands of drones, what are you gonna do? So you just walk in there and take everything.
You guys got too much space. That's why I'm seeing why black people have never made no moves. But you're too scared of the damn white man.
no, but I get your point, Kala, because I follow what goes on in the military. Like a few years ago, 10 years ago, there was those special forces guys who got killed in
Yo,
Niger.
boy,
Yeah, no.
I gotta
Congo.
stop joking around because y'all don't understand the level of technology that we have, man. We have basically we have robotic
during Fallujah, bro.
we have robotic soldiers. We have man, it's so much technology. Listen, man, if America wanted to take over the entire continent, we could take that shit over in about 3 months.
Okay,
And that's
all right,
real
okay.
shit.
All right.
But Kala, you have to know that most Africans want this. They want America.
Yeah, they over there, Kala. They over there screaming at the top of their lungs for this.
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my freaking life, Kyle. They said, what you call says, look, most Africans, look, right now, there's a group of Africans going to Ghana right now to board Noah's ark made of wood. Like, Dave, you hear this?
I didn't hear this. I didn't hear about
They
it.
think it's
Oh,
that's the African mind, man. They ain't saying much money. You know, of course they see the white man.
The African mind right now is just fantasy. It's just fantasy.
the evil are.
So it's like
you still thinking about Noah. You can't feed yourself every day, and you talking about Noah's Ark.
And this guy looks like
they said the world's gonna flood, and they gotta be with Noah's Ark to save everything. You know,
and this guy looks like a complete bump. Like he couldn't lead me nowhere. Seriously.
Yeah, the guy, man, it's like it is what it is, man. But that's where Africa is right now, you know. Hey, Dave, you see George Ware said George Ware returned to Liberia. Nobody showed up at the airport. You see, Dave, you see that?
No, I didn't see that one.
Yo, he returned to Liberia today and whatnot at the airport. Nobody was there. George Ware comes back when these motherfuckers actually think he got a chance of winning. You know?
Yeah, they want him to. They want him to go back there, bro.
But you see that guy Mula? That guy basically all these goons and clowns. You heard about what happened in Painesville, the roundabout?
No, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear
Okay, they had a nice Christmas tree. I was gonna play it right, brilliant, right? The guy lit up a Christmas tree, right? The mayor of Painesville, right? Was sitting right there in the center of the roundabout. As you pass, it looks so beautiful, right? Somebody tore it down and burned it down. That's people say it's CDC people, you know, out of jealousy.
But that's what they do, Kyler. What they do is like, if your government in power, my government is out of power. I gotta destroy certain things in your government. You know, make it look bad. Stress your, do a stress test on your government. You know, stress.
But I would think Booker is playing with these people too much. You know, he's just playing with. He got to say. You heard Dave. You heard about that guy? Post Liberia. Somebody's echoing. Dave, you hear about that post Liberia? The guy said he was going to kill. We talked about that, right?
Yeah, but I don't know why would he say he wants to eat the guy?
He said, "I want to eat you raw." That's Elvis.
We heard this before. You know,
we heard this before. I'll eat you raw.
That's war talk. That's war talk.
That guy said, just because you politically disagree with somebody, I eat you
raw.
That's
war talk, Colin. That's war talk. I want to eat eat your heart and eat you. That's war talk. They want to eat. These guys are nuts.
Yeah, so it's like you don't play with these people, man. You know, I ain't playing with them.
Like you said, Kyla, the war wasn't against the Congo people. It was against civilization.
It was against civilization. That's all it's been about.
It was against the war.
It was against the rule of law.
Yeah. I don't want to follow your law.
Order and decency and structure, you know? That's all.
Who are you to tell me what to do? Who you? You ain't nobody. Yeah, that's what.
So the bottom line is this. So, like I said, you cannot have two different people with two different concepts of what civilization is and whatnot. It just don't. Something got to give, you know. So, yeah. But I believe this is our last chance to get Liberia right, bro.
Yeah, man, Liberia, man. These guys, they just want power. They don't want to build nothing. They want power.
All they want to sit around, wait for 4 years, see if they can get back in the office. See, that's all it is. Look, let me tell you something. In Area 2, next to my boy Flo's apartment, his condos where he has a mini resort where I used to stay at.
Yeah.
It was snow. I told you that, right? He has a mansion on the beach, right? That's incomplete. It's been there for 4 years, right? Incomplete. That's what it is. These guys, he bought it for his girlfriend. That's all these guys do. Get in office, whatnot, and try to look big and loot the country and live big, whatnot. That's all it is, you know. And then you ever see when you go to Liberia, Dave? You saw these old men going there. All they're gonna go there and just mess with young girls and whatnot, village girls and whatnot, you know. They come back to America and whatnot, you know. Like, man, y'all gotta do better than this, you know.
What they do, that's get you a nice little young girl, make you feel like you young again, that's how they do.
You gotta be like 80 years old going over to Liberia with young girls and whatnot, and
yeah,
and friggin' it's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous.
Live their life, feel young again. Feel like I'm 20.
And then they always preach to you about the Congo man and blah blah blah. I was like, man, shut up,
The Congo man.
I was like, anytime you talk about the Congo man, I'm like, man, shut up.
Oh man.
I'm at the point now. I'm like, I don't want to hear nothing no more. I
don't want to hear nothing. I don't hear none of that no more, man. Anytime
you don't. And then when you do hear it,
anytime they talk about the Congo man, I walk away, man, because I wouldn't hear that.
Yeah, when nobody want to hear that.
What you doing now?
And that's what they can't. That's why they can't. What they can't explain.
Where new city you built since this man left?
Yeah. What have y'all done for Liberia besides destroying the country?
Gotta add it up, Whatever he did.
That's Elvis.
What have you built?
What have you built in your country in 45 years? Nothing.
Out of the 45 years of it, 14 years of it was a civil war, uncivil war.
Uncivil war, just chaos.
Uncivil war. Then 30 years of it has just been like the last 30 years, just corruption.
But don't you see there's a parallel between the black political class in America and Liberia and Africa?
Let me ask a question. I want to ask a question.
Absolutely nothing for us,
Let me ask a question, Kyle. So let me ask if we trade places with the political, let's do a trade in places with the political class. Let's put our politicians here in America, in Africa, and put the African politicians here in America. Places already built, everything running. Let's see how
it'll be still fucked up.
It'll still be fucked up.
Yeah, man. If you bring the black,
if you do like the traders places,
if you bring the black politicians in America, right, who do absolutely nothing, right? They have no means to do nothing. They don't have the networks to do anything. Nothing, right? You put them in Africa, right? That's why people always have this thing where Africans.
These guys are qualified. These guys run major cities like Chicago.
Yeah, but are we actually running those? That's a question. Yeah. I don't want to hurt people's feelings, man, but I did my homework, Dave. Black people ain't running shit, There's a white political machine, and all black people do is get elected and be the face of that political machine,
Yeah.
There's no black.
It's already a mission statement of things you got to do. It's already a mission statement of things you have to do.
Yeah, so the bottom line is black people ain't running these cities. Black people don't run Atlanta. Are you kidding me? We don't run Detroit, Atlanta, Chicago, and that. We're in the mayor's office, right? They're like that, but the political machine that brought that thing together is by freaking white people, and Jews and everybody else. You know, even in Atlanta, Indians I heard got a lot of power. You know, those are the people that bring the money in, bring the tax revenue. Whoever brings the tax revenue in and bring the investors in, that's who runs the fucking area. You know, and I just don't see black people aren't that sort of people. You ever see? Remember the movie Jaws?
Yeah.
Remember the mayor? I always liked that movie because remember the mayor? What was he always think about? You know, Summers, Amity is a good place. Come to Amity, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We need tourists.
Promoting,
Remember that?
marketing, yeah.
Yeah. When have you ever seen a black politician do that?
Oh, please.
What does Brandon Johnson have to sell Chicago? Does he say, come to Chicago? We got this, we got that? No. Everybody's trying to get out of the city, you know?
Nah, it's dumbass sitting up there, keep trying to talk about immigrants and shit.
Yeah. No building nothing, no inventing nothing, no attracting investors, whatever like that.
Yeah, they don't promote the cities. They don't market the cities well, promote them.
Because that's the job of white people, you know? A mayor's supposed to be the salesman of the city, you know? He sells the city to the world, you know? If I ever became mayor of Monrovia, Dave, you know what I'd be doing? I'd be going around the world, you know what I'm saying, showcasing, you know, appearing in commercials, appearing on TV shows. Remember, come to Monrovia, you know, and whatnot. You know, if I was a mayor of a city, man, if I got like mayor of a city,
yeah, you selling it. You know, you looking for city planning.
I want developers. I want new residents. I want all that shit to come to my city to build. You know, that's the only way you're gonna do it. Black cities, man, don't do that. All you got is black people in the city that you got to keep, like Newark, right? Newark's handicapped because you got too many black people that's draining the city. You know.
Mm-hmm.
When you say something about that, oh, you're against your own people, Colin. And I'm just telling the truth, man.
No, it's truth. It's the truth.
You got too many people draining the city. I have no idea how this. I had the idea, man. We got to reopen those steel mills in Newark. Remember?
Those stuff hasn't been open since the riots.
I know. So the bottom line, until you start creating jobs, whatever, that's the base of everything. Is those industrial jobs? That's what makes a city anything possible. You know. You got to have that huge workforce. You know, you get rid of your industrial workforce when you got nothing. You know, the reason why Virginia's still doing good right now because we got the shipyard. You know, we got Newport News shipbuilding. You know,
okay.
And same thing with Baltimore. That's what keeps this area floating right here. You know, and the military base. You know, that's what keeps the whole area floating. Everything else is added on to it. When not, you know, but without that base, without the shipyard, you can forget it. You know.
Yeah.
So.
They don't promote the cities, man. They don't promote the cities.
Yeah, how can you promote a city? I mean, when they got carjackings and whatnot, can you really promote Baltimore? No. Come here in Baltimore. You have a good chance of getting jacked. You know, you got a good chance of getting your wig split back. You know, but don't go out at night. Don't go here. Don't go there and whatnot. It's kind of hard, man. If you're black, you know. You know, because it is really tough, man. You know,
it's really sad because you know these cities are really beautiful if it was cleaned up.
Oh yeah, yeah. Look how we ran Gary, Indiana to the ground. You know, city completely abandoned. You know,
abandoned city, like
yeah.
Completely? But why black people can't buy it up and rebuild?
Oh man, dude, Dave, man, it's hopeless.
Black people, what's
it
wrong
is,
with black
Dave,
folks,
it is
man?
hopeless.
Come on, man, it's happy Kwanzaa, man, unity, man. It's the first day of Kwanzaa, man. What happened, man?
Yeah, man, you got to talk to Burundi.
Hey, Dave, what?
You got to check in. You got to check in with Burundian dollar bill on that. You got to check out Burundian dollar bill on that one. I don't know what I said. What in the Ubuntu in the world? The Ubuntu.
Hey, Dave, what happened to all that Kwanzaa money, man? What's up?
I got my Kwanzaa money, man. I got my Kwanzaa money, bro. Kwanzaa money, bro. This is the best time to buy everything, man. Everything.
Oh yeah, Black Friday Kwanzaa deals.
Yeah, everything's gone, man. It's the end of the year. Yeah. You're trying to get rid of everything.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna play a video of Gary Indiana Hoods.
Yeah, why we can't buy that up? buy Gary up.
But how do you gonna buy something up? Who are you gonna populate it with?
Yeah, people come, but black.
Yeah, but who? But that's the whole thing.
That's the first Afghanistan, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, we have no. If I had a control over what black people can move there, yeah, I could build it. But we can't discriminate. We gotta take the Boomquishas and everybody else.
Oh man,
good third of the population gonna be Section 8.
But how do these other people discriminate when they be doing shit? Like they
got things like homeowners associations.
Yeah,
they got things like networks that you won't even know about. And they know a couple of blacks are going to get through, the cracks. But they got like in Virginia Beach, right?
Don't they got the white only town? That white only town on Arkansas.
Even the white only towns, you know what they do? Yeah. They'll basically get like upper middle class black people, right? And bring them in and say, hey, we're not racist. But the black people they bring, they're very selective,
Oh yeah, I know.
Cherry pick the black people they bring in. Trust me.
Yeah.
Like in Virginia Beach, right? Norfolk people complain that Virginia Beach and Chesapeake is stealing all the black residents, the middle class black residents. It's the truth. Yeah. Everybody, it's like Norfolk and Portsmouth and all that are like escape. Like escape from Alcatraz and shit. Everybody trying to get all the black people trying to get out here, because the city is just run down to the ground, man. It's just sad, man. Norfolk is a beautiful city, man, but man, when you got 45% of the population Negro,
yeah, I was thinking about moving there. I was like, hell no, man.
I mean, it's all right, but but like I said, just don't get used to walking around.
Yeah, nah.
Make sure your ass is inside by 9 o'clock.
Fuck that.
Get everything you need by the time you'll be all right. Get inside by 9 o'clock. Don't make eye contact with a lot of people.
We gotta live like that with our own people. What happened to the
man. Look, man, you could
Hey, Dave, what happened to that Kwanzaa spirit? Man. What is that Kwanzaa spirit?
Yeah,
unity.
When you go outside, you see a YN or thug. You say Hakuna Matata, it's all the rest of your days.
Hey, they got police trying to follow me home tonight. When I was coming home, I was like, what the fuck?
Hakuna Matata.
Huh?
You say Hakuna Matata.
Yeah, I said Hakuna motherfuck you.
But yeah, the bottom line is
you should have told them it was Kwanzaa, my nigga.
I like this dude really trying to follow me home.
Like I said, man, Norfolk, the way it is, like if you're out at night in Norfolk, right past dark, the police feel like you're up to something. You're black, you're up to something. They're gonna give you a routine check, whatnot. Usually they'll find some weed on you, and some, they'll smell that you had a beer like 3 hours ago. But if you have any traces of alcohol, they could have probable cause to arrest you for the night.
Yeah,
even though you won't stick, right? But
fucking bullshit.
And just enough thing where they have your car towed, you spend the night in jail, and they give you a small fine or whatnot. No big deal. Ruin your life.
Yeah, just ruin your life.
Next day, you can miss they get fired. Then the whole rest of your life spirals out of control because you're late on your rent and everything like that. Next thing you know, you're homeless. And everything like that. But that's the way it is in Norfolk,
Because of a fucking...
Most people spend more time paying traffic fines and stuff like that than they do actual bills,
Yeah, fucking stupid.
That's why people move out to Virginia Beach. The cops here don't really fuck with you like that, And so, but Portsmouth in the inner city, Newport News, if you're black, they automatically see you're up to something, and they pull you over and they follow you and everything like that. It's like I ain't worth it, So, but that's living out here, man. Virginia, it is what it is. But yeah, so we don't have like one city. Like I said, I met the mayor of Newport News a couple of years ago, and he was like, "Yeah, man, blah 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 blah." He's a dentist. He has a dentist practice, and basically when we did that event. Everybody was basically like, man, we having a good time. We have all these college there. everybody was like saying myself, looking at the watch, like, we gotta get the fuck out of here before it gets dark. You know, I'm dead serious. Like, everybody looking at the watch, like, yeah, let me just wrap this shit up. Man. Get the fuck out of here soon, you know. Everybody wanted to be the fuck out of here, like, fuck the community. People coming all over when the community was left on its own. We had to stay out there. We had the little rides for the kids. And
fucking crazy.
Those, inflatable houses things with the kids. Like, we had it nice.
Yeah, those jumpers.
Yeah, whatever, like that. It was a really nice day, man. But
let's shut this shit down, guys.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, you know. Because we'll see y'all again next year, you know.
Yeah, man, it's crazy like that, man.
Look at 77 says the fake white. No, man, the boogeyman is real. The boogerman's real. The boogeyman gonna get you when that. The boogeyman's gonna look, man. Bottom line is there's definitely something going on here. 1776, you know, it ain't just all my imagination, you know. But yeah, so. Yeah, we like I said, I would love to see not just an African, right? I can see the people that say when I say an African, right? See, I'm playing for keeps, right? Now, I would love to make all the black municipalities in America part of the greater African, right? But there's none that's worth anything, you know? I'll get laughed off the scene. Say, "Oh, you're gonna make Gary and that part of the African? You're gonna make Detroit." New Orleans, Fifth Ward. It's like every last single municipality in the black world is shit. You don't think there's something wrong with that? Well, you might as well go to Lagos, Monrovia, Accra, Ghana, carry on to New York, you know, any district in the Bronx, Queens, Long Island, wherever there's Negroes, right? There's problems, you know?
Wow, Kyle.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. You know, I tell you what it is, right? Is, I think the people like the Umar Johnsons like to bully us into submission. You ever notice that?
I ain't stand that motherfucker.
Remember that said, Banty Mandinka, right? Are you married? You have a kid?
Yeah.
Now, Umar says that that's not enough. You should be out there.
Hey, man, if I see Umar, man.
But that's what they do. You can't live a life, right, and raise your family.
Umar himself not doing that, boy.
Yeah, exactly. How many baby mamas he got?
Shows you how powerful guilt is. Because we live with black guilt and shame. We always think everything we do is wrong, you know? So somebody just comes to just browbeat you. I see brothers like, man, hold your head up, man. Don't let this motherfucker browbeat you and whatnot, you know?
Yeah, he can you got to do this, man. Fuck you.
Yeah, Umar, he does cuck black men. He's a dick police, you know?
Yeah.
I call him cuck.
But I know it's an act and it's a hustle. He got to do that because he pandered to the black woman. That's
what I'm saying. He panders to the black woman.
He got to throw us under the bus. For the black woman.
Yeah, you notice that too. Yeah,
I already know it's an act. I
mean, it's like this. This is how it is, right?
Yeah. That's your Pan-African prince, the most.
Check us out. Check us out.
I ain't no
men are naturally supposed to be territorial, right? So therefore, it does bother me when I see a white guy with a black guy. It's my territory. He's been like this, right? Now, when I see a black guy with a white girl, I say, yeah, he's a solid. But I'm like this. It doesn't bother me because I'm like this. You're spreading our seed in her and you're making something with us, you know? Why does Umar feel like he got to protect white womanhood so much, you know? You ever thought about that? He says he's doing that for black women. Well, the black women you want to protect, Umar, don't want black men. All it seemed like they want black men to do is sit back and be miserable. You say, okay, I'm into black women, right? Now what, right? When we go out there, women ain't talking to you in the club. They're not talking to you anything like that, right? And so you're like, motherfucker be sitting around, damn, I'm 35 years old. I'm still buying drinks for fucking underappreciative singing in the club, right? And what happens is the nigga ends up going over to the other side, you know? I gotta see with that, or to get a passport, you know? Umar even made a comment about Passport Bros. You know,
They under fire right now.
it's like
Tyler. I ain't gonna lie. They under fire right now.
FBA on his bumper, huh? Fuck that nigga.
It's like, oh damn, Cuck. You know, so a nigga supposed to sit around till he's 50 with no woman.
African Prince fuck face.
You know, how come I can talk about black queens, but I can't have one? Come on, Cuck. You know,
fuck face.
Cuck. So, like I said, man,
Umar just making a fool of himself.
You check this out. They call me the ringmaster. Why? See if you remember this, Bantam Bandika. Because I have a circus of what?
The deadliest clowns, man.
The circus of deadly clowns, you know? They call me the ringmaster. I have a circus of deadly clowns, you know? When I first started this journey 20 years ago, man, I said, I have to tell the world about the deadly clown. You know, I didn't know how I was going to get my message across. That was one of my first blogs, The Deadly Clowns, you know? I wrote a whole series. I started with that
dude. Kyla.
Huh?
I said the deadly clowns all over.
Yeah, no. Check this out.
Yeah.
My first deadly clown blog was about that comedian Carlos Mencia. Remember him?
You
don't see him no more. He's like the white Hispanic guy who's like a racist, whatever.
Everybody's
canceled his ass.
He had a show. He had a sitcom, right?
Mencia. He had a sitcom?
No, he was just a stand-up guy. You know. He was a clown. You know. Anyway, I said deadly clowns, you know. I'll talk about him when I was like these comedians. I was like these comedians. I was really talking about him. At the time, I didn't really like David Chappelle. I'll talk about him because there was a Chappelle show was out then. I was just basically going around and say, "Oh, do you guys see that fucking big Nigerian dude that's out?
Oh,
what a comedian
and whatnot, you know?
Well, he a comedian?
No, he be eating food and whatnot. He be making these big, open his mouth.
Yeah. I know him. I know. This is a minstrel show, Colin.
It's like a big groove. That's why I said deadly clowns. You know, his name is Big Groove. Whatever. He's in Nigeria. You know,
I know who you're talking about. That big.
That's Chupo's brother. You know.
Big buffoon looking motherfucker.
Which one? Tariq had him in that video that Bucci. Remember that? He had to do the.
I didn't see that.
Oh, you didn't see that Bucci Man video?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I gotta play that, man. I'm sorry.
Oh shit!
You
gotta play. Hey, Kyle, you gotta play. It's the government.
Oh no, he took that out, man.
Oh, he took it down.
Yeah, he said because I was playing it. People, yeah, man. So people basically said, "Kyle's playing your shit, man." So, so what you call? He took it down. I love that. It's the government. The government is the government. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so when Poison Joel off, you know. Now I don't like Tariq. I'm the FBA, man, but I gotta play
FBA, FBA.
It's just funny as hell, man. You know
you love us, guys.
Yeah, somebody said he couldn't do that in Nigeria. Dude, man, don't give me it. So he comes all the way here to buffoon and clown. Come on, man, you know. Somebody said he can't do that in Nigeria. Yes, the fuck he can, you know.
Oh, he could do it, but he wouldn't make no money there. That's all.
Yeah, he ain't gonna make no money in Nigeria, you know. If he could make money in Nigeria, if they came over there and said, we're looking for Nigeria's next buffoon and whatnot, man. Nigeria line up around the
Mr. Bucci, you do understand that you're now in court for third-degree stalking of a man. I'm innocent. Just because I'm obsessed with Tariq, that doesn't mean I'm stalking him. Well, there were several eyewitnesses who said they saw you lurking around the Black History Museum. Prosecution, would you like to bring a witness to the stand?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to call a Mr. Eric Mays to the stand. Now, Mr. Mays, we do understand that you are a hostile witness.
Yes, I'm hostile. I was just trying to enjoy my banana pudding at a senior citizens brunch at the Black History Museum. I didn't know I was gonna be involved in some damn case about a big booty bear. Hold up a minute, Mr. Mays. You're out of order. You out of order. That bear's out of order. That ugly man sitting over there with that red hat and that pineapple-shaped head is out of order. Ew, is that how you do? Mr. Mays, if you engage in another outburst like that, I'm going to hold you in contempt of court. Do I make myself clear? Yes, you do. That's it. Contempt of court. Contempt of court. Prosecutor, you want to bring on your next witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The next witness is Hollywood actor Morgan Freeman, who happened to be at the senior citizens brunch at the museum where Mr. Bucci is accused of stalking. Mr. Freeman, can you please tell the court what you saw when you were in the vicinity of the museum?
It was a dark and dreary night as I temporarily stepped out of the museum to go to my vehicle to retrieve a bottle of hot sauce for my chitlins. I briefly came around the corner to the image of a bear with the widest hips I'd ever seen. It was a heavy-set bear. It was a sassy bear. It was a musty bear. And the scent from that bear penetrated my nostrils like the scent of mint julep tea at the crack of dawn on a warm Mississippi morning. But in this case, it wasn't the crack of dawn. It was the crack of that bear's ass that I was smelling.
Objection, Your Honor. This is just a bunch of babble and hearsay. Objection sustained. My client is not a stalker. He simply has a man crush. He was born with a chemical imbalance that makes him attracted to men. That is why he's built like a hermaphrodite. As you know, California just passed a new non-binary law that allows men to pursue their fantasies without any judgment. In other words, if he has wide hips, you must acquit. Well, based on these new non-binary laws and this other information, I'm going to have to dismiss the case. Case dismissed. Yay! Yay! I won! I won! Order in the court. Order in the court. Now, Mr. Bucci, if you continue to bussy pop in the court, I'm going to have to hold you in contempt. Take that, prosecutor. How do you like those apples, Morgan Freeman? In your face, old man. You better get away from me before I kick you in them wide childbearing hips of yours. Oh no, 100 feet, 100 feet. I gotta go. Cheeks, don't fail me now.
Hey, Bucci, get in the vehicle. We need to talk.
I'm guessing you're on YouTube looking for resources to grow your artist brand. Imagine being able to reach 15 million views on the first video of a new YouTube channel you start at 0 subscribers. Imagine that video attracts...
What's this about, boss?
Well, Bucci, I have to pick you up here because we dodged a bullet with this court case you just had. The cover for our operation was almost blown, so I can't have you coming up to the FBI headquarters right now.
So what's the plan, boss?
Well, it's time for you to go deep undercover, Bucci. Next week, there's going to be an FBA luncheon there at the Black History Museum. It's going to be a red carpet event with celebrities and other guests there.
Okay.
We have this secret powder that creates incredible gas in the intestinal system, but it has a bitter Jollof aftertaste. We need you to find someone who can sneak some Jollof into the event. Then you're going to use this powder and put it on the Jollof, and the guests are going to get gas. And this is going to cause incredibly bad press for the museum, ruining its reputation.
How am I going to sneak some Jollof into an FBA event, boss? I'm going to stick out like a sore thumb.
That's why you're going to have to go deep undercover. And you need to take a couple of people with you. You can't use any of our assets at the moment because things are too hot right now. So you're going to have to find your own assets to assist you with this mission.
Who am I going to get? The only people I know who know how to make Jollof are foreigners, and they would look suspicious as well.
Well, you've been running the Pan-African scam for a few years now. Can't you get some of your Pan-Africanism buddies who can go undercover?
Well, boss, the problem with that is most of the ones I know are non-FBA, and some of them have janky hairlines. And if they walk into a foundational Black American event, their covers will be immediately blown.
Well, Bucci, you need to figure out where you can find some Pan-Africanists that can go on this mission with you, because time is of the essence.
You know what? I did see a guy who did a lecture at our local Olive Garden, and he was a Pan-Africanist. And I heard he opened up a school not too far from here. Maybe I can go there and see if he has some Pan-African students that we can recruit to assist us.
Well, Bucci, you go over there and you make it happen. Because if you don't get this assignment to go off without a hitch, we're going to slash your Olive Garden budget.
Oh, no. Don't say that, boss. Don't say that. Trust me, I'm on it. Please drop me off at my Bucci mobile. This area looks kind of weird. I hope I'm in the right spot. Greetings, my brother. Welcome to the Buster Douglas, Mariah Carey, Tevin Campbell, Patti LaBelle School for Boys. How can I help you, my brother? I'm currently working on an undercover operation, and I need some of your Pan-African students to help me infiltrate an FBA event so that we can sabotage it. I'll make it worth your while financially.
Well, I appreciate your offer, my brother, but we currently don't have any more students here at the school.
Wow, what happened to the students?
Some of them didn't want to come to class and they wanted to hang out on the corner. And I'm not going to be able to psychologize them off the corner. Some of them had to be put to sleep.
For how long?
For good!
Wow, that's intense. Well, what should I do? I really need to get some Pan-Africanists to help me with my mission.
You know what? I might be able to help you out. We have a maintenance man employee here at the school who's working on my HVAC, and he's a Pan-Africanist. Maybe you can talk to him.
Oh, goody. That would be wonderful.
Oh, I see he's coming out right now.
Oh, my goodness. What is this bear doing here? What are you doing here? I thought you worked at the recording studio across town.
I have multiple jobs. You lazy akatas wouldn't know anything about that. Now, what do you want, nigga?
I need help going on a secret undercover mission infiltrating an FBA event at the Black History Museum.
How am I going to do that? I would stick out like a sore thumb.
I know this. That's why I need you to wear a disguise while you sneak in some poison jollof. If you help me out with this mission, I can get the FBI to help you get your green card.
If I do this, I'm going to need a third wingman to act as a distraction. Can I bring my cousin who's visiting me to go along with us on this mission?
Yes, you can bring him, but you guys have to cover your hairlines so that you can blend in.
I know what to do, nigga. I don't need you to tell us how to whack.
So you and your cousin meet me at the museum this Saturday night. I'll reach out to you tomorrow so we can plan this out more.
This is good, my brother, and I am glad that I've been able to assist you. Now, since I've helped you out, Here's how you can repay me. Now, you are big and husky, and you look like you eat grits.
I love grits.
Then send me your grit money. All the thousands of dollars you spend on getting fat eating all those grits, send me your grit money for the school.
Why should I do that?
How dare you question the woke walrus? I'm Big Papa. Do you know who you are in the presence of?
I'm not really sure, no.
Well, I'm a descendant of Jesse Owens. I'm a descendant of Winnie Mandela. I'm a descendant of Cisco from Drew Hill.
Okay, I got it. Well, good luck on your school, woke walrus.
I'm a descendant.
G32. Okay. G14.
I'm gonna fast forward it.
Bango.
And the winner is Percy Earl.
Hey man, that shit was funny as fuck. Look at the chat room, they laughing like a motherfucker.
Why did they kick you out?
Say Percy Earl. Say Percy.
Hey, let's let it play, Colin. Just let it
Supervising
play.
doing our performances and running up there singing lead. That's
Look at the
messing up our
mustaches on them.
routines.
Messing up the routine. I'm the best thing that ever happened to this group. I'm selling all the records. The peoples is coming to see me.
They are coming to see the Whispers.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Scotty. You wish you can work it like Percy Earl, but you can't. That's why you is jealous of me. Cause all the women's love some Percy Earl.
You know what, Percy Earl? I done had enough of you. We done voted you out the group. So it's over for you, Percy Earl. Security!
What is this? What is this? You ungrateful sons of guns? How is you gonna do this to me? I made you two caterpillar mustache having niggas. I made you. How dare you? They kicked me out the group and then they started turning people in the industry against me. And a year later, when I released my solo album, Straight Outta Selma, I didn't get no promotion or no radio play. They made me get blacklisted from the industry because I was deemed too difficult.
So what you gonna do now, Percy Earl?
I was gonna go to that FBA event at the museum and gives them a piece of my mind because the day of reckoning is here.
I hope this disguise is good enough. I don't want my cover blown.
Hey, Bear, is that you?
How did you recognize me?
I can spot those hips from a mile away. Anyway, this is my cousin Mongo.
What did you do with the Jollof powder I gave you?
We already put it in the Jollof and my cousin switched it with the jambalaya over there at the buffet table while I was causing a distraction.
Oh, good. Now we should eat some of the jambalaya and talk about how good it is, so that will encourage others to eat some too.
That is a good idea.
Which one is the Jollof and which one is the jambalaya?
I think this one is the Jollof.
So let's eat some of that jambalaya over there. This jambalaya is so delicious. You should try it.
This jambalaya is delicious. You should get a big plate of it.
I haven't seen you around here in this neighborhood before. What's your name?
My name is Daquan Jackson.
Daquan, it sounds like you have an accent. Where are you from?
I'm Golagichi, nigga. That is where my accent is from. Keep your eyes open for them whispers, Charlie Ray, because they gonna give me what they owes me.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want.
Hello, gentlemen. Are you enjoying that delicious jambalaya?
Well, it's pretty decent. I can't complain. Hey, why you guys look so familiar?
I don't think we've met. We aren't from here.
This is supposed to be an FBA event. Now, why is you dressed in an outfit like that? Why is you over here looking like Aladdin?
I'm FBA.
I'm FBA too, nigga.
I'm dressed like this because I'm a background dancer for MC Hammer, and I have to go to rehearsals after I leave here.
Wait, is that Afrobeats? This is my song. Forget this undercover operation. I have to go dance, nigga. Undercover operation? Hold on one cotton picking minute. Look at that hairline. I knew I smell ass and must up in here. It's that darn bear again. What is y'all up to?
Hey, is that Percy Earl? We ain't seen you in years. What is you doing here?
Well. If it ain't my old group that I made successful. I came to confront you about all the money that I'm owed from y'all stealing my style and kicking me out the group.
You is out of your mind, Percy Earl. We didn't steal your style, chump. And the day you get some money out of us, baby, is the day hell freezes over because we ain't giving you nothing.
Oh, really? Well, you know what that means. We is gonna have to get busy. Get your ass off me, Walter.
What's going on with my stomach?
My stomach is bubbling too. I think we ate some of the poison jollof. Poison jollof? What the hell? It ain't over there. It is not over. And when I gets out of the VA hospital after this fall and I sees you again, it is going to be hell to pay. Hell to pay here.
That's fucking hilarious. School for boys.
Hey man, I was in the background laughing my ass off.
Yeah,
I'm a descendant of a.
You know, the funniest one where he went Bucci see the psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist was Tariq. He goes, "Well, Bucci, what do you see right now?" Tariq, he goes, "Could it be your accessories because he's handsome and you're fat, disgusting?" And it's like, he's like, "Damn, Chuck, Doc, you went for the jugular."
Oh shit! That shit be having me dying, man.
Yeah, that's fucking hilarious, you know. And what happens? He had Stacey Abrams up there. I think it's fucking funny, you know.
Yeah, you gotta admit,
I'm a woke walrus.
You gotta admit that shit is funny, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, yeah, like I said, I think it's hilarious. Man. That the government was fucking a scream, man.
Oh
You
man,
can't find that no place somewhere. I used to play like the government.
The government.
Every time somebody gets
The
up there and
government.
starts saying, "You
They
gotta
always say
understand,
shit.
fella."
The government.
Remember that? Remember that? I used
Yeah.
to like every time.
Every
somebody
time,
would
because they
say,
always say it. The government.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but you gotta understand something. We got problems with our government. When I was like,
They
next
the-
thing I said, "Oh
yeah.
no!" I was like, "The government, the government." I knew it was going ahead already. The government, the government.
Yeah, I had that shit.
The
Had that
government.
shit queued up because you know that's the first thing gonna say. Well, you know it's the government.
The government, the government, the government, the government. I tried to make another, but I know it wouldn't be the funniest. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you, nigga. Everybody give me for copyright, man. That shit was just too fucking funny, man. I can't find that no place, man. I can't find even a sample of it, you know.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, that was a hit, man. That shit was.
The government, the government, the government, the government, you know. Yeah, Tariq is definitely
Run to you, niggas.
Yo, they got look. I hate FBA and everything like that. But
Hey,
they got a
stop
whole,
playing.
yo,
Put
check
some
this out, but they
respect
got
on
a
my
whole,
name, man.
Hold up, they got a whole fucking petition now on color of change, so whatever that shit is, right? Talking about they want Tariq banned from all social media platforms. You know,
For real?
yeah, they got a petition going on Gator Steam too, man. The Africans like The Africans say they had enough, you know.
Oh, you know, I did hear about that on Ron Unbiased. No, I heard about it somewhere, but it wasn't from Tariq because I don't really be
So
listening
they said
to it.
FBA and Tariq, they're both of them banned, you know.
Yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck? How the fuck you gonna ban?
I had warned Africans the longest time.
Like,
Y'all
how the
need to
fuck
stop.
you gonna ban FBA? Nigga, is you crazy? You out of your
I warned them.
fucking
I said,
mind.
y'all. I told them yesterday, y'all
Hey,
picking a
Colin
fight.
tried to warn you niggas.
I
Run to
said,
you
yo, you're
niggas.
picking a
Colin
fight.
tried
You
to
don't
warn
know.
you niggas.
You know, they was all hyped up on that Wakanda stuff. You know,
Colin tried to warn you niggas.
I tried to warn them. I said, look, man, y'all playing with fire. You know,
Colin tried to warn you niggas.
that's what I say. Look, man, y'all playing with fire. Like, oh no, African Americans, they're not gonna do nothing or whatnot because they're trying to get to Wakanda and whatnot. Okay, all right.
Yeah, once you wake up and find Wakanda was a fucking dream. Shit.
Yeah, we always have that thing. Wakanda is something deep in the African American imagination, but shows you really how we think highly of Africa. You know, the fact that we had that in what you call why is Prince of Pete, man, putting me in the same category FBA? I'm not an FBA, bro. I don't believe in
Everybody know you FBA, but you, Colin.
I am not
You haven't
FBA,
found
man.
out yet, nigga. Hey,
You know, I
Colin.
am not FBA.
If you ever find out you FBA, nigga, these motherfuckers. Oh my god.
Yeah, no. See, this is what separates me from FBA
Yeah.
is. Hold on, FBA basically.
I
Every
already
time
know
I
what
see
you
them,
gonna
right?
say. Go
They
ahead.
they be sneaking in the whole we ain't African shit, you know.
Yeah, but it's
I'm
not
like this,
saying like
honey.
we
Look,
don't
here's the
have
thing.
African
Here-
DNA, but you know.
No, look. I'm saying like this. I'm like this. Like this is what it is. I'm like this, man. The Bible says the first shall be last, last shall be first, right? Definitely, I'm saying like this. We're at the bottom of humanity. I'm a sub-Saharan African. Not only am I a sub-Saharan African, I'm from fucking the Congo. You know, that's the very bottom of everything, right? But I do believe, right? It's out of that being at the bottom, right? That you could rise to the top. See, everybody else figures, okay, I'm an Igbo and whatnot, you know. So they go around the world selling themselves as Igbos, and I'm a Jamaican, I'm a Reuben, I'm a Hausa and whatnot, you know. So they try to exotify, you know, where the fuck they come from, you know.
Yeah.
There's no being worse than a slave descendant, right, from the Congo. So I have every thing in my body for a revolution to overturn the whole existing. I don't benefit from it. I'm at the bottom. I'm at the very bottom. You know, I can't say that fucking my ancestors were great pyramid builders or civilization. I'm from fucking the Congo, bro. You know what that means? My people were hunting and gathering and shit before I came over here. You know.
Yeah,
But
that's why I don't know why you always trying to minimalize it when when they say they sold your ass. You know they did.
well, no, I know they sold me. You know, what I'm saying is my whole thing is now I'm here, right? I got education. After 400 years, my ancestors that were once at the bottom of Africa are now at the top of the black race. We're at the top, you know?
Absolutely.
400
FBA.
years, right? So now us to take it to the next level. What's the next thing? Now we rose up in the white man's land, right? What happens when a friggin' caterpillar goes to a metamorphosis? What happens? It changes to a chrysalis, right? And when it comes to the chrysalis, does it come back as a caterpillar?
Well, it came back as FBA.
No, okay, but no. The end result is FBA. You know what FBA is? FBA is what happens when the caterpillar gets parasitized by a fly or a wasp. It gets eaten up, you know, that's what FBA is. It's been parasitized. You know? So the end result, the result is when we have our own wings and we can soar and fly like a butterfly. That's an African.
All right.
Now the FBA is when when a wasp comes around, sees everything, and he sticks this egg tube in there. You know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, the wasp, he thinks
FBA.
and what you call and the wasp sticks his
FBA.
tube in the thing, and that's the
FBA.
FBA. FBA is what happens when the egg gets when the caterpillar.
FBA is what happens when greatness happens.
No, FBA
FBA.
happens when it gets parasitized. You know. You guys been parasitized, you know. Let me show you. It's what I'm talking about. Let me see. I'm seeing parasitized caterpillar. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Parasite.
I know what you're talking about. You're trying to deny your FBA lineage.
No. Let's see if I can find that. You know what I'm talking about. You know. Oh yeah, look. This is what I'm talking about. This is what happens when an FBA. Let me show you. Let me show you. I'm saying this is what happens when you're infected by FBA. You know. I'm gonna give you a lesson.
Tyler, you've been infected by FBA. I knew it.
No. I said when somebody's been infected by FBA, this is what happens to them. See this? See that poor caterpillar? He gets eaten from the inside out. You know, the thing just emerges out. After it sucks all the blood out of him, eats him on that.
Fuck you. This is what happens when you talk about Afristan.
No. This is what happens when you're in FBA. Everybody just comes in, all these weirdos, the pretendians. That's a pretendian coming out now. You know, it's a pretendian emerging. You know. It's a copper colored Negro after that, you know. Copper colored Negro after that, you know. Weezel's already here. Yo, that's a pretending.
Indigenous Negroes.
Yeah, they all popping out, you know. They all saying, "Look, I want my piece of the FBA thing."
The Moors and shit.
Yeah, you know, like I said, here comes the Moor and the Wapians and everything like that. You know, that's what happens with the FBA, you know.
FBA, we here to stay, nigga. We don't play.
Yeah, but you've been parasitized. The FBA, see that caterpillar, like, damn, what the fuck's happened to me? That's FBA, man, you know? So you go down the FBA road, that's when you've been parasitized, you know? You know, so that was a wasp injected that caterpillar.
Hey, Kala. Every knee shall bow, every mouth shall confess. FBA is the motherfucking best.
Yeah, FBA.
The fastest way to be a trader with $20. Just 28 days and you'll feel unrecognizable by Christmas.
Hilarious. Yeah, FBA is a scream, man. Y'all scream, you know. But y'all been parasitized, man. Y'all gotta tell these people who speaks for y'all, you know. I'm seeing all this crazy shit going on. I'm like, motherfucker talking about weed and shit for it.
Every man speaks for itself in FBA.
Yeah, see, the bottom line, I like a real because, you know, to be in an Afristan, right? You can't be 1776. You tell me I'm gonna bring my white woman. No. See, the thing is, I believe that the one thing black men have to give up is the love for the white woman. All you niggas have that shit, you know. I'm suspicious of every Negro or not, you know. Everybody you gotta get that snow bunny out of you, man. So I think FBA is a pathway to get to white women, you know.
Nah, I ain't never been one of you.
No, I think a lot of FBA people they secretly want to find a reason how to get with a snow bunny when they want to be like, you know, I'm FBA.
You just talking about 76 and fucking Indama.
He's Indama, yeah, but they're both FBAs though.
Yeah, but that's their own personal shit. I don't.
Yeah, that's
I
what
don't
I'm saying.
fuck-
But in our Afristan movement, man, that's unacceptable. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm like this. If somebody dates white women, I have no problem with that, right? But you got to understand something. You cannot bring that into the fold because you'll poison the group. You know, you'd be like, hey, look, you know. So if you do that, you're like, okay, that's fine. Like I had a bro. I tell you the story all the time.
Oh yeah, about the dude. He got lost because you found out he had a white woman.
No, it's not that. It's the fact that I knew it was, but he didn't admit to me, right? He was like a college kid, man. This kid used to always inbox me with stuff. College, check this out with that, you know. He was always keeping me abreast of a lot of shit, man, you know, because he was really into Liberia, right? Then one day he was just like, yo, Colin, man, what do you think about dating white girls? And I said, man, absolutely no circumstance. I shouldn't have said that, you know. And then he stopped contacting me, you know.
Yeah, that's your answer right there. He had a white girl.
Yeah, so white girl got to him, you know. He's like, well, what am I gonna roll with collar when I got this little white girl? And this decision was very easy for him.
Hell yeah.
You know, that could be anywhere. That could be Principe. It could be any one of these Negroes. 1776, man. That nigga loves himself.
Oh yeah, he gone. Shit,
That
definitely.
nigga's gone, man. He's like forever white woman.
Yeah.
What gets me is when you like that, man. You can't. You got to choose. You got to lose something. You got to choose. You got to basically like, I'm gonna be on the black side, whatever, like that. If I wanted to do that, then you got to leave the black politics alone.
Yeah. Everybody, yeah, they made their choice.
Yeah. Who you sleep with and who you with tells a lot about you. I was like Candace Owens talking about reaching out to black people. She with a white man. Come on.
Yeah, it's a joke, man.
Yeah. So Cornell West the same thing.
I like Cornell West, man, but like you said, fuck are you talking about?
Well,
Man?
he just too extra with it. He really do believes. I'm like, Cornell, what's your solution? See, all our brothers and sisters. I'm like, who the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, he try to include the whole,
Yeah,
human race,
It's like, so our white brothers, how the fuck are we white brothers and sisters? He got all the privilege of being white in America, and he has nothing to lose, and he has nothing to gain by getting with us, So have you figured the fuck out? They're not going to one day say, let's make an equitable society for everybody. That's what I said. We've been listening to these goofballs for 50 years.
Hey, I read his book, Democracy Matters, man.
How does democracy matter? Democracy only matters when you.
I really liked that book, though.
Yeah, well, hold on. Democracy only matters when you have this. People are 89% similar in their beliefs, and structure, and culture, right? And they could just they could argue over like 10 to 15% of stuff they disagree about. That's democracy, But when you have two people diametrically opposed to each other, right? Black and white, and one group of people dominating the other group of people with their numbers and everything and power, how you gonna call that democracy? It's not.
Yeah, I mean
he doesn't think of it like that. He just sees, we're all colored. No. White people think a certain way because of their whiteness. Whiteness allows them to see the world differently. Like you ask the white people, what do you think about the police? Oh, they love the police,
Yeah.
Police are great. Black people like, sometimes, I think the police are a little aggressive. They get white people like, well, just obey the law. You could be obeying the law, man. The cops having a bad day or something like that, you could turn left. I've seen cops really instigate shit, Guys like, okay, officer, we're not, and keep probing the guys to make sure they get a rise out of them. Like, instead of cops saying, okay, I can't get this guy, let me try somebody else. They'll sit there like, damn, what's I
told you, that off-duty cop just shot the black dude the other day when they was doing their little, they're cutting each other off in and out of traffic. And they shot that motherfucker, man.
Yeah, so it is what it is. So these things happen. So it believes a bitter taste in a lot of black people now. White people just
like that motherfucking cop tonight that was following me home and shit, man. I'm like, yeah, come on, follow me home.
What could go left, man? Because that cop could think
it was finna go left, dude. It was finna go left, man. I'm telling you.
One thing you don't do is like, yo, man, I ain't giving fuck you. I ain't giving my ID when you start reaching.
Oh no, I was gonna give him my ID and everything.
The motherfucker be reaching that gov department.
While I was slapping his fucking teeth out. Shit.
And motherfuckers be like sitting there reaching in the gov department, right, reaching around. It's like, what are you reaching for? Next thing you know, cop pulls a gun out. Bye. So those are dumb niggas, A cop comes to me, I got my hands up. All right, whatever, like that. I'm just listening. Boom, boom, boom. Say very little, He's gonna tell you why you got pulled over,
Yeah.
You had to, You know why I pulled you over? No, I don't. You did this. Okay, what's gonna do? Well, I'm gonna write you a summons. Okay, fine. Then I'm done. Last time I got pulled over by a cop, right? I was at a traffic light. This guy was a dick. He was trying to get me. So I saw him in the fucking his car. It took a long time. And I just got a warning, What happened was I was at the light, right? And I was on my phone, right? And the light turned green and I sat there, right? And then suddenly when the light was about to turn turned yellow again. I pulled off. The cop was like, just something didn't just look right about that. He goes, "You all right?" I said, "Yeah, you know." I was like, he pulled me over one night. He goes, "You was driving erratic?" I said, "I wasn't driving fucking erratic." He goes, "But the way he pulled off," when I said, "Well, I just try to pull off quick because."
He got you dead to rights. When they get me dead to rights, I still be mad, but I don't contest.
Yeah, but
If they just fucking with me, bro,
he'll stay
it's
right here.
up.
And then he came back. He came back with a warning, right? They gave me the stern one. You've been warned when I can't. No, because the supervisor down at the station told him that was stupid. You didn't really have no probable cause to pull it. That's what I do like about Virginia Beach. There's accountability with the police.
Your ass, man. You was on the phone. You was running a red light, man.
Well, I would know the phone was sitting in my lap. He didn't know I was on the damn phone, you know.
He didn't know you was on the phone.
I didn't run the red light. I didn't run the red. I said that when I
you went through the yellow light, but he was sitting there watching you. You were just sitting there. He was like, "Why the fuck this motherfucker just sitting there?"
So, but I didn't run a red light though. So
but he went.
And then I got over to the right. Said, "Yeah, you just went all the way to the right from the center." Right one night, why'd you do all that one night? So he said, "I'm just checking you out, man." I was like, "Fuck, man," but he didn't give me a ticket though. That was like, that was last year.
Last time I got a ticket, shit, I was flying down the highway in Cali. Shit, I was like, "Yeah, bitch, you got me. All right, write me a ticket."
Yeah, well, when it got me, I'm like, "Okay, you got me. Whatever."
Yeah,
you know, I don't try to contest it, man. Just I'll see you in court. You know, at times you go to court, or sometimes whatever. And sometimes a cop, you know, if he has a big docket, right? Sometimes cops be like, "Yo, look, man, I took a driving class or some shit, right before it." He's all right, don't worry about it, just go, you know. But like I said,
I just paid the fine, man. I ain't taking no fucking class. Fuck that.
Yeah, but you paid a fine without going to
court. I
just
paid a fucking fine, and that's it.
Yeah, but
they tell you to go to court. Even if you go to the class, they still gonna put a point on your record.
No, they could take it off. The judge could be like, "Okay."
Judge ain't gonna ever take that shit off.
No, I had judges do that. You know, they said the cop says, "Yeah, I saw you took it," but you're only allowed to take that course once every 2 years.
Yeah, I don't never take that fucking course.
So
put the fucking point on my record. Shit.
I was like this. Last time I took the course, I had reckless driving, so I was like 5 points would have put me in negative, right? And I was like. So I had to take it, you know, and all of a sudden when I took it, they gave me 5 points, right? And I was in a +3.
Yeah, man. That fucking speeding ticket will got my fucking record now. Whatever. That shit gonna fall off in a couple of years. That shit gonna fall off in a couple of years anyway. Maybe like 3 years.
Was it reckless or was it just speeding?
Nah, I was speeding because I went through a yellow light. And I was like, fuck, that bitch was sitting right there on the, she was turning left and I was flying by going straight. And I was like, oh, fuck, you got me.
Don't fuss, don't fight, don't flee. You'll be good. Every police officer. What the hell? And Neely Fuller didn't say that shit. 1717. If Neely Fuller said that, man, Neely Fuller's a coon, you know. Don't fight, don't flee. You'll be good with every police officer, man. I don't fight. I don't flee. You know,
I don't know if he said that. I don't know. I used to listen to Neely Fuller a lot, Bo. He used to say we was prisoners and shit on a.
He was so fatalistic, man. I don't think he believed there was any hope for black people in America. He was like, he said it's fucking hopeless, man.
He said we was prisoners in America, man.
And where he was right about that, man, it's like, but what do? You know?
Yeah.
People always tell you doom and gloom, right? It's hopeless in America. You got this, and then when I humbly come along and say, maybe it's time for an Afghanistan, right? Oh no, Color. We put 400 years in this bitch, man. This is just my right to be here. But you complaining about this shit's fucked up or not, you know? I ain't going nowhere or not, man. The white man, I'm like, okay, whatever. So that means maybe you don't believe in what you're saying, you know. You just in your imagination, you just run your mouth. No, it's just real. Then okay, this is my suggestion. Even when you talk about things like buy black, right? It wouldn't cost black people nothing but to buy more on black-owned business. I'm gonna start doing that, man. I keep saying that, but I gotta make a commitment of. You know, buying more black. Matter of fact, buying more black, you know, businesses and whatnot, you know. And we could basically get 5% of the black wealth into the black business and whatnot. You're talking about 20,
Yeah, you can
30
watch
billion
shit
dollars.
grow. Yeah, it would grow.
You know what I'm saying? We only need each other, man. That's one thing about Black America, right?
Yeah.
And so, like when Kwame gets up here and makes it seem like Jamaicans, these people are not important to us. You know, you ever see TikToks, Bantu Mandinka? Yeah,
I'm not on TikTok.
You know,
I'm
these
not on
poor ass
TikTok.
Africans, like Black Americans, understand we're not against you, and we're not trying to. How the fuck y'all black ass gonna try to oppress somebody? You know, like
Yeah, I'm
got
not
no
on
money, got no
TikTok, but
infrastructure.
yeah, I know they be on there
Nobody.
saying
It's
that
like you guys
shit.
are head of international lending institutions and everything like that, man. Like, what the hell? Are y'all fucking kidding me? What the fuck is Africans got to do with anything? You know, like we care about y'all, like Caribbeans. Most our parents told us not to mess with Black people. Okay.
Yeah, see how
What
they
we
go.
supposed to do? Lose sleep over that shit, you know? I'm supposed to lose sleep over fucking what a Jamaican thinks about me. There's an old saying: a lion does not fucking go to sleep worrying about what the monkey thinks. You know?
Yeah, for real.
I'd be like, oh, y'all, no, we don't fucking care. Where did this guy this notion? That's because we were such big proponents of Pan-Africanism, you know?
That's what it is, the Pan African shit.
No, but I changed the Pan-African Africanism. I'm like, if you don't like fucking Caribbeans and Africa, that's fine. But as long as you're loyal to the Africa, that's all I care about, you know? You want to build Africa, that's all I care about, right? These African immigrants, shit like that, you don't have to fucking like these people. You don't have to like these fucking people hate your guts or whatever like that. But we have a responsibility to the mother continent. As simple as that. That's what I believe.
Well, why would you say we have a responsibility to?
Because that's your ancestral homeland. Just like every white person feels like he has a
But
responsibility to Europe.
Colin, they sold us though.
I don't give a damn, but it's still our ancestral continent. You know?
Yeah, but once they
Look, I don't give a fuck about Africans, right? I'll tell you. You have this idea. You have an idea that when I talk about Africa, I'm thinking about fucking some kumbaya with Africans. I don't give a fuck about Africans, right?
All right, I feel you on that.
You know what I'm saying? Africa is more than just the people. It's the wildlife. It's the topography. It's the soil. It's everything, the environment, the weather, everything like that. It's the spirituality of our ancestors, land and whatnot. It's not just the current motherfuckers there, you know? That's just one part. We make Africa all about these starving people on the continent, you know, these angry, bitter, starving people on the continent, you know.
Yeah, but you can't act like they're not there, man.
Oh, look, oh yeah. When I go to Liberia, man, let me show you how it's done, you know.
You cannot act like
Liberia, like that's why I say go to Liberia and you get used to it, you know. Because like I said, the native people got their own shit, and people who are from America or Congo people, American Liberians and freaking African Americans, or even the people who are modern in Liberia, we got our own shit, you know. I mean, it's different night and day, you know. We're like in our own spaces, and the native people. I mean, we get along, but you know, the native people do their thing, and whatnot. You know, it's like a dividing line, you know. You know who's native, you know who's part of Congo culture, you know, American Liberian culture. You know, you can see it from a mile away, you know. Indigenous people and whatnot, you know, they do their thing, whatnot. They're happy.
Oh, let me ask you this. Do you think is like I was thinking this question, why didn't you do you think the Africans didn't want to go back to Africa after they sold it? You think maybe because they was more smart back then not to go back to motherfuckers that just sold their ass and now
who you talking about African Americans?
Yeah, like when it first started. Like
Well,
when they had
the bottom line
when
is
they
this.
had the chance to go to Liberia or the
Yeah, but
chance
the
to go
thing
to
is,
Haiti or the
hold on.
chance to go to all these
Look,
other
you
places.
gotta understand something, right? When you say get a chance to go, you know how much money. The only way you went to Liberia is somebody had to sponsor you. It took a lot of money, you know, to transport you because now you're not just going there. You got to go there with money in your pocket, a skill. You have to be checked out. You know, the people who went to Liberia were the best of us. You know, they had skill making like woodworks, bricklaying, masonry, stone masonry. They had farming skills, whatnot. That's how they was able to build a country. You know. And so, therefore, if you didn't have any real skills and whatnot, nobody was going to sponsor you to go. So, how are you supposed to get over there? You know, you can't just get on a boat and sail there. You know, the government didn't fund that. It was private charities that funded certain people. And the people that were chosen to go there were people they saw that was most likely to be successful. And they were right, you know. And they basically just opened Liberia up for everybody to come over there and just dump people, it would have failed, you know. But
Well,
they
they
got,
had, African Americans
Huh.
had a chance to go to Haiti.
Yeah, but the Haiti
FBA.
was really messed up, man. You know, it's not the same thing, you know.
Yeah.
Haiti was like, I wouldn't go to Haiti on my day off, man. You know, I was like,
Yeah, when they, when they won in 1804, they said,
yeah, but the bottom of it, there was nothing down there. What happens is you probably would end up back in America. Some people basically went to like Haiti and all that, and they're like, they came back to America and sold themselves as a slave. You know, it's like, man, it was just so bad. There's nothing set. You gotta have infrastructure set up, you know. If you ain't got nothing set up, and then people like, man, I just want to.
So it's better to be a sharecropper than to go back to.
No, it's better to be a fucking slave than to be going to Haiti and starve.
God damn, man.
So at least in slavery, you were getting fed. You know, that's what it was on top to. You know, there was nothing. You know, there was nothing in Haiti and all these islands and whatnot. It was just really bad. Look how freaking like places like Guyana, the what you call the British trying to get people to go to Guyana to work. Or not, it was just bad. You know, everywhere the black man was outside of Africa was horrible. You know, the black people in Panama was suffering. Costa Rica was suffering. Guyana was suffering. Suriname was suffering. Black Colombia was suffering. It was like really, really bad being black, you know, in the world. You know, Haiti was the worst. You know, Jamaica was a really, really, really bad, you know. So therefore, that's like, you know, people like, what the hell are we going to do when I, you know, it wasn't until people went to a place like Liberia, they was able to settle on the continent and build something. But the whole thing is, it was hard to get there because it was so expensive. You know, it's easier.
Wasn't it Sierra Leone at first?
Sierra Leone was financed by Paul Coffey. He only made one maiden voyage, and he couldn't get the support because the British shut him down. The British said, no, we don't want a lot of black people from America. Because remember something, right? There were black communities in America, right, that were just equal to the white communities. You know, those black,
yeah, even better than theirs. Yeah.
And so therefore, the British feared that if these people came over there, they would basically take over. Because remember, Sierra Leone was a British, Sierra Leone company was a company, you know? And so therefore, they felt that Paul Coffey and his people were a threat to their rule over there, over the natives, right? So what happened was Paul Coffey died, and the guy, his friend Finley, pitched the idea of finding a territory near there. And so what they did was they went there and they went down to where's now Liberia after 2 years. First they went to Sierra Leone when the British government said, no, you can't sell it here. They sailed down the coast to the Cape Macerado and they talked to the local Day chiefs. And the Day chiefs agreed at first to grant like a 40-mile strip of land on the coast. And then once they built the land, dug the wells and stuff like that. I was on Providence Island where the first well in West Africa was dug, you know, drunk from it, you know, on the Mines Channel. And so therefore was when Liberia was settled and the idea of black people settling in Africa became a reality. The only thing was there wasn't a lot of money. After the Civil War, the money dried up. You know, before the Civil War, people financed Liberia because they said it would avoid having free blacks in the country was causing racial tensions in America and almost a civil war because the South didn't want black people in America if they weren't slaves. That's how dangerous this was. The South was threatening civil war or insurrection if the North start freeing their black people. You know, they had black people walking around free, voting and everything in the North, right? And the South said no. And the North started saying, look, well, we're going to secede from the Union. You know, the South keeps objecting. Then what happened was you had the fugitive slave law, and they won that battle, and that's what it broke out. The Civil War broke out, you know, after the fugitive slave law.
Wait a minute. So you telling me the Civil War broke out because of the fugitive slave law?
What happened was the North like Daniel Webster started talking about the secession movement from the Union started in the North, right? And then in 1860, right, a man came along named Lincoln, right? He pitched his wagon with the North because slavery was dying out. And he said his goal was not to get rid of slavery, but to keep the Union together. He ran a pro-Union and ignored slavery basis, right? When that happened, the secession movement shifted to the South. The South started saying, well, we're going to succeed when that in Virginia and these states. Before it was the North. And then when Lincoln won as a Republican, then
But so I don't know. I heard somebody said Lincoln didn't free no fucking slaves.
No,
Man.
what Lincoln did was he issued in 1883. He issued the Emancipation Proclamation.
Yeah, I remember they taught us about that shit in school, man.
Yeah, but look. The bottom line is this. It is what it is. The Emancipation Proclamation basically said that black people in the United States.
Yeah, but that motherfucker said he would have did anything to keep the fucking.
Well, yeah,
slave.
no, but the thing is,
yeah, but fuck
well,
about no
he
motherfucking
had
slave, man.
No, look, let's say, look, let me say.
I just hate when they try to paint that motherfucker like that.
I know.
man.
I know that, but for history's sake, I would say that what he said was, I basically am trying to save the Union, right? If I save the Union, but after 2 years of the war, he realized that one of the fundamental things prolonging this war is slavery. He says until this institution of slavery was crushed, right, that the Civil War would never end and the South would never come back in line, right? He said he would welcome the South back in, but without slavery, because slavery is what gave the South the power to actually challenge the federal government. Remember something. There was a lot of businesses moving to the
I guess that's why he got his top pop.
There was a lot of businesses moving to the South, right? If you have a brick making business, right, in New Jersey, you would move to the South because you could contract out free labor. Do you know by 1855, like 60% of all skilled labor was done by slaves?
Yeah, man.
It wasn't just picking
cotton. That's FBA. That's why.
No, I know FBA.
That's
Black
FBA.
Americans. FBAs. What do you know what FBAs were?
What?
FBAs were the ones that were running away and
come on, man, stop this nonsense.
I'm gonna give you an FBA history, Benjamin. There's African Americans and FBA. The FBAs were the ones that were sitting on their ass. While everybody getting
you yard Negroes got always making up this stuff, man. You yard Negroes, man.
Yeah, the FBA were yard Negroes.
You fucking yard.
They were not doing nothing but sitting around grifting.
Go ahead, finish the story about the skilled laborers.
They said by 1850, something like 60% of all skilled manual labor was done by slaves.
I heard that FBA.
No, African American. FBAs did not fucking. FBAs did. They were mostly your musicians, banjo singers, and
banjo singers,
something like that. Those are the FBAs. You can look at it now. All the silly niggas FBA. They just continued on the tradition.
Hell no, all the real niggas FBA.
Like everyone said it first, African Americans equal historical blacks. I'm a historical black American. FBA, foundational what, nigga? It's like,
Foundation of the United States of
you ain't
America.
the United States, man.
Yeah, they got to put my face up there with Rushmore. FBA.
You niggas ain't foundational. You guys are a bunch of chocolate.
They got to put FBA up there on top of Mount Rushmore head.
Yeah, man. Like I said,
you know what I'm saying?
Hey, Bantu, man. I thought about you today, man.
What?
And I thought about, I was going to give you some advice how you can get your reparations. I thought about that, man. I had this wild vision, man. Of you and who else? Ben Youssef. When y'all going before a select committee, I said Benson Mandinka, why you deserve reparations, right? And you guys make your stand and whatnot. Now, by the time they fall out dying laughing, man, you can just walk right in, sign a check over yourself, man, Like,
all right, man. Remember when those checks start coming, you owe me and Jonathan. You got
man. I think you. I'll split mine with you, Jonathan.
Give me that shit.
Y'all can have it, man. Y'all can have my share of the reparations money. Yeah, people, man. Like I said, man.
Donald Trump. Hey, I be seeing the real Donald Trump in your chat. If you out there, man, you know what's up, man. Hit up FBA. We gotta talk. You feel me?
like I said, we don't want to make Donald Trump, while he's doing such a good job, we don't want to make him die.
Hey, Donald Trump. You feel me? Call me.
Yeah, you don't want to make Donald Trump die laughing. It's like
We ain't playing no games with your motherfucking ass like these Pan Africans and shit. We talking real chop, homie.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, look, I said, check us out. Go out there in front of the White House and make your demands.
Hey, you hear me? The real Donald Trump. Not playing with your motherfucking ass.
Yeah, saying what you gotta do is go out there and make your demands, right? And by the time Donald Trump falls out dying laughing, he might have a chance. That's your secret.
Playing with your motherfucking ass. We want that tariff money, nigga. 18 trillion, motherfucker. What the fuck, nigga?
Yeah, they're gonna start.
Have me come up to the White House, motherfucker. Don't have me come see you, Donald Trump, man.
Yeah, right.
You don't want me to come see you, man.
Yeah, they'll say, they'll be
you
like,
hear me, man? I'm not playing with you, man.
Hey, black people, I ain't playing with you, man. Look,
I'm playing with your motherfucking orange head ass, nigga,
man. One thing they know about the black man in America is a joke,
I'll beat your ass, orange ass. You my motherfucking money.
Yeah, Betsy Mandika, man, you are not doing nothing because you are a powerless Negro,
All right, that
powerless.
Says the yard Negro.
You're powerless, man. Yeah, he said, please come to the White House, tell them what you want.
Hey, the real Donald Trump. If you in the chat, you being
that's him, man. Go, look.
You hear me over here talking, man. I'm not playing with your motherfucking ass.
Say no more. Look, say no more, man. If you got the guts, you go down there and talk to him.
Hey, if you in your chat, motherfucker.
No, man. You gotta be a man. You gotta man up, bro. That's the whole thing. You guys don't want to be fucking real men, Go down there and tell them what's on your mind.
Give me his number, Colin.
You know where the White House is at. You go down to the White House, bro.
Hey, man, that motherfucker probably ain't. He probably in fucking Key Largo somewhere, fucking Florida.
Hey, you're punking out. You got punked by
I ain't punking out, nigga. What the
you're
fuck?
You're punking out. You're getting scared.
I would go to the White House. Donald Trump not even there. What the fuck you talking about?
President Trills just punked you. You just got punked by Donald Trump, man. Come on.
No way. Yeah.
You got. He says he'll welcome you, man. Come on down, Betsy Mandika. He's welcome you, man. Like, damn, man. Come on,
I can't see the chat. Where's the real Donald Trump?
Oh, man, come on, man. You say you see him.
Nah,
hey,
I can't see it for real.
If you're scared, say you're scared.
Nah, I ain't scared. I slept.
Why don't you go down there?
Donald Trump.
What are you doing, What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm doing tomorrow. Motherfucker, come pick me up in that goddamn jet, you bitch ass motherfucker.
No, why somebody got to pick you up? Go down.
Because I'm FBA, nigga. You come pick me up in a fucking jet, nigga.
Man, you guys.
Fuck you, nigga. You owe me $18 trillion. What the fuck you talking about, nigga?
Look, hey, Bantam.
The fuck you talking about, nigga?
Back like
you got a goddamn
Hold up. Getting emotional is not going to get
I ain't getting emotional. Pull that motherfucking jet up, nigga. What's emotional about it?
Look, Bantu, you're making FBAs look ridiculous, man, right now.
I wouldn't give a fuck.
You're making Bantu, you're hurting your cause, man.
I ain't hurting no cause.
Say if you can't man up and say, yeah, I'm gonna make a point of going down and talk to the White House about my reparations claim on.
I'm on my way right now.
Go ahead, man. So tell us how it happened, man. Tell us how it worked out.
Donald Trump, you said to me that.
So the bottom line is you got to go out there and say what you want, man. You can't just sit online popping up behind a computer. You got to go down there and say, Mr. Trump, President Trump, look, man, we owe some reparations, man.
President Trump,
Let me ask you a question, Bantu. What did your great-grandfather do on the plantation?
Slit motherfucking white people's throat.
No. Did he do any actual work?
Yeah, stabbing them motherfuckers and shooting them. That's hard work.
You're FBA. You didn't fucking contribute nothing.
Killing them motherfuckers is hard work, man. What the fuck you talking about?
Hold on. I bet you anything. Your great grandfather was a drunk. He probably didn't work.
Yeah, he had to get drunk to get kill them motherfuckers, man.
I believe your great grandfather, if anything like you, he was probably one of the riffraffs. They kind of sold.
Hey man, what the fuck you talking about?
Yeah, he was like he probably sold like 10 different plantations. This nigga with El Bantu Mandinka, the first one out, from like this nigga's useless, man. Let's get rid of him. I sold him like 10 times and shit. I sold him like 10 times before they say, yo, man, this guy is useless. So, like I said, a lot of Negroes wanting reparations.
Yeah, good for nothing but killing fucking white folks.
Money.
Huh?
They probably costed the slave master money because they were fucking so ridiculous.
Yeah, all them fucking funerals and shit, man.
You know what I'm saying? So let me get Steve on. All right, man. So we got a new guest up. All right, Steve.
All right.
No, I was just calling it. After hearing Bantu Mandinka, we definitely not getting reparations.
Oh, y'all scared of Donald Duck, man? Come on, man.
Definitely not getting it.
Come off of it. I'll beat Donald Duck's ass.
I think Bantu is a plant. Because you just ruined reparation for everybody, bro.
Yeah, you just ruined our reparations, man.
I ruined it for y'all. Oh,
yeah, man. You ruined it, man.
Why? Because I cussed the Donald Duck.
No. Because the bottom line, instead of saying, you know something, I'm gonna come down there with my bag. You should come down there with your suitcase and pack some money in there, and bring it back to the people. You should bring like 5 suitcases to get that.
5 suitcases, man. That's not enough.
You should bring like 5 suitcases. Say, fill this shit up.
Nah,
you trying to get him killed?
No, Donald Trump said in the chat room.
Yeah, Donald Trump, you hear me, man? You know who the fuck I am, man. You know I'm not playing with you.
Nobody knows who you are, man. But the bottom line is
FBA, nigga.
You go like this.
Hey, show that flag again. Show the flag again.
FBA has been like the biggest.
Nah.
I mean, seriously, the more and more I hear these FBA people, the more
I'm playing with your ass, Donald Trump, motherfucker.
Deadly clowns, you know.
Sing the FBA theme song, Bantu Mandinka.
FBA, nigga.
Yeah, like I said, I am a ringmaster, right? Because I live in a circus of deadly clowns.
Yeah, what if that was the real Donald Trump?
I believe it's him, man. He blew it.
Man, bullshit, nigga. If that's you, nigga, but you better. I jumped in.
Don't be stupid, man. You know, threatening the president is a felony.
I know. Maybe that's why the police was following me and shit, man.
I'm saying, they're following you because you're stupid, you know.
Because I'm on here pumping the real Donald Trump.
You gotta be fucking. Like I said, what I don't see in FBA is I don't see any hints of manhood in none of you. You know, really, I don't.
You got to be crazy, boy.
No, I'm just serious. You guys sound like boys. You don't sound like men. You know,
we the only real men on the planet, man.
No, you guys are clowns, man. Come on,
FBA all day. FBA all day.
You guys are clowns. You know.
You know who FBA is. The most wanted man in the whole world.
Look, there's not one serious FBA person I've met.
Serious about what, nigga?
I have never seen anybody FBA that I take.
Tell me what we not serious about. But tell me what I'm not serious about.
You guys are clowns,
talking to me.
Man. Check this out, Bantu, right? Bantu, I like you, but you're a fucking clown, man. Come on, I like you. Really,
That's your opinion.
No, I'm just serious. It's a fact, man. You guys are dusty.
I didn't say the same thing about you, nigga.
Everybody, no. Look, actually, I travel. I'm a businessman.
Motherfucker.
I'm an author.
Afghanistan, imaginary land.
I actually go to Liberia every year. You have never been to the continent.
So what?
You never travel outside the United States.
Motherfuck the continent. What the fuck they got waiting for me?
Outside the United States, So you don't have a passport, whatever like that. How can I take you?
Why you keep saying I don't have a passport? What did that got to do with it?
I can tell when somebody's traveled.
He said he's trapped.
I can tell when somebody's traveled, man.
Yeah, please.
And the bottom line is this: you basically got it. What I don't understand is the FBA people, right? You guys love this country so much, man. You guys love America so much, right? And you like talking all this stuff like that, but the bottom
line, love Africa too. So what?
Oh no!
What's the big deal?
this country. We have no intentions of ever leaving. I have like 3 years to be out of here. You
You
know?
keep saying that every
No,
3
I'm dead
years,
serious. I
Carl,
am
man.
dead serious, right? At
All
3 years
right,
out, 3
we'll
years
see
out,
you
be
on. We'll see you on this other side in 2029. Is that where you're
yeah.
going?
3 years I'll be out of here because I could do it right
2030,
now. Actually, I
2029.
have no idea, but I guarantee you, I could be out of here. I could be out of here next year if I want to. You know,
All
but,
right,
I'm not
all
rushing anything. I'm gonna make sure when I do move, it's permanent. You know, so
right.
you guys don't even have no mindset, man. It's like, damn, man, you guys will always be under the white man's nuts. You know,
Man, you crazy.
I'm saying it like this. You know, you're like, man, we go to white man's nuts or not, and the same white man that you like his child or not. You know, he's protecting you, he's providing for you, and every shit like that. You know, and all the electricity you enjoy, the internet you enjoy, everything. I thought about something. White America is like the brand of white brand everything, right? Everything we use, right? So Mike Corporate was Walmart, was AT&T, everything that's grand and mass that we use at scale. Even things like Disney TV, when they control everything, right? Everything we see, they control the news chat. We don't have one fucking newscast. We have nothing branded in our name in this country that's scalable, right? We do something, it's like for this little tiny or like BET, little tiny audience, and we don't even own BET anymore, you know? So therefore, we really have absolutely nothing in America that's part of the infrastructure of this country, you know? Hulu TV, right? I did not know Hulu just got sold for like $8 billion, right? I did not know that was that big, right? We don't have Disney Plus. We got fucking nothing. Oh, with the age of digital television and internet, I would thought that we'd have our own streaming platforms. Oh no, niggas want reparations, but when you tell them, couldn't we do better if we had our own YouTube and stuff like that? Can't even get niggas on the same YouTube screen. We have black-owned streaming platform, but nobody wants to use them. Everybody wants to be on YouTube.
That is true, because a BB2 made that Ghanaian dude. He made one.
Well, you got to talk about Black Americans that basically that we could do.
He was a Black American, Dr. Combone. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know Dr. Cambone, but the bottom line, he had a website. I'm talking about.
He had I think he had a streaming
No, he didn't.
platform.
No, he didn't. He had a friggin' a platform like I have, my BAO platform, you know, like on WordPress, you know. And the bottom line is this: that's not a stream. When I say a streaming platform, I'm talking about Twitch and
like Twitch and YouTube and so like
and something like maybe TikTok or X or like that, you know.
Yeah, because they could take your shit.
The white boys came with they said we didn't like the way the left-wing media was doing. They created Rumble and Parler. They said in another 5 years, Rumble might catch up to YouTube and subscribers and content. Black people, are we thinking on that level? No, because we don't think like that. So if you don't think like that on that level, right, where you could pull some off. Elon Musk thought it was just that important to spend $45 billion to grab Twitter, right? See how bold they are? Tell me what bold move the black man has ever made, you know, that anybody can respect. None. So with that being said, you have a track record of failure, right? So that means that your reparations thing will be just laughed out of fucking existence because you have not shown any track record of you conquering or beating anything. That's just the truth. And everybody says black people, black men in particular FBA, a fucking running joke. You know? You got all these FBA people whatnot. It was like, why didn't they basically get behind one of these black streaming platforms and whatnot? You can stream on StreamYard still, but they know they're not going to part ways with that YouTube money, which is guaranteed. They don't want to get behind a black-owned platform and say we can monetize ourselves and bring our own ads. And it's too much work. Rumble did it. Parler did it. You know, Reddit did it. But where's the fucking black streaming service or platform like that? You know, nothing. No. So it tells me as a black man in America is full of shit. He's all talk on everything. You know, it is all talk. So I don't have no idea what to tell you, man. So I just keep doing what I'm doing, man. What's on your mind, Steve?
Oh, that was at a recent real quick. Princess said, "What's FBA's plan to revamp Black America?" I guess that goes to
There is
Bantu.
no revamping of Black America, bro. There's no look, principally, there's no hope, man. You know, really. Man, you can talk about some brand revamping, man. There's nothing to revamp. It's over, Principe. Forget about it. You know, it's over. You know. So I revamp it. Look, FBA Black America finished, man. You know, there's no hope, man. There's absolutely no hope. It's like, go. You're hopeless. You are hopeless. You know, there is no hope, man. All we can do is just be individuals, take care of ourselves, our families, and look the other way, man. Because Black America and the Black politicians, like I said tonight, the Black political class, they know there's no hope. Yeah, it's like I said. I mean, they coming out every 4 years, you know, with their big bug eyes talking about what we's got to do, what not, who's we's got to vote for. Like I said, they're lucky I don't go to political events because I would storm the stage, man. I would grab the mic out here and beat the speaker with the mic, you know.
You gonna stay on the stage like them Black Lives Matter women did that time?
And no, not like that, because that's too easy. I'm talking about these fucking black leaders who get up there and tell us now is the time, man. You know, and I'm saying time for fucking what? You know, the Republicans are racist. It's like this is how you gotta say it. It's gotta be a sheep. Democrats good, like a sheep bad. Republicans bad. Democrats good. Republicans. That's all you need to know. Democrats good. Republicans bad. You know. But what did the Democrats do for 4 years? You know. What did we do? You know. Don't matter. The fact that they did nothing doesn't matter. All you need to know is Democrat means good and Republicans means bad.
Vote blue no matter who.
Vote blue or not who, you know. I would say, you know, it's absolutely useless. You know, political class is absolutely useless, you know. It's like Dave said earlier. He said 15 cents on every $100 in New Jersey.
15 cents,
right? Now, where is the black so-called leaders in New Jersey? Are they discussing this? How do we get more black people, the state to spend more black? We give them our vote, right? You know, but how do we get black people in business? We don't want to hear nothing else. We don't want to hear the reason. We don't want to hear nothing. All we want is the end result. And the bottom line, I know for a fact of the matter, it ain't about no competition like that. These people got old boy networks and whatnot that they basically keep to themselves and whatnot, and they make sure the black man don't get fucking nothing, you know?
Yeah, they got old networks on Collar from
secret societies that you don't even know about. And
they talking about networks from when the
state like that. That's how you think they do it.
We're talking about networks that go so far back from the 13 colonies.
Yeah, they go back, so they control everything that goes on in these states, you know. And if you try to break in, and you might get a cleaning job contract.
Oh man, you try to break in, man. You're a terrorist.
Yeah, so the bottom they look at you like ever notice we're all Americans, right? Until you start asking for things like contracting and stuff like that, or
you start
they look at you like you're fucking. How dare you?
Look like you like an alien. Like look at you like an alien. You know? Why are you? They surprised of why you even asking.
Like you have the audacity to think that you can get a government contract. You know?
How did you find it? You ain't even supposed to know it.
You ain't supposed to know how it works. The government's basically our family companies and everything are getting rich off of government money. You know, you ain't supposed to know that. You're supposed to think the government's doing all this. No, the government uses a private sector. You know, just like anybody else. We're the private sector. They the private sector. Ain't no special thing. But here in Virginia, what they do is they make you take special classes. So they would do that shit. That's like, you know, a place like Tennessee, you know, you can't get your cut hair unless you have a barber's license, you know, or you can't braid hair. You got to have a cosmetology license and whatnot, you know. They got all kinds of loopholes and shit like that in this thing, you know. or having a liquor license. You got to sell a certain amount of food. You got to have a letter of recommendation from the local clergy. You know, all kinds of shit like that. That's all goes back to prohibition, you know? And we don't know how this stuff is happening. That's why I said, remember, so most black nightclubs used to operate illegally, juke joints, you know?
Oh, yeah. We should open up a juke joint, Kyle.
Nah, I ain't open up no fucking juke joint. Last thing I want to do is a bunch of niggas singing.
The Khaled Nation juke joint.
I don't know juke joint. You know what I'm saying? The bottom line, black people got to move beyond that shit, you know? Because that's what they think we can only do it. It's entertainment. We're not, you know, we're not going to get that contract to repaint the lines on the highway, you know? Right, Dave? Like, we got a black company, 20 miles. He giving 20 miles of paint, you know, got the paint machine.
I sent you the link. You can look at the video. You can look at the little infomercial video. I sent you the link.
You put it in the back chat?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's right there on YouTube. So you can see what's going on with the black political elites, see how they treating us.
Well, what is that?
No, so you can get an insight about, what's going on with the contracts, like an introduction.
Oh.
Yeah, these are, like I said, I'm looking at an array. I see these are serious black men, not these FBA fucking clowns and whatnot. We need serious black men like this. You know, there's $1 trillion in the United States contracting system. We gotta get some of that shit, you know.
I'm Martin, and I brought receipts. The average white household in New Jersey has a net worth of $655,000, wealth that buys a good life. Black and Hispanic families, less than $20,000, a life of struggle not by choice but by design. Minority businesses make up 25% of the state's total, yet white-owned firms took over $17 billion of the $18 spent by the state in just 5 years. Black businesses, 10% of the pool and getting just 14 cents for every $100 New Jersey spends. 14 cents. We're being shortchanged. They're cutting lifelines, SNAP, Section 8, child care, DEI protections, minority business certifications, the ACA, Social Security, and more. We've got two choices: sit out and get shut out, or stand up and demand fair play. No one's coming to save us. Only we can save ourselves. Get the playbook. Join me and the New Jersey Policy Initiative Tuesday, October 28th, right here in East Orange. RSVP for time and details, and I'll see you there.
Yeah, I would like to meet this brother, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's Collar kind of people, man. Go meet him, Collar. That's kind of person, man. I can see it already.
Man, not
I can see it already.
Damn FBA.
That's Collar kind of man. I can see it already,
like
man.
I said, that's why people.
I can see that shit already, man.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Gantu, you're a younger man than I am, man. You should be the one talking about that, you know?
Man,
that's what I'm talking about.
What
You
he's talking about shit.
I was like,
that's your man, man. That's your man. I don't want anything to do with him. I don't want shit to do with him, all right? That's your man.
Type of things that's going on. This is the type of stuff that's going on.
This
is just New Jersey. This is just New Jersey. What's going on in Illinois? What's going on in New York?
Oh yeah, this is going on.
This is just one state.
Just sitting around on fucking TikTok talking about fucking FBA. You know, come on, man. I need you guys a fucking man to fuck up, man. You know,
man, I don't even have TikTok. What the fuck?
I'm saying about TikTok. Yeah, you got to a fucking stupid ass cult, FBA. That dude's absolutely nothing.
This ain't no cult, motherfucker. What the fuck is he talking about? I ain't no motherfucking cult, nigga.
It's definitely a cult.
Like, oh, we're somebody that's not everything.
Yeah, shit.
Try to get up out of the cold. You know what I mean?
Yeah, shit. Y'all motherfuckers is crazy, man.
Happy Kwanzaa, man.
Unity, man.
Yeah, happy Kwanzaa, my people. Happy Kwanzaa.
We need some unity, man. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I don't know. Collar got FBA rage, man. I don't know. Fuck.
You remember you heard of Donald Trump rage? Kyler got FBA rage.
TDS, Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah, they got FBA derangement. You motherfucking clown ass FBA. I can't stand you motherfuckers. Oh shit. Nigga got FBA derangement. Hey, you know what? The whole world got FBA derangement right now, man. So I can't fuck color.
Kyler done went downstairs to get some cookies.
Oh yeah, he done got a fucking sandwich or something. He got FBA rage now. He mad. He gotta go get a motherfucking cigar and shit. Damn, this motherfucking FBA.
Russ.
So how much did you say that the Kwanzaa? You said they was making 1.6 billion a year or something like
Yeah,
that.
1.6 billion, man. See, man.
That's crazy, man.
Oh, bro, people celebrate. I know.
I didn't know. I didn't
like
know.
Me, I don't celebrate. Like I know, growing up, my stepmother.
I didn't even know it was still. I didn't know it was still like that.
Black people are always gonna celebrate. Yeah, I have no doubt about that. They celebrate, but as far as like going from celebrating,
but Kyler, you made a good point. We can't celebrate it here in America because because I was seeing people like celebrating it. Yo, son, today. So I was reading on like a comment section on like
Yeah, I seen that shit pop up on my phone like Happy Kwanzaa.
And the white people were so racist. One white person said, "Oh, y'all need to go back to Liberia. Go back to Liberia and celebrate that shit. This is America." Yeah. I'm in the black folks over here. Bro.
Yeah, well, white people are saying, man, if you're gonna be in America, Christmas is only allowed, man. Kwanzaa,
that's it.
You know,
you gotta celebrate Columbus Day.
FBA is gonna do. I think Tariq is gonna start promoting Santa Claus.
Yo, but man, too, why you ain't say Happy On Tuesday to me, bro? Why you ain't say?
I said Happy Kwanzaa, man.
Oh, I said on Tuesday. That's the FBA holiday. On Tuesday.
What is it? Hey, what is it called?
Oh, he just played. He played around.
What is it called?
Something like that. Some goofy man.
Oh, I didn't know about it.
You didn't know about it. Do you know about it? You know what kind of spirit y'all got, right?
What kind of what?
What kind of spirit y'all got, right?
Oh.
Tell us what it is.
Yeah. You know that what is it called? That majority spirit.
This nigga ain't no real FBA. He don't even know what it's called.
What is it called? Majority spirit.
Majority spirit.
Yeah, majority spirit, man. You know what it is.
What's y'all language? What language y'all speak?
Yeah, what? English, motherfucker.
Y'all speak Taiwanese or whatever it's called. That's y'all language.
Back to Medinka, right? A lot of FBAs believe that English is their original language, and they talk to white people.
Oh, Colin.
What FBA said that? What FBA said?
That's what I heard,
the Abo branch of FBA. The Abo branch of FBA.
Abo branch, shit.
Because y'all got different branches.
Oh,
like I said, Steve, you know what I said earlier? I played a video of a caterpillar that was been parasitized, and the maggots, the wasp maggots are coming out of it. I said, that's FBA. It's been parasitized for a whole bunch of shit, and they're eating y'all inside out, you know?
Oh, man.
They're a parasitized caterpillar, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You got FBA derangement shit.
No, I just don't know. You guys said that English is your original language, right? And y'all taught the white man English.
Oh, no, who the fuck said that, man? I don't know.
What happened?
They said white English is the official language. And I said, well, I asked one guy. I said,
well, you gotta point them out.
We went to England.
Because I'm gonna ask them the same thing. Sure.
I said, so they said the original language. I said, what language you speak like 2,000 years ago here? English?
Oh, hell no.
Person P said this man don't join a cult.
FBA, nigga.
Y'all got your own language. Y'all got your own spirit. Got your own holiday.
That's right.
That nobody ever heard of before Tariq came up with it. But
The FBA is always good for a laugh, though.
they be like, we ain't got no leader, but everything they say comes straight from Tariq. Crazy.
And they always, and every time you get an argument with them, they would threaten you with Tariq. I'm Tariq Nasheed, Colin, you know?
I never watched Tariq. It's so funny. I never watched Tariq, but every word that coming in around sounds just like Tariq. They be saying bussy. They say what's another one?
They think they're gonna be Tariq.
Man, when have you ever heard me say that shit?
Never.
I don't know who the fuck you talking about.
Tariq basically, if he doesn't have control of that mute button,
Have you ever heard me say that?
No, I ain't never heard you say. What's another one? The FBA say?
Tethers.
Tether.
Oh yeah, tethers for sure.
What other ones they be using?
That's a
Nothing
fact.
sandwich or whatever they be saying. Or nothing burger. That's what Tariq be saying.
They say tether babble.
Oh
Tether
yeah, babble. Yeah, these niggas be tether babbling like.
It ain't the delineation thing. They never heard delineation before. They didn't even know it was a word in the dictionary before.
I want to be surprised. You know, y'all know Tariq assistant is a Nigerian, right?
Oh yeah, what's his name? Ola.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ola making half of this shit up too. Telling you, man. I'm just saying.
Man, the whole thing is
you
a
know
is
them
a grift.
motherfucking lying ass Nigerian shit. They'll make anything.
So you saying FBA following after a Nigerian?
Hey man, who the fuck?
Hey, yo, son, I wouldn't be surprised if it was his idea.
To make some money.
Yeah.
We gonna make some money off these dudes, man. Have you ever been to the museum, the FBA museum?
I think I might go there next year, man. I might just.
I haven't.
I want to go there. Look at them posters he got on the wall.
I think I'm gonna go in, man. You know.
I knew Tariq was crazy because you know he had like a little mural on the outside. Like it got him in the middle of like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. I was like, all right, man, come on, Tariq.
Hey, this is how dumb 77 is. He made an entire look. Less than 5% of black people know who Tariq Nasheed is.
Man, listen, the whole world know who FBA is.
No, they don't.
Quit playing games with yourself, man. The whole world know who FBA is, man. Stop playing with yourself.
The only people that
Stop
know.
playing with.
Yo, check this out. A total of like 500 people probably know who you are.
Yeah, 500 million people.
They know 500 million, stuff like that. Look, I talk about
everybody know who FBA
I have never outside the internet ever heard anybody say FBA.
Absolutely nobody.
You didn't hear Fat Joe. You didn't hear Lord Jamar. You didn't hear Ann Coulter. You didn't hear
you act like those people are popular in Black America.
This nigga said Ann Coulter. Come on.
You act like those people are popular in Black America.
You know, a lot of people heard these people talk, right? You know, a lot of people hear these people talk more than they hear us talk.
I'm gonna be honest with you. No national politician will ever utter FBA.
Okay, well, we'll see about that.
You said Fat Joe, man. No Black America watch Fat Joe like that. You gotta stop capping.
Nobody knows who Fat Joe is, man. To this day,
they know who Fat Joe is, but they not about to listen to him on anything.
Somebody say FBA.
Nobody knows who.
And then when they find out
Lord
it's a registered
Jamar
trademark.
I can go ask a bunch of Black Americans. You know Lord Jamar. They were like, no, I don't know who that is.
1776 basically said Pharaoh said that. That's an old dusty. You might have said, that's an old dusty Negro.
Pharaoh said that what? Said what?
So he followed him like a discipline. Anybody who follows Tariq is a fucking clown. You know?
Who follows?
You talking about young Pharaoh?
No. Pharaoh said that, the old dude, the dreads.
He said he followed Tariq.
That's what 1776 said. And the bottom line is,
they following like Pharaoh.
The bottom line, look, this is an old
FBA is
At one time, look, hold up, let me say this. At one time, he was like a Pan-African, whatever like that. And then when people started actually going to the continent, you know what that fool said? He said, "What about me? What about us who can't afford to go to the continent?" And I'm like, "What the fuck about you?" You know?
Who said that?
Pharaoh said that. You know.
Oh, you talk. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're
But
talking
Pharaoh
about.
said that he's an old failure, man. He's an
Yeah, I
old
know what you're
failure.
talking about.
Yes, I said we're supposed to listen to it just because somebody's old. But 1776 bringing him up like he's somebody important.
He's a walking contradiction.
I don't even know who dude is. So I can...
He has these old albums. He has these old
How can
albums in
you
the
be
background.
Rastafari and Kemetic at the same time?
Yeah, I don't. That's that New York stuff. I don't.
Ain't he like a Jamaican or something? He a Jamaican, right?
Yes. Don't put yes. He's from Chicago. Don't put
Yeah,
that.
I know he's from Chicago.
Okay.
Oh.
He said Tariq Nasheed is almost a perfect MLK. All right, man, stop it.
It tells you how 1776 is a troll.
Stop
He
it.
says
He's
Tariq is
trolling.
almost towards the MLK and Malcolm X level.
Stop it. He is trolling. He's trolling Kyler.
Let me go ahead and delete that comment.
Maybe to him, maybe in his eyes. I don't know.
So 77 is a clown, you know.
You want to know something crazy? I heard
he's just trolling us, you know.
You want to know something crazy? Like everybody got the people they follow and they love. I remember somebody was like, "Oh man, Charleston White, he like the new Malcolm X." I said, "Oh my god, y'all gotta stop, man."
Yeah,
I said these people don't lost their mind.
Yeah.
Charleston. The internet.
If anybody comes to you by way
back
of the
in the
internet,
day when we had encyclopedias, Colin.
That's what I said. Most people don't read. They follow people they see online and whatnot. You know,
It's like, how could you put Tariq, Charleston White in the same sentence as Malcolm X, MLK? Like, they don't even.
No geography books, no history books, just utterance.
A lot of these people have never read a fucking book in their life.
Oh my god! Colin, the illiteracy.
1776. Let me ask you a question. Who have you heard in real life that's FBA and follow Tariq Nasheed in real life?
Nobody.
I'm not talking about on the internet. And a lot of times I be the one to see these different like channels. It be the same people on all these different channels. Like these FBA are chronically online.
Like the same 30 people, you know.
These FBA people are chronically online, man.
Hell no. FBA, nigga, FBA chat room be having like 100, 200, 500,
Those are fake numbers, bro.
2,000. Y'all,
I've never seen.
Nigga, y'all better quit capping up here, bro.
That's fake numbers, man.
Nigga,
man.
FBA got nigga. Oh, this shit on lock. Y'all can't even stop talking about FBA, nigga.
Bantu, bro, shut up. You know.
Yeah.
I never seen a chat room go over 25.
You a motherfucking lie, nigga.
I'm saying,
No, they do be going over that though, Carla, but they be fake numbers.
You see Afro Elite channel? Have you seen the Afro Elite channel?
Those numbers be fake, bro. I know.
Have you seen
those numbers fake?
What's his name? Man, please.
Because it was
the numbers fake.
There was a boxing stream with Terrence Crawford versus Canelo, and it didn't have that many people up there.
Man,
and I know more people in real life that talked about that fight than they talked about Tariq
I
Nasheed.
just said no matter what she said.
Because she needs money.
What the fuck is that?
No, I got my TikTok on.
Oh.
And okay, hurry.
I know he's seen got a new guest. Who's the new guest?
Absolutely N1 bot number.
Ben Yuko.
Hey, what's going on, Carlo?
Hey, what's going on, bro?
Oh man, I was just it's very conversation tonight hearing you guys talking about Tariq lost his case again against Taka Bay.
Tariq's suddenly taking losses.
Oh yeah, I seen that he lost against Taka Bay.
Who is Dr. Bay? Who is that?
Taraka Bay.
Taraka Bay.
Yeah, so basically,
hey, man, I don't know, y'all. Go ahead.
So basically, what happened is the lawyer, the Tariq's he never gets anybody FBA. He says he's FBA. You never get anybody black to do your stuff or represent them. Like say, oh, I got you at this. Wait a minute. You can't find one FBA lawyer or attorney to get your case settled?
Nah, it's better for he likes to get Jewish lawyers because they can speak the lingo.
No, he just don't trust black people. That's all.
He didn't have any black bodyguards either.
Oh, and let's make the problem worse. He threw Sonetta under the bus. It's like I heard that I can believe that. I said, boy.
Whoa! You say he threw Sonetta under the bus?
Yeah.
But he just pronounced another FBA disciple the other day.
Yup. Threw him under the bus in the court.
Oh man, this is wild.
I'm telling you, folks, this man is never. He's not loyal. He's not loyal to no one. He's loyal.
Hey man, I don't know nothing about that man's life.
He only loyal to his grip. That's all.
I ain't really trying to get into his personal business like that. So I don't know.
No, I do want to talk about that the Nigerian situation. Oh, it's like the same thing. They just brought Nicki Minaj out there to calm it down. This with Turning Point USA, and then like 4 to 5 days later, we bombed the country. Typical warmongering again.
I mean, I've been looking online. A lot of Nigerians, they happy. They out there, seem like they about to get out in the street and start dancing.
Yeah, they was out there begging that motherfucker. Oh,
Like
help us.
bootlickers. That's bootlicking behavior. Like in a country that doesn't even respect you, that takes your oil, steals everything. Everyone's so vested. It's so invested with garbage now. More and more garbage every time. Everyone just thinks that it's a similar thing what we did with Iraq, with Venezuela, and we're still gonna bomb them, right?
Yep, that's right.
Trump started 3 new wars. Get this. Biden started his wars within 3 years. Ukraine, Gaza, and Syria, and Lebanon. Trump did that in a year.
Ain't no motherfucking war about the motherfucking Nigerians was begging for help.
Hold on. Low key posse. I have seen more than 5 comments, bro.
Hold up, fellas. I got a couple of videos I want to play. We're not real quick, right?
A lot of Nigerians are happy, man.
Oh, motherfucking war. What are you talking about?
America. My parents are immigrants, and I'm not Black American. I'm trying to infiltrate the Black community. Chad, go tell that to my family who own land down in North Carolina near Lumberton. Go tell them that they immigrants and they not from here and they not Black American.
Impurity of Black American. She told.
So I'm just saying, y'all are crazy. You sitting here telling a Black American that they're not Black American because they don't agree with what you agree with.
What is this? What is that? What are you playing?
She's from North Carolina.
Talk about how stupid FBA is.
Yeah.
He's fucking hot.
Color, you love boys. Color boys.
That's right. They get
It's like somebody commented, one of y'all people, a guy commented on my post and said, "You just a random Black girl. You could die today and get hit by a truck." I'm clutching my pearls because is that a threat?
Yeah, these dudes are crazy, man.
Like, is that a threat?
If you don't pick their side, it seems like they want you
And
to die.
then he said something else, but he just kept like saying and repeating
He
that
said
you're Black
FBA
girl,
wants you to
you're
die if you don't
random,
pick their
you die
side.
today. And it's like, dude, okay, you're blocked because you ain't finna be over
What
here
side you want to
crazy
pick?
on my page.
This is
It's my
America.
shit. So don't ever think you won't get blocked over here. If you comment a little too much or say something that's just like, what? I will block you. And then find your way back. Find a way back over here. But yeah, these people is crazy, y'all. Y'all is I ain't gonna categorize y'all into one group, but y'all need to check some of y'all people, FBA, because y'all is giving off cold, it's giving off crazies, it's giving off very low vibrational. Yeah, these FBA people is losing.
When I told my mom about it, she said the same exact thing. She watched some of these people crazy.
We are the new you, and you guys look at us. You guys got math from us. You guys got algebra from us.
Now what is this?
We were the first to have algebra and math.
What is?
Sir, yeah.
We were over there then, so yeah, we took it over here. You didn't give us
Oh
nothing. We
my
can't
God,
even use 2
y'all
plus 2 to
listening
build a
to
toilet over
Tariq?
there, sir. So yeah, you don't know that much about algebra. If you knew algebra and all of this
Y'all really
geometry and
want to go
math,
to school?
why aren't you over there building roads, sir? Why you got dirt roads and you shitting on sidewalks if you got all this math and algebra?
Oh, yeah, I'll even listen to this nigga.
Huh? Come on, tell me about the
They
math
finna
and
clown
algebra.
the fuck out of
Because
your ass.
the FBAs here cannot calm down enough for the white man to give us the things we need.
This is a troll, man.
They will help us.
Family, do y'all hear this tether? Y'all want to know? Y'all want to know the delineation?
Tariq got to be paying these people, man. Ain't nobody that dumb.
This right here is why delineation is so important. What we
Bro,
gonna
they
do
that
with this?
dumb.
Nah, Tariq paying these people, man.
Bro,
Ain't no
It's
way.
not, you see that? That's
believe
neither
it.
here nor there.
How are we gonna deal with this?
All you have to do is calm down and just go to work, calm down your youth, and just do the right thing. You ask for reparations. Why would you get that when you don't even work hard enough to get it?
You talking about a dude who y'all ain't got working electricity in many parts of your homeland.
Because you guys can't calm down.
So it's our fault that y'all ain't got electricity in your homeland?
Yes.
Oh.
Because the president won't do anything for us because he looks at us like young niggas here.
Your president? So you're blaming your failure in your own homeland on us?
Yes.
Lord.
Okay, man.
What's wrong with these? Are they on some Igoosie crack? What are they on? Let me get the black receipt in. What are these tethers talking about? The black receipt. What's going on with this man? The black receipt?
Man, I don't know if he done ate some of that bush meat that you done got caught in.
No, I did. I don't even eat bush meat.
Oh, you don't eat bush meat? Look, I don't know if you done suck too much white man dick or you done got on the bush train to come over here and you ain't trying to get deported. But look, it's time to go, buddy. I don't know what they done told you, what type of dreams they done sold you. But you got to go. You are not the new us. It's been plenty of people who've been trying to replace us from the white adjacent.
You're being replaced now.
No,
we come, we watch you, we learn you. We see everything you do and we be you. So how could we not?
He said we be you.
You can copy us. Look, I understand y'all over there learning all the O2 moves because y'all on some G-Unit shit right now. Y'all 20 years behind. It's okay.
Right.
The transmission hasn't made it there properly because y'all ain't got enough antennas to get, you know what I'm saying, good video service. But y'all can't replace us because we have that Majora spirit where we always hey, that's why everybody's falling in line with delineation. You see next year white folks are delineated. They over.
Oh wow.
There's a bunch of dumb Negroes out here, man.
That was fucking Ben Yuko. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, nothing much. I just listened to that video. That was a despicable garbage of Tariq doing that.
And both sides. Tariq gets the worst Africans, the dumbest motherfuckers.
Exactly. That's who he gets. He doesn't get anybody that's really intelligent. It's like
he gets the Afro dumbass types, you know.
But you know, but Tariq, because that's the way it goes. Is a black political class still necessary and relevant? Well, at this point, it's already been destroyed. It's been destroyed.
I would say before it got destroyed, I think it was deceptive because black people basically we got the Civil Rights Act passed before there was a black political class, right? Then black people leaders convinced us that the key to basically building us, right, is that they have to be the gatekeepers, the buffer between them, us, and the white establishment, right? And so for a while it worked. We had people like Harold Washington in Chicago and Marion Barry. They did a lot of good stuff for the black community, you know. But long term, there was no plan. That's why Gary failed. Gary Indiana failed. You know, you can't have politics without economic. Until you create an economic base. An economic base, you have to have a social structure, right? In order for you to have a social structure, you have to have control over your cultural context, what Black people don't have, you know? In other words, we don't control the context of our existence. You can't be on the margins of a society and think to build economic and social power. Economic and social power leads to political power, right? Which leads more to social power and more economic. It's like a spiral, you know, in a circle, you know. But if you have no cultural, what do I mean by culture? When you get a bunch of Black people together, right? Everybody's doing their own thing. There's no like we're a people and we have a common this, a common that, we have a common destiny. We're not, you know. So there's only thing that we have in common together is our oppression and our poverty. You know, you cannot build an identity based on poverty and struggle. And that's what the Black community has always been around. Our identity has been around civil rights, racism, poverty, and struggle. You can't build a community like that because it won't go. That's as far as it'll ever go.
Absolutely. You actually want to build something where tangible. You have to build infrastructure.
Yeah.
You have to have things like farmers, electricians, technologists.
You have to build that. And the bottom line, you cannot do that in somebody else's space because white people, like, when you start doing that, you're taking away from them. You know,
because they own all the land.
And
like
also
Bill Gates.
They believe our consumer base belongs to them.
Yeah, because that's who owns the majority of the stuff. Like Bill Gates owns most of the farming. Right? And then you have energy owned by like BlackRock and Vanguard. So what do you expect?
I look at the communications, things like AT&T, Disney. We really don't have a chance, you know. We really don't have a chance, you know, in being dominant because we live in a high-tech world. Everything we see, comes from fucking controlled by them. You know, I heard Hulu was just bought by another company. I don't know what, but you know, there's absolutely no chance. You know, we don't have control over anything. You don't have control over the internet. No, we have nothing.
No, because remember we were talking the other day. We talked about how we have all these technologies, but you can't build anything. No a real co-working space that we can actually build technology.
I know.
No social media. No PayPal's where all the money can be stay in the community.
We have nothing like that. You know, we have our own PayPal.
It pains me so much for you to be even talking like this.
I know.
Like right now, like I told you, I'm a data center engineer. Right now, I'm building a big AI system for a big bank. Sometimes I ask myself, when am I going to do this in Africa for my people? You know, for my race.
Yeah, we never got a chance. They got us off balance.
You know,
they got us off balance.
And you know, so everything, all my intellectual property, my designs, and all it go to them.
Yep.
Everything we do in America, right, benefits them in their system.
All the designs and put the switch in, go to them. That's it.
Yeah, it's owned by Google, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon.
Yeah, you sign papers, you can't even do nothing.
Yeah, you know the deal when you signed on the dotted line, Dave. They finna rob you, nigga. Yeah, you get your salary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know all that dope shit people be doing. They be like, just nope, you signed, nigga.
When it's a hidden line. It's like, oh, you have do all this. Find me this. All these things with horses, just mind rape, mind warping you.
Like you said, like Kyla said, no chance. What chance, you know?
Yeah, I thought black people had a chance.
Ask him about
When the internet first came out, I thought black people had a chance, right? I said, okay, we ground floor. How do we let this bring in morph into this? And
because it was a .com bust. That's the one.
Yeah, we didn't get into that. When we could have had our own AOL. We should have bought AOL. Started with something like that. We should have bought AOL, something like that. We did have Black Planet at one time, you know.
Yeah, Black Planet was popping at one.
Yeah, Black Planet was popping. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, and what happened to that? That got
it got co-opted by white people.
I mean, it turned into something.
It was live. Then you go on your Yahoo Messenger, yeah. AOL Messenger, y'all go chat.
Hey, Dave, you remember getting those CDs for the free thing?
Word.
Yeah, I remember we had to dial up. Hold up, we had to dial up on that Netscape.
Dial up.
That fucking noise.
I remember that.
Now it's so powerful. Like I said, people ask me, one girl that's on our group chat.
That was when the internet was free.
But yeah, Barack Obama could be. I said no. Barack Obama was the last president that ran and got elected before the internet and social media. Imagine him trying to run in the age of Twitter and shit like that. You know, he would have got eaten up, man. That all his stuff about him being born in it would have been magnified 1,000. Mainstream media didn't cover that. You know.
Oh yeah, he would have got 8 online. Yeah, we got 8 online.
What's up, Jonathan?
What was that? J Mill from Norwood Cal. What's good?
Why y'all up here sounding like it's doomsday for us?
That's Colin, man. You know, this nigga's the doomsday.
Yeah, look, man, it's like
a bunch of men on the platform. Y'all talking doomsday.
This situation grim.
That's this nigga Colin Nation niggas, man.
You know, situation grim, man. I look a bit candy coat this shit, man. Shit's grim, man. You know. Yo, did you get Jonathan? The state of New Jersey, where Dave is from, right? 15 cents on every dollar.
$100.
$100. Yeah, that's how much the state of New Jersey spends on black businesses. That's grim, bro. It's grim.
I mean, that's very grim.
Yeah. So what are we gonna do? And what's up? My whole thing is,
man,
you know who's supposed to change that, Jonathan?
Black
the black
politicians.
The black political class. You know.
It ain't up to them to change it.
Yeah, they're the ones who's supposed to change. They're the ones supposed to lobby. We give them our vote, you know, and tell them if you, especially Democrats, right? If you don't, guess what? Black people got to get out of this idea that we're scared to vote Republican. I'm getting out of there. You know, like I said, I didn't hear what I want to hear from Kamala, right? So I went to the other side. I'll do that again. I don't give a shit. You know, don't really tell me I got to vote for a fucking political party. I look at a state like New Jersey. There's no reason. The number of black people in New Jersey, right? That situation is what it is, you know. Let me play that thing again. I don't think Jonathan saw this, right? I don't think Jonathan saw this. You know. Okay, what was the second one you sent me, Dave?
Look, this is website. So, you know,
see it, Jonathan.
Graphs and everything.
This nigga look like he trying to get niggas to vote for Democrat. Watch this.
I can say it.
This is collar kind of
I don't
people.
think it's a Democrat thing. It's a
This is collar kind of people.
So who's ever going to look? I want to win. I want to see. I'm sick and tired of seeing black people with nothing. So if the Republicans win,
it's the website for what's going on.
All right, I got it.
The rundown.
So what was that number again, Kyle, about the black businesses in New Jersey?
Yeah, I'm gonna play a video. Give me a second.
Okay.
This is like this. When you tell about the medium income of black people, this is grim. You know, this is grim. You know, this is grim. This is grim. This is grim. Now, I would like to tell you a better story. You know, Jonathan's a very optimistic person. I'm not. You know,
man, look at that income.
Look at income,
House,
650,000.
yeah, man, you
That's
get
white
slaughtered.
income, right? Let's see what the
Get
black
slaughtered
income
down
is.
here.
It's 20,000 to 650,000. You know, I know all about New Jersey. I used to. My father used to work down there. I used to be around these rich white kids. My father's job, the owners, when I used to go to these rich white kids' houses in North Jersey. Different world, man. Different world.
East Orange. I'm Martin, and I brought receipts. The average white household in New Jersey has a net worth of $655,000. Wealth that buys a good life. Black and Hispanic families, less than $20,000. A life of struggle, not by choice, but by design. Minority businesses make up 25% of the state's total, yet white-owned firms took over $17 billion of the $18 spent by the state in just 5 years. Black businesses, 10% of the pool and getting just 14 cents for every $100 New Jersey spends. 14 cents. And while we're being shortchanged, they're cutting lifelines, SNAP, Section 8, child care, DEI protections, minority business certifications, the ACA, Social Security, and more. We've got two choices: sit out and get shut out, or stand up and demand fair play. No one's coming to save us. Only we can save ourselves. Get the playbook. Join me and the New Jersey Policy Initiative Tuesday, October 28th, right here in East Orange. RSVP for time and details, and I'll see you there.
Bro,
Sounds
sounds
like
serious, man.
Awful. 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 Awful.
Oh, you gotta mute that nigga, man. That sounds like certified Democratic advertising. That's just one place, Colin.
Ain't that what I just said, Jonathan? I thought I said
California and other places, black people are doing a lot better. So it's all about regions and
No,
location.
show me a statistic. I bet you any money besides like Maryland and Virginia and North Carolina and Georgia. I bet you anything.
Black people average income in California is higher than most places, Colin.
No,
That's a
it's
fact.
not like that. $650,000. No.
So you're talking about, do the math or do the research.
Jersey is one of the richest states in the country, right? When you compare $20,000, that's poverty.
Nah, New Jersey have a lot of black poverty also. There are other states that have less black poverty than New Jersey.
What he's saying is the disparity, you know, and the fact that white people take away $17 billion worth of contracts for the state, you know, $17 billion. That's how they got all that money. Look, I'm from that area right there. I know it goes back, you know, to old school white people controlling everything. And we're not fighting up. We fought for Democrats for years, but we were not going for the guap. We were told that starting a business and all that was bad. You know, we got to talk about social justice. We got to fight for SNAP benefits. We got to fight for fucking welfare. One of
the things that you're not mentioning is that a lot of people that come to New Jersey are not even originally from New Jersey. These are hedge fund managers, people who made their money in New York, and then they move down to Jersey and they buy property and start businesses.
But the state of New Jersey, right? The state has a budget, right? Like every other state has a budget, right? They spend money with the private sector, right? Contract. You got a business, LLC, and you got a service you can perform. You got a contract with the state. You could put a bid for a contract and state. A lot of times, black people, one, they don't know about that, right? And then two, white people know how to finance each other, right? Which should be illegal, right? Which they basically call price fixing. That's supposed to be against the law.
Another aspect is the mafia. The mafia has had a stronghold on construction and labor in New Jersey for a long time.
You're still price fixing, you know? If somebody if you have you want a paving contract, right? Well, the paving union association, which is mostly white guys, right, will say, you know something, this black company wants to do a pave, right? How much you put a bid in for? Well, we're going to give you the money to drop the price down to put him out because we know he can't go this low.
Tyler, you know what that is? That's something that you're against. It's called DI.
No.
Inclusion.
No.
Inclusion. You don't want DI.
Oh, this is not a debate, man. Stop filibustering me. Right? It's not a debate.
Okay.
What I'm saying is this. That's how it is, right? Now, if you talk about DEI, right? DEI, you got to first. If you can't do DEI until you get rid of those things that allow DEI to happen. You got to take away the power of them in the first place, you know, because eventually, even with DEI, they're gonna still find a way how to. There's no difference. Jersey had DEI, and you see the difference.
They got rid of it. That's the point.
No.
You just play a video where the guy said he got rid of DEI. Did you not hear it?
Democrat state. Newark is a Democrat city. Most of Jersey.
Play the video again. The guy told you that they got rid of the DEI.
No, he said the DEI is under assault. He didn't say they get rid of them. It's under assault. You know, and that's what I'm saying. So a lot of times people conflate DEI, and also DEI is not for just black people. It's for women. It's for gays. It's for handicapped. It's diversity. It has nothing to do with being black. What we're talking about is black. Because even when you have your DEI, right, black people are still being pushed out because they got Hispanics, Arabs, all the other people could fill the.
So
job.
what should be done, Colin? What should be done to give black people an even playing field?
What is this? So when you have these associations, right? Associations and contracting stuff like that, right? We know immigrants work together, right, for the bidding process. Whites work together, like these old school whites, Italians, Irish. They have clubs and networks and everything. The only group of people that really don't really have organized like that is Black America, right? What can we do? I have no idea. All we do is basically fight against those price fixing and stuff like that in the way what I call country club decision making. In other words, when you have a bid on properties and some decision making, decisions should not be made. Everything should be made transparent. There should be a public notice on everything, right? This building's gonna be for sale, whatever like that. The city is looking for contract. It should be publicly noted. A lot of times people notice stuff before it even goes public, and so they have an advantage, right? I think they should get a hold of who gets the knowledge and stuff like that, and it should be very clear. And that's not always on the state, whatever like that. That's what the black politicians and the so-called political activists should be doing, but they're not. You know, they're not making people aware
it benefits their pockets. What about their pockets before us?
Exactly. You know, they care about themselves and whatever they can get and whatnot, and they look the other way and whatnot. And let you know how this big contract gets signed and we don't get none of it. You see all these other people getting their little contract, the paint company come in. How the fuck this happened? You know, even on Jersey Turnpike, right?
The black business people in New Jersey, are they contributing to the politicians that they say are supposed to represent them?
Yeah, they contribute to the politicians, you know?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, look, Jersey has a huge black population, you know, and all stuff like that from Camden to.
You were the one who was talking yesterday, or I think it was today, about black politicians and how you don't support them. Everything is running fine, so you don't need black politicians.
I know. That's what I'm my point of the show. You know, in my city, we don't fucking need them. You know, we figured out that they're useless anyway. So, all the black people in our city, we don't have problem getting government city contracts and stuff like that. So, what the fuck we need them for? You know, that's just one more nigga that don't have a job at our expense. That's the way we see it. You know.
Wow.
That's how they should be treated. Like Colin said, that's how they should be treated. Because these are people that never work real jobs ever.
Man, shut the hell up, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Shut up, dude. Shut your fucking mouth.
Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay.
Most of these politicians are lawyers. They're businessmen who are transitioning into politics. They've worked real jobs before. What are you talking about?
They're a bunch of grifters and whatnot, you know.
Name one black politician that you know ain't never had a real job.
Well, what I'm saying, okay, Jesse Jackson.
Really?
He never had a job.
Yeah.
Never.
Al Sharpton has a show called Politics Nation. He's a political powerhouse. Tell me what fucking real job he ever had.
Before he got in politics, what job did he have?
Nothing. Al Sharpton was a freaking person who went around causing trouble. I'm from New York, right? He did nothing, you know.
Is Al Sharpton a politician? Has he ever had political office?
No, he's a politician. You don't have to have political office to be a politician. If you deal in politics, right? And by the way, this is how politics works, right? Well, yeah, he's a hustler. You know how to put things together for the election.
He's an activist, Colin. He's not a politician. He's an activist.
Look. It doesn't matter. He's in the politics.
He was a hustler.
You don't mean he's a politician. You know that
He's an activist.
He's in the politics.
Al
you know?
Sharpton is
He won't no real
Al
activist.
let's put it like this: Al Sharpton is a political figure.
Okay, there you go. Now you move the goalpost.
You know, he's a political figure.
Well, you're calling all these people from the way back days, Kyle. I call some regular politicians like Jocelyn Crockett. She was a defense lawyer before she became a
I
state
don't know
representative.
anything about her. That's the people of Texas and whatnot. You know, I don't know anything about Texas. Whatever.
What about LLC? What she was doing before politics?
She was bartending. That's a real job.
She was bartending. Well, next thing you know, she got on Instagram, and next thing you know, the nightmare begins. She gets elected. You know, so. But I would give her this. But well, this year, and she did shut down Amazon. That would cost a lot of good jobs there. They had 6 big jobs at AOC. You know, she drove Amazon away when I have no idea why, but she had up Amazon, so they pulled out that area of Long Island City and everything like that, and Queens and the Bronx when that's her district. And so she basically did that. And the bottom line is this: you look at her district, Washington Heights and all that. They people play. They ain't got shit over there, you know. So it is what it is.
Kyle.
They elected her, you know. Whatever it is, what it is. Like I say, you get with her. But all I know is here in Virginia Beach, we got to figure it out. We got to figure it out. You useless leftist, Marxist politicians. We have this one chick running around Norfolk, right? And I want to go to a political meeting and tell this chick to shut the fuck up, right? Because Norfolk is like this. We got black people in the city council. We got black mayor of Norfolk and whatnot. You know, they're doing the best they can, right? And all she does is political meeting and talk about, see, Black Lives Matter. The people, have you talked to the fucking people in Norfolk? The people in Norfolk got jobs. They're happy, whatever like that. They get up there and rabble-rouse and whatnot. Yeah, you know, we got to do this. We got to do this. And it's not even grounded in reality, you know? So I guess she'll get elected to city council, whatever like that, just to advocate on stuff like that. And, you know, let's say she puts 20 years into it. The community that she's representing, all these people, I see the same thing. I've been here for 30-something years, right? I have not seen no fucking improvement in none of these sucker people. Now they're all shutting down, you know? But yet you got people getting elected, you know? And the communities just get worse and worse and worse, you know? And so therefore, all of us here in Virginia Beach, all the black people here in Virginia Beach, like 25% of the population of Virginia Beach or not, we come out here because we're trying to escape this madness, right? They let crime get out of control. It's just a freaking mess. They don't know how to run fucking cities. All they want to do is rabble rouse. When they do get caught doing something right, they'll say the white establishment is persecuting us and whatnot. And so, damn, why is crime out of control? Well, you know, we can't criminalize our youth and whatnot. Well, the youth are going out there smashing shit and fucking jacking people and whatnot. What the fuck is the police supposed to do? Well, you know, so you know what the black people say? They say, I'm tired of my car being broken into every fucking weekend. We're tired of shit. So, man, bought a house in Virginia Beach. Life is there. But what about do you want to bring some of these black politicians out here? What you get the fuck out of here, you know? Fucking destroy. We like, man, we had enough, you know? We really did. We really had enough.
Well, yeah.
You know?
Hey, don't you want Al Sharpton out there talking for you, Colin?
Hell
Come
no.
on, man. Come on,
Let's
man.
come out here, he gets shot, you know?
Fight the power, man.
We're gonna shoot him, Colin.
It's the truth. We're just tired.
So
Man.
what's stopping black people from having a effective base, political base that they can
We don't
govern
care about
themselves?
a fucking effect because you cannot have a political base in a country where you do not control the culture, the social, economic. The best we could do is just live our lives and everything and do the best we can because the collective does not fucking work. And I'm sick and tired of people drawing me into the collective. All we're doing is carrying deadbeats, you know? And that's just the way it is.
And we have a lot.
Until the black America wants to really change and we have discipline and order in the community and whatnot, you know, it's always gonna be like black people just delineating from a good segment of our community, you know. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah, FBA is here to bring law and order. You know what I'm saying?
No, FBA is part of the problem because we're trying to get away from the FBA types.
Yeah,
You
we're here to
know?
bring law and order to
We're
y'all
trying to get away
lawless
from the FBA
motherfuckers.
types, you know.
Know what I'm saying?
And what happened? Hey, Colin, what happened to all the? We never hear that word from ADOS.
We here to bring law and order
Same
to you
thing,
motherfuckers.
ADOS,
You know?
FBA, same
Freeman,
thing.
Beat
You know?
that shit, man, too.
Yeah, man, they woke up the wrong FBA, bro.
Yeah, you ain't hibernation, and Tariq woke you up, huh?
Nah, it wasn't Tariq. Anyway, I wish Kyler would wake up.
Oh no, look,
Hey, Jonathan, if
like I
Kyler
said,
ever wake,
I'm saying like this. You guys, honestly, man, seriously, Bantu, you guys, maybe because I'm just seeing a poor representation of FBA. Maybe somebody, this everything I've seen. You guys are the dumbest motherfuckers I've seen.
you stop bullshitting yourself, Kyler.
No, I'm dead serious.
Kyler, you gotta break it down. What makes them dumb?
They're fucking stupid. They're FBAs.
He can't break it down.
Yo, let me tell you right now, the FBA to me are the fucking Pookies, the Bonquishas, the people who never read a book in their life.
That's what they say when they can't really
And so
explain.
bottom
It.
line
They
is
just
they
say,
don't
"Oh,
have
these
an
just
intelligent
some
argument,
Pookie niggas."
whatever like
Right.
this. I'm saying to myself, these are the Pookies, friggin', the Bonquishas and all these other people. And the whole thing is the main point of FBA is they think that Africans are after whatever the fuck they think. They think Africans are trying to get closer to their master, the white man, And they're like, white people. I heard three guys like, white people know what's better than you do. He was arguing with an African guy. Like this last week I just played. He said, we're going to replace you. And I'll be like, some FBA? I hope from fucking somebody comes and replaces the fuck us, right? I mean, I'm going to do anything in Black America, right?
What the fuck is wrong with you, Kyler?
Check this out. If somebody wants to get closer to this devil,
You want a Nigerian, a Liberian, a Ghanaian? You want them to come and replace you, Kyler?
Look. Let me say this, right? They can't replace me, right? Because I have a replacement, right?
What I thought.
What I'm saying is, these people that talk about somebody's going to replace me. Look, if you want to be next to white people and always on their minds and stuff like that, I'm trying to get away from them, So basically, FBA is like, how dare you take Master away from me? Master, that's Master. This is our Master. This is I'm a foundation in this country. Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
I was just thinking,
Now, I believe Black America could be a community. We could be a community with that, but we have nothing to do with America. We have nothing to do with white people. That's what I'm saying. That's the way I grew up. Right, I grew up in a Black community in a Black world. Right, we didn't give a fuck about no America and no white people and that. I don't know where this fucking shit coming from. Tariq, like you see Africans getting along with whites, man, be happy for them. They don't have our history. We're never going to get along with whites like that because of our history. That's the way I see it. So what the FBA is doing is trying to erase the significance of what happened to us in our history. Tell us slavery wasn't
we get
that
along with
bad.
white people every day. We go to
Crazy, man. We the one bringing the shit to the forefront.
FBA, all you guys talk about is most FBAs will say slavery never happened.
Man, who said that?
That you guys are indigenous to America. You already here.
Man, you talking about some Aboriginal nigga like
I think what tends to happen is you start mixing all of these people up and start thinking that they all claim to be
FBA. He's trying to put
every time I go to
FBA, talking about we got different branches of
FBA.
FBA.
Look, I don't see different branches. All I see is you guys are all with that same crowd. And I put you guys all together.
Okay. All right.
I see. Look. When I see,
there's no way you can put us in that same crowd.
Let me tell you something.
You know we head and shoulders above that shit. Quit playing, man.
Hold up. Let me say this. Now I see this one chick, right? She was cooking one time. She was basically saying, I'm a proud Black American, blah 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 blah. And she was going through all that, right? And then she says, yeah, because we're the copper colored indigenous. I was like, bump, man. I said, you was going good. You was cooking when then you said, so they always got to include these people in there, And so I said, man, what else? I had this one guy, look at my show, one of my shows back, right? The guy just got on my thing, said, I'm feeling what you're saying, Colin, but we ain't African, we never came from Africa. I'm like,
Tariq allowed him. Tariq allowed him into in the Aborigines to the group when he put on his website.
Let's admit, so I can basically say, yeah, they're all one and the same, man.
Madman, we can't deny that. You can't deny that shit is overlapping though. That the Dan Callaways, the Abos, the other people that kind of overlap with the FBA talking points.
Because Tariq he put on his website that FBA is
What about
the black people, the Africans that came over here, as well as the Aboriginals that was already here.
Yeah,
So,
but he can't find any evidence of Aboriginal. Where's the scientific proof?
so y'all can't get upset with the Aboriginals when Tariq included them in these little things.
Because
So.
it's money. Freak is out for the money.
beefing
Freak's
with
like
FBA?
he's
The
grifting.
Aboriginals
Griff is
beefing with
grifting.
FBA.
Wait, what did you say, Dave?
I said the Aboriginals and the FBAs don't get along.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking
Yeah, but I know,
about,
but hold
man.
up. But what I'm saying is you see the FBA, right?
And the
And
Hebrew
even though they don't
That's
get
why
along,
I'm just
the only time that they
listening.
don't
I'm
get
trying to
along
figure out
is
what's going on.
Colin, can you go to Tariq website?
the only time they don't get along is when the Abros consist that they're Native American. They say no, we're original Aboriginal American, indigenous to America. And that's the only time they ever argue about that.
The only
Other
time
than
they
that,
don't get along is when the Aboriginals say that slavery never happened.
Dave,
yeah,
Dave, are
shit
you
like
an
that,
FBA?
Dave is an FBA. He just scared.
David got no damn FBA.
He like collar.
FBA.
They scared.
Hey,
Dave,
Colin,
you
you
think
look.
FBA?
You know, so Dave, you ever notice that people basically
Collar's
always want to
scared,
project their
man. He
FBA
rather stay in
on
his
everybody
I
else?
just know
But
about
he
There is
Tariq.
rather
I've
money
been
in
stay in his
FBA.
following.
You can't get on
Afro
I've
FBA.
been following
Bantu
Tariq
Mandinka,
for a
right?
minute.
deal
I
with
know
reality.
Bantu Mandinka, man. I listen to you guys, long as I do, right?
We're dealing with
The
reality
FBA
now,
are the
bro.
dumbest motherfuckers. I mean,
I
I
know
see
you keep
dudes my
saying
age,
that,
right?
but it's not
The
true.
dumbest niggas on the fucking
You know
planet.
what I'm saying? Like, that's why, I laugh at people that keep saying
At the
shit.
point, I'm at the point now where
Like,
I just as soon as they come on my timeline, I just block them, man. They're so fucking stupid, man.
Hey,
They
Colin, can you
talk about
pull up Tariq
slavery never
website?
happened. Slavery never happened. Some of y'all believe that y'all came from Africa.
Hey, yo,
Why are you
Colin, can you hear me?
fucking crazy? That's blasphemy. If you can't admit that your fucking bloodlines from Africa, everybody on this fucking panel bloodline Africa. Because if you wasn't, you wouldn't be on my panel right now. So the bottom line is your bloodline comes from Africa. Just be proud of that
I
shit.
never heard not one FBA
that's
say
what I was just gonna
that.
say, dog. But I don't want to
I
say
hear it
nothing
all the
because
time.
Kyler
I
like to
hear it
kick me
all
off
the
the
Kyla, I
show
time,
and
think,
bro.
shit.
Kyla, once
Hold
again,
on.
I
Check
think
this
you
out.
listened to a whole bunch of shit, and
No,
then
He
you
no.
just
sure
conflated it
he
all
make
into
it.
one big
He
ass
make
people.
he
Jonathan.
misrepresenting us, man. He
Jonathan.
misrepresenting us.
Hold on, Jonathan. That Solon flag and that FBA flag that Bantu Mandinka has, that they
Hold up.
always say you guys need to regulate who represents you, man.
Hold up.
You guys gotta represent who represents you, because I'm like, that's really not a good look, Now, what I'm trying to say is, if you got people who are FBA, I see what I did was I took some of their talking points, right, and I incorporated what I'm talking about, right. I don't think black people ought to let Africans come over here and fucking disrespect them and shit like that. I always say, no, fuck that, And I always say black people in America ought to be proud of their fucking history, right? And I always say we don't have no obligation to love Africans like that. We don't have any obligation to love Africans or whatever like that. That's a thing. And also, and I always say, if black people want nothing to do with Africa, I'm cool with that, So if I'm saying all that, what's the need for the fucking FBA? See, the FBA just don't like me at all. The fact that I go to Liberia and I'm involved in Africa is a
Niggas
cardinal
got
sin to them.
FBA derangement, man.
No. They got Pan-African derangement, You see them. Look, have you ever seen me in FBA chats going off? You see this one chick, For Righteous, and the other chick that be in here, call me every name in the book and whatnot, and stuff like that in my chat room and whatnot. They be going off on me. I'm like, God damn, is it that important? But I never go no FBA chat and say anything. I never go on their platforms. You believe what you want to believe, that's fine. Live and let live. But they will not let me live, You got this Chantel chick wrote a whole expose exposing me on YouTube and whatnot, She just took half bits and pieces of stuff. So I just put he's a freaking, a sister gave him a job. He would be homeless if it wasn't for his sister. All this kind of stupid shit that don't make any type of sense, But Chantel has a hard on for me, She won't leave me alone. She won't go away, So I don't understand why these people are so delusional. All I do is say what I say, and I say I'm involved with a country called Liberia that my ancestors have a history with in the modern world, you know. So I'm a modern man. You know, we made an attempt to go to the continent, you know, and everything like that. And I said, I love that history of the country and I love the culture. My wife's Liberian, you know, and so for that, I'm persecuted, right? I never say anything about no FBA, what people do and stuff like that. Live and let live, man, you know, but they won't let me go. They won't let me leave me alone. You know, they will not stop until, you know, they're like, For Righteous says she's reporting me to the FBI, you know. What the fuck can I do? You know? That's
Carl, Carl,
What? Why the fuck is she reporting to FBI?
Carl, I want the fact. But you see, they're like little mice. They just come come in your house to try to find some food. That's what FBA does.
Shut your forehead ass up, nigga.
Shut up, bro. Shut up, dude. Shut your fucking mouth.
Hey, Benton. Shut up there. Shut the fuck up.
Y'all stop, man. Hey, man, I've been letting them talk freely, man. It's time for you to shut the fuck up right now. All right?
Hey, you shut your fucking mouth.
Shut your fucking mouth, Benton.
Yeah. Hey, Elvis. I know you look like a bitch.
Hey, Elvis, I know you look like a bitch.
Hey, Elvis,
episode.
Elvis, I want to ask you a question. You heard
What's
about
up,
that guy who basically threatened the president's son? He said, "I'm gonna eat you raw." What do you think about that?
Who got?
Oh, you want to hear to see the video?
Who in America or in what?
No,
Africa?
he's in America. But if I was, what I'm gonna do when I go to Liberia, I'm gonna have a really talk with security people. I know a lot of security people in Liberia. I'm gonna tell them it's time for them to start a cyber police force and whatnot. And also, I would suggest that any Liberian that holds dual citizenship, think about this, right? Panel, right? That every 5 years you must come to Liberia and present yourself and get a briefing. If you're gonna hold two citizen passports, every 5 years you gotta come to Liberia, pay a tax, and basically be debriefed. So they're gonna go over your social media history and stuff like that.
Yeah, Carl, that's a good idea. They're gonna implement it for you, man.
Well, the bottom line, that's what I'm gonna suggest. I'm gonna suggest. We know
That's a good idea, Carl.
Yeah, I know you don't like it. You know.
No, I said it's a good idea. What do you mean I don't like it? It's a great idea, Carl.
You're asking me in Central Monrovia jail for the stuff you be doing. You know.
What are you talking about?
American Freeman said, "You're a fucking joke, bro. Nobody care what your little channel, the white man's internet." What? Damn! I don't even know this guy, American Freeman. This one was coming at me. God damn!
It's the guy from the other night.
Hey, hit that link, Freeman. Go get this work.
He ain't gonna come up here. He ain't gonna step up. Yo, American Freeman, step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. You know, step right up. Okay, here we're in America.
This cone ass Negro, 1776, is asking if Jasmine Crockett defended any case before she became a you know, it's always these niggas who are mediocre niggas and love to hit on black women who are excellent in their field. This woman went to law school. She was a brilliant student. She became a lawyer. This social worker nigga think they're on the same level.
She was educated. You know, she's educated.
Nah, tell that to the 1770 coon.
Because
talking shit.
Check this out. He's listening to Charlie Kirk and all these.
That's what I'm saying. These conservatives, they hate black women. And these other black men who are conservative minded, they tend to hate black women. You be doing the same shit, Carla? Hating on Stacey Abrams?
No, I say
hating on other women who are highly intelligent and educated, way more than you.
Set the record straight, right? Just because I call Stacey Abrams a hippopotamus, you know, just because I call Ketanji Braxton a buffoon, right? There's very good reasons why I said those things.
Carla, you yourself was looking like Moto not too long ago before you had that surgery, man. So don't be acting like you was always skinny and shit.
Elvis, man. The bottom line is this, right? You know, we all should get in shape, you know, and do the best we can.
Carla, you didn't get in shape by working out, man. You got a fucking surgery and you was taking Ozempic, man. Stop the cap.
Elvis, shut up, you know.
Okay.
All right. Stacey Abrams, right? I just called her hippopotamus, right? No offense, a little jabbing and whatnot, you know. And basically, she only tried to steal $1 billion, whatnot, before she was caught. You know,
What are you talking about? The lady was a corporate lawyer. She was a wealthy lawyer in Atlanta.
Look, when she
Most black women are independent, wealthy
so
people,
hold on, when she ran for
hardworking women in
governor,
Atlanta.
you know what her debts were? She was $200,000 in debt. You know,
That's the campaign. A campaign can be in debt. It's not her
that
personally.
was for years she never worked. She basically was taking out student loans.
What are you talking about? She had a degree a long time ago before she got into
But
politics.
she wasn't working no place though. You know,
She was a corporate lawyer. What are you talking about, man?
But she didn't make. How did she get $200,000 in debt?
Personally, or her campaign was in debt?
Person, that wasn't her campaign. That was before she went ran for
Okay,
office.
show it to us, Colin.
All right, let's see. Let's see. You guys.
I don't know about it. I'm not arguing against it, but I want to see.
You guys make me do this. You guys want to freaking always debate, and then when I find it out, you know, Stacey Abrams. Watch this. You know, Stacey Abrams. Stacey.
So this what they like to do. Target a black woman.
Wait,
I'm not targeting her.
do you think because she had $200,000 in debt,
That means she
couldn't
broke?
pay it off, or she broke?
Right.
No, she
Being in debt
when
is
she
not
ran for
necessarily.
office- hold on, when she ran for office, it magically disappeared. You know.
Very interesting.
Obama too, and the rest of them.
Tyler, most educated people have some level of debt, whether it's student loans, whether it's other debts.
Okay, hold. Oh, here
I
it is
mean,
right
they broke.
here. Here it
Stop
is right
sipping,
here.
dude. Stop
Here it is
sipping,
right
dude.
here. Here it is right here.
That's
God,
not something. If you're speaking facts, you're not something.
Came right up. Came right up. Came right up. It came right up. I just Googled it.
Okay.
It popped right up.
What does it say?
Elvis, man, I never found something. Okay, hold up. Give me 1 second. You gonna see? You know. It says remarkable rags to riches story of Stacey Abrams. You know.
What's the source?
It says, it's
What's the
real
story?
clear investigation. Real clear investigations. I got plenty of them, you know. And what you call it says remarkable rags. This story's been going around for years, right? By her own admission, Stacey Abrams has made a number of personal financial missteps in her career. Despite a history marked by bill collectors, tax liens, and ethical investigations, the Georgia politician and Democratic Party activist has managed to amass a small fortune while working most of her career for a nonprofit sector, right? Financial records show that when she first entered statewide politics, she brought a network of less than $100,000, right? And last year, she had publicly filed, she had grown to more than $2.3 million, right? The green energy startup hired by the senior council in 2003 helped secure federal funding for a nonprofit. How you going to freaking get a nonprofit for some green energy for 1.9? That's a scam, you know? Net one grants total of $1.9 billion for the Biden Environmental Protection Agency, you know? According to a podcast interview she gave last year, these funds were frozen last month by Trump administration while the investigation grant thing. Many startups of Stacey Abrams, just in the latest string of investigation involving Abrams, right, who has presidential ambitions and nonprofits she's launched. Last month, Georgia lawmaker announced a special probe into a New Georgia project as fundraising arm, which failed to report millions of dollars in contribution and spending tied to Abrams' first gubernatorial bid. She's also been accused by ethics watchdogs of personal misusing political donation. Yeah, it's our black political class, you know, personal gain and money and whatnot. It is what it is, you know. I've always been concerned about her leveraging political public service to enrich herself. William Percy Perry, who formerly led a Georgia chapter, but you're gonna say he's being racist, right, Elvis? You know, he's being racist, you know.
Wait, he's accusing her of doing something that everyone in politics does?
I don't think everybody in politics do it, you know.
Every last one of them do
No,
it.
not every last person. That's a lie. Everybody don't do it.
Oh,
Bottom line is
no, Jonathan, only the black people do it. White people don't do it.
hold on. There's a lot of politicians.
Wait, Kyla, earlier you were talking about how the white people maintain power by doing the very thing that she's doing.
Let's not probably what about two wrongs don't make a right.
Yes, it does.
Let's start with this whataboutism, right? Because trafficking of Ohio went to jail for a long time.
They hate her, Carla. You know how many white men hit black women with power, or you didn't have the potential to have power? They hate her with a passion, bro. And you're regurgitating that same hatred for her.
Nobody hates Stacey. That's another thing.
That's a con woman.
When you're critiquing somebody, was a black woman.
Somebody shut this nigga up. This speech impediment.
Hey, Elvis, be quiet.
All right, quiet. Shut up, but you got a speech impediment.
Okay, Elvis. Here's another thing. Maybe you should stop fucking simping for once. You look like a bitch.
You sound like you need a simp just to get a woman to talk to you, man. What's your speech impediment?
Okay,
Shut
Elvis,
up, man.
Shut up, dude.
Yeah, shut up,
talk, dude. Shut up.
Let's move on, man. I don't want to get on him too bad, man. I feel sorry talking to him.
My point I'm trying to make here is this. You know, the Georgia black women, right, are really falling behind the curve. She suggested that every black woman in the state of Georgia get a subsidy of $800 a month, single mothers, right? $800 a month because it's so bad. What she don't understand is if these women choose to be single, they don't have a man in the house, stuff like that. That's what it is. But she said black women, because we have a unique challenge of not having men around, well, that's their own fucking choice, you know? So I don't believe this idea that, you know, because I'm seeing this even, I put this out there even in my own fucking family, right? I'm seeing some women in my family, relatives, women like that, choose to be single mothers. Choose to let the guy off the fucking hook. Choose to, while they're going to school, getting their degree, whatever like that, they live off the system, even living on the system.
Carla, this woman went to Yale Law School. One of the top law school in the country.
Yale Law School. You shouldn't be grifting like this off public funds.
What do you mean grifting? Because these white people say she's grifting. That's why you think she's grifting?
Look, when you basically represent me, that's why I said in my area.
God damn, man. I gotta agree with Carla on this one, man. I gotta agree with
when you're representing us, right, in our community and whatnot, you ain't look. I'm like zero. I don't give a fuck what white people do. You know, I don't give a damn what they do. When you're
prove the grift.
Well, you saw that. The freaking I just
that was his accusation. Motherfuckers making accusation. Nothing was proven, Carla.
She got a grant for $1 billion.
She got a grant for $1 billion, Carla.
God used the dance in front of her.
What does Stacey Abrams have to do with environmental? How is she environmental?
If she's not in jail,
right? She hasn't been charged.
And the bottom line, hold up. The bottom line is this. The bottom line is, look. If you're not in jail or not,
Carla, they don't know. This one is above their head. Right here.
No, Benjamin. Like the governor of Illinois' ass is in prison. So if she ain't in jail, you really can't hold that against her.
It's like this. Why? Because the bottom line
got a point there.
Black woman.
You got a point.
You don't try to make it seem like black women are so powerful and so special they can't go to jail. Don't try that shit.
That's a bar.
We're lying to ourselves at this point. We think that's the case.
Some people basically they don't want to touch because they don't feel as they want to be called racist or sexist. That's all it is, you know.
You think? Come on, I know that's the truth. Come on, Carl. Right? You know that makes sense.
It is the fucking truth. You know,
it's the real truth. My point I'm trying to make tonight. You don't like it. That's things in your head. Yeah.
All right, stop. Leave him alone.
So y'all think that she can commit all kinds of fraud?
Well, it's like
be an enemy of Donald Trump.
Look,
that's the only point right
she's
there.
She's so special, she can get away with it.
Hold on.
Y'all lying to yourselves.
That's the only point they got
That's not what I'm saying. I said she's been under investigation allegedly. She's innocent for proven guilty, right? Allegedly, right? But it's still not a good look.
I'm still gonna ride with the collar on this one, man. Y'all got the point, but allegedly. That's all.
Allegedly, you know.
This reminds me of when people were like, Bill Cosby, he did that to all of them women.
Well, he did,
and all of them white women. But at the same time,
let's be honest with
in the United States of America, during a time period that they're literally killing black people, he's the one special Negro that can rape white women.
The bottom line, look,
and get away with it.
If
you're lying to yourself.
Hey, Hey, John, if anybody in the world, it was that nigga, Bill Cosby, telling you. If
He did
anybody
a
in the
lot of wrong
world had
shit,
the
man. He paid
special
for it, you
shit,
know.
it
He
was
did a lot
Bill
of wrong
Cosby.
shit, but he didn't do it to no white woman. I tell you that much.
Well, he did. Well, he was sleeping with
I
white
Unless
women.
say,
people wanted to pretend like he was so
I
powerful
I
Well, the
think
that
bottom
he
line, look,
everyone
did,
looked
bro.
at him and
bottom
I
said,
line
"We're
is
think
gonna leave
bottom
that
line.
nigga
hey,
alone, but
I
target
think he
No, look,
everybody
did,
look,
bro.
else."
hold
I
up.
You're
think he
not being
did.
realistic.
That's just my
Hold
opinion, though. I
up.
don't know.
Let me talk. Look, I basically the one defended. I said Bill Cosby, a father figure in Black America. I remember him for what he did for our community and everything like that, right? But you know, if he did something wrong and he admitted it, so he paid these women off and everything, and the bottom line, granted, they came after him because well, he opened himself up for the fact
Well,
that he
whether
could, you know, what I'm saying he opened himself up for what because he knew what he was doing. You know, you go out there and you hanging out with people like Hugh Hefner and taking drugs and doing stuff like that back in the days. You're a black man. It's gonna come to you. You know,
yeah,
simple
Yeah,
as
he
that.
did all of that,
but
but
didn't
the
the
question is,
statute of
did
limitations
he
passed
rape
already?
the
No, he
woman?
didn't rape. Look, I nobody. I didn't believe he raped her, but the bottom line is,
Nah, I
you
didn't
know,
believe
it's
that he
just you
raped
know,
her.
it's
Nah.
not a good look. You know, you're taking drugs with a white woman.
Them,
Yeah, not a good look,
You know,
but
it's
he
not
didn't
a
do
good look.
anything.
It's not
He
a good
didn't
look.
do anything wrong.
nah.
It's not a good look. You
And
know,
Kyle, in the same way, it's not a good look, Stacey Abrams, but she ain't did nothing wrong. So ain't no point of persecuting
Is
her.
she
we don't know
still
that yet.
being
You know, we'll see everything.
investigated,
We don't
or is
know.
it over with?
Well,
Is
I
the
don't know.
case?
Look,
If
the
the
bottom line,
FBI investigating you and they
is this:
got you, bro.
she never took. Well, she never received
Apparently,
that
she
money,
free.
and she never received that money. That's why. If she would have took
Oh,
that money and whatnot, you know, and
Wait,
it
so
goes
she never received the money?
yeah, because the Trump administration blocked it. You know, she was supposed to get $1.9 billion. Tell me what the state qualification does she have talking about science and the environment? What is she
Nothing.
qualification?
Nothing.
Huh?
Nothing.
That was corruption right there. You know, it was grift. You know. So what
Hey,
I'm saying,
Colin, can I comment here on this part? And here's another thing. Let's add to the fact: you got people working in these nonprofits that never show you credentials on the skills that they acquired.
right?
Nothing. And they have
Now,
nothing.
now to the
Do
people that
y'all know
hold
how much these
on, I
major
know.
nonprofits
You
actually
know,
pay people?
hold on. What Jonathan Miller is
what?
saying.
The CEO of UNICEF
Hold
makes
on.
literally over $500,000 per year.
No, check this
The
out. Jonathan Miller,
Goodwill regional managers make over
Jonathan, you're not gonna talk over me, bro.
$400,000
You're
per
not gonna
year.
talk
I
over
don't
me.
think y'all
Whoa, what
just
that got to
because
do with anything?
The fuck out of here! I tell you, when I'm talking, shut the fuck up. You know what Jonathan Miller is doing is exactly why we're in a situation. Oh, everybody does it. That's why when people listen to people like Jonathan Miller, they think they can do what the fuck they want to do, live a political life, and not make a fucking difference on anything. That's what the problem is, right? So if we're going forward in the future, right? Politician, if you're in public office, we expect you to act a certain way. I don't give a fuck what white people do. Fuck them. We're not in our community, right? We need every serious person that's in decision-making power to make sure that you're operating on the behalf of the people that we sent you to office. You know, if you can't do that, don't run for office. That's why we have it right here. We don't want fucking black politics. We know they're useless. You know, that's why my city, we're like, fuck you, you're useless, man. We got everything we want for the white people. You know, fuck them. You know.
What was he
So
making a point about the CEO making 500,000? I don't get
yeah,
it.
who the fuck is it? Who cares? When not, you know, I'm saying if you're fucking in the friggin' goddamn, you're electing, you're representing Black America, right? We elected you. You know, everything you should do, it should be improving and building your constituency, your business, right? Not your own deals, your own side deals, your own shit like that. I'm sick and tired of people always using fucking white people like this. White people fucking sleep with their fucking daughters. They sleep with fucking animals, right? Are we gonna do that too? You know, every time you see white people do something, white people do it. Who the fuck cares what they do? You know,
It's about our own people. Our own people do is wrong. They won't come.
That's all they do. All they do is tell us what white people are doing. I don't give a fuck what white people are doing. All I know is every last single look at Jersey right now. That's a shame. 15 cents on every $100 black business. That's because the black political machine ain't doing shit there in Jersey, you know?
Yep.
No.
Hey, Dave,
Hey,
it's your business.
Jonathan, why was you saying? Why was
Y'all like to blame everything on the black political machine.
Fuck them.
Blame
Fuck
everything on black
I do
leaders.
blame them.
At
I
some
do blame
point,
them. I do
at
blame them.
some point,
I do blame them. Fuck them.
Because they're public figures.
Fuck them. I blame.
what
Yes,
the
I do
fuck
blame
does that mean?
I blame the
Because
fucking
they hell have
irrelevant.
to
I
answer.
mean, well,
Fuck out of
what we
here.
was talking about
So wait,
earlier.
I got a question, bro. Since you're very passionate, you need a politician to make decisions for your life so you can make better
Hey,
choices.
no, hold on. Nobody's talking about our life, right? But there's
As a
things that
business owner, you need a
hold on.
politician to make better decisions for your business. Or you supposed to
we
do
both
it?
can't talk at the same time, right? And the bottom line is this: lobbyists, everybody uses politicians to get what they want. So we're supposed to sit there and be like, "Oh, Jonathan, you know, oh yeah, we got politicians, we elect them and whatnot. They live their life, whatnot. We like this, you know, because we're black. Let's not blame them and whatnot. They don't have to do nothing. White politicians. You ever notice that one thing about this is what I'm saying, right? And I gotta really get off. White politicians and congressmen spend an average of 6 years before they're replaced, right? A black congressman spends decades in there and they'll do nothing for their community, right? Their community, look at freaking John Lewis, look at Maxine Waters' district, right? Like shit. Every black district in America that they represent looks like shit, right? But yet, white politicians, they three terms, and they're gone. You know, they change them out, whatever like that. There's an entitlement that black politicians have that they got a lifetime seat and everything like that. They could be there for 40 years. John Lewis been in office. John Conyers 60 fucking years in office, you know, in a congressional seat.
That's not true, Carla. Strong term, and the longest serving representative in the U.S. senator.
They're always white people.
Orrin Hatch from Utah served for a very long time.
Hold on. What did I say? I said congressman. Your congressman is supposed to be 2 years, so you could change him out often, right? I'm not talking about a senator. A senator is supposed to be originally the senator was elected by the state legislatures, right? They're supposed to be like a lifetime appointment, you know? They're not supposed to be elected. Your congressman is supposed to be the one that directly represents the people in the government. Your congressman.
So
You know?
Nancy Pelosi ain't been in office for like 40 years.
Well, I have no idea. Look, the bottom line, yeah, there are exceptions, but I'm saying is the people, for the most part, you go across America, right? Across America, they're always changing, with a few exceptions, a political machine, you know? And it's funny how all the black
Carla just want to talk shit about Maxine Waters.
you know, you got Maxine Waters been there forever. When I was like, hey, look, whatever, like that. But look, you know?
Loser.
You know, so whatever, you know.
Man, what Jonathan was saying was true. People think that just because you work for a nonprofit, you don't get paid well. You know, people get paid well at these jobs. These are professional people,
That's what we was
lawyers.
talking about. Oh yeah, they get paid.
They get paid well. So even if she worked for a nonprofit, that means she was broke. She was getting a salary.
Yeah, but that don't mean
So that
she
comes out
wasn't
of
trying to
taxpayers.
steal 1.9
Taxpayers
billion
pay for that.
too. Shit, the fuck?
Not
Allegedly.
always. Some nonprofit are funded by private citizens.
Yes.
Yeah, like the ones in Minnesota, right?
Name
They
them,
took
Carla.
that nonprofit thing to the Somalis, you know. All this grift, man. It's like whatever.
It's all kind people. It's all kind people.
What? I ain't gonna say that. But I don't
But
know. I
yeah,
don't
so
think they know what they're
black
talking
political
about.
class one night, like I said, I'm just glad where I live at. We got none of them, you know. We got a strong black population.
Carla, you're defeated and pacified. You're pacified with a little crumbs, and you think you have a good life, so you don't.
Oh
You don't
yeah,
hold
well, I have
people to account.
actually, I have a great life, you know. And the bottom line is this:
He has he honestly, Colin does.
Carla, can you tell this dude to stop interrupting if you don't want us to engage with him? Just tell him to stop interrupting. We're not talking to him.
look, I have a great life, so I can't ask for any more. I look at the across town.
So you're pleased with your people not having any power. Just let the white man run everything.
That's not my problem.
There you go.
Yo,
So you're pacified.
who do they vote for?
Who vote for it?
Yo, the black people that's living in fucked up conditions.
You guys are a minority in Huntington Beach, Carla.
They voted for him. I didn't vote for none of those clowns.
Oh God.
I don't know none of these fucking clowns. I don't. You know?
Hell no.
You know what I'm saying? I don't.
Hell no.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like this. I'm at the point where I'm racist as fucking hell. I see a Negro on the
Racist
ballot.
against your own people, Carlos. Xenophobic.
Oh no. I'm like, look, you could do a lot of things. You could be dog catcher, make a good postman. You could do a lot of shit. But
But
politics,
just don't be a politician. Just don't wield power.
black people in politics, I'm sorry, man.
Wow.
Just don't fucking mix. We learned.
This is a nationalist. Don't want power. I think you can change anything.
The only way we're gonna work is we have a nation of our own, and we got things like the death penalty on the table for crime.
Don't worry about it, Elvis. The FBA is on the case. Just
I might give you guys the leg up on that one. At least you guys are fighting for something.
What is the FBA gonna fucking do?
Don't worry about it.
Not a damn thing.
Yeah, a damn thing.
Don't worry about it, Colin.
And just like I said, and the bottom line is this FBA mentality we have. Oh, it's not us. It's the black immigrants. Colin
used to have that fighting spirit, man. I don't know where it went.
I know. Look. The bottom line is this. Let me tell you something, right? When I look at it now, right, and I'm saying to myself, what the hell is going on? Things that could be solved, right? Like Dave said with New Jersey, that's not unnecessary, right? For example, when I met my mayor in Virginia Beach, Bobby D, right? He simply told me, he said, look, man, he goes, I heard you're a businessman, whatever like that. I said, well, I just do insurance for a living, whatever like that. He goes, well, fuck. Hold up. Sorry. He goes, come down to my office. Let's talk sometime. I want to hear what you guys got, what proposals you got. We want more black people in business. He came to me and said, they said, yeah, I want to see black people in business. That's why he said, he said that something award tour concert was good. We're going to do another one in 2 years. He told me that. He said, we could this time.
Is he a white man, Colin?
White man, yeah.
And you feel proud that he wants black people in business.
Like this. Hold up. I'm in the area. I go to Portsmouth, Norfolk, and all these other people. I never had a fucking black mayor come to me and say, what can we do to get our people fucking like that? It was a white man step to me, And I'm saying to myself, when I look at the success of something in the water, he made good apologies. Like hundreds of black businesses made that possible. It was black businesses, right? Young people in their 20s and 30s, right?
Those are people who already had business. He didn't create jobs. He just gave them an opportunity to make money on that day.
Startups and stuff like these are young people, And the bottom line, Pharrell basically said, I want all black businesses and minority businesses doing something where they were selling everything from T-shirts to friggin' beer to everything down there.
But that was a one-day thing, Connor. Those are people who already have businesses, right?
Oh, look, Elvis. Why you keep filibustering? What the fuck has that got to do with anything?
Call it. Let 1776 up.
You keep asking me, what the fuck does that got to do with anything? There were business people who got an opportunity. That's all you need to know.
Hey, peace and blessings.
Hey,
Colin. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be serious about this. You see, Elvis is filibustering, right? A lot of these black politicians, right? They let them run their tab up with iniquity, and then when they're tired of them, they break those tools. Remember Kwame Kilpatrick from Detroit? They let him run up his tab. Marilyn Mosby from Maryland, they let her run up her tab. All these black Democrats, you can't do what the white man does. What the white man does is wrong.
They go coming back to us like, the white man is after me. Go help me out.
They do it all the time. They let the black person run up their tab with iniquity. Everybody, I'm in the social work field. When you run a nonprofit, everybody knows a nonprofit is like 99% of a fucking scam. Everybody knows it. Green energy. She doesn't know one thing about science, right? And let me say this.
You're so ignorant. I doubt that you have a social working degree.
Wait, Elvis,
No, because you're dumb. You think people who work for nonprofit are all there for science? They have a legal team, bro.
I'm not gonna overspeak you. You and Dollar Bill always take credence with this white man system, how many degrees you have. School is easy. If you go to school and you have the time to regurgitate everything the professors give you, you can
social
obtain
people
a
don't
lot of
respect
high
people
level
with social work degrees,
I know
bro. It's one of the least educational, academically rigorous degrees you can get.
Elvis, I'm a king. I do what I want to do. See, that's the thing.
Social work is easy, bro.
I don't do what I do for
She
somebody.
went to real law school. It takes
I've
real
done a
brains
lot
to
of
go
stuff
to
in my-
there.
Listen, I know a lot of people who have went to Johns Hopkins, Loyola. They can't put together a table from IKEA, right? Just because you have book smart, it doesn't make it practical smart, right? A lot of people can go through school if you use
What
the
I'm
left
telling
side
you
of your
is-
brain, can go through school, regurgitate what the professor.
What I'm telling you is
Elvis,
these
it's not-
nonprofit.
listen,
Listen.
you can- Elvis,
Nonprofit
if you
have
hire-
different sectors. They have a
You ain't
legal.
going
They
in
have a
Yale
legal
unless you
advisor.
Put that shit in practice.
Yeah, they have a legal advisor in nonprofit, and that's what she is.
What'd you
She's
say?
a lawyer. So
You ain't
just
going
because
to Yale unless you can put it in practice.
But anybody, time out. I have friends who are lawyers who's fucking broke. Until you have
I
cases
know
when
lawyers
you're
that
a
are
real
broke. They
lawyer
didn't go to Yale though.
and you're not a politician.
right.
Yeah.
Yale
I
ain't
mean,
for
these
any.
guys think they can compete with these women. They can't, bro. You're not on her level, man.
Time out. Wait, Jonathan. I didn't say she's not intellectual or smart. I'm saying she's running a heavy grift, right? She was $200,000 in debt before she got into politics. Everybody know once you get into politics, your income increases several fold. White, black, Asian. Getting into Congress is a grift. You get health care for life. You get a lot of stuff, a lot of perks. Nancy Pelosi, she was a school teacher in Maryland. Then she went to LA and became a long-term politician. Everybody knows it's a grift, right? But the thing is, with a black person, they let you do the grift until they're tired of you. Then they run you through court like Kwame Kilpatrick and everybody else. We can't do what they do. And that's the bottom line, man.
Once they
And
get tired of your ass,
That's all I'm saying.
lying. He's not
But
lying.
anybody can matriculate them. Just like Jonathan, Elvis, Collar. If you go to school, you can go to University of Virginia, take 3 to 4 years, you can get a higher level degree. Take another 3 to 4 years, you can get a PhD. Just write something, goats that can fly, natural thesis, and you can become a PhD. It's not that hard. It's all about time and discipline to get a degree. That's it. It's just fucking time.
Done with his bitch ass. See ya.
You know what Nancy Pelosi had a degree in?
Yeah.
What?
Nancy Pelosi is from Maryland. I know her.
What did she get her degree
Her family
in?
was a criminal family out here.
What did she get her degree in?
She was a school teacher. I don't know.
Nah, she got a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science. She got a
California.
degree in Political Science, and she became a politician.
But she was a school.
She got her degree in Political Science, and she became a politician. That's putting your degree to work.
Degrees to get.
You're not listening, bro.
If you
You're
think
talking something
social work
else.
is
You
easy-
just talk
if
shit and
think
you have
social
no.
work is easy, poli-sci.
She got a degree in Political Science, and she
You
became a
didn't even know she
politician.
was a school teacher in Maryland. So what?
I'm telling you what she got a degree in,
Yeah, and her family is in the.
and she
game.
became a
You know what I mean?
politician. It correlates with what she went to school
Okay, who
for.
gives
So
a
what are you
fuck?
talking
You
about?
and Dollar Bill always.
No,
and
because
Dollar
you
Bill
come
piss
here
me
and run your
off.
mouth like you know and you
Dollar
don't
Bill
know.
piss me off
That's why
because
we
y'all
correct
always
you,
go to
man.
degree. Time out. Y'all never go to. Y'all never deal with character or morality. That's what
Oh
Dollar was
God.
talking about. Character
Okay.
and morality, right? You can just because you can do something don't mean you do it, right? It's a lot.
I
There's a
don't
lot of
know what you're
grifts.
talking about.
Listen, social work has so many grifts, man.
You know,
The mental
have you ever
health
worked in a
grift,
nonprofit?
where a psychologist can bill you
Nonprofit are audited
$300-$400 an
almost
hour.
every year. They're audited. They're scrutinized. So most people don't fuck around in nonprofits. So when we come in talking about,
Listen,
okay, Benson, you guys know more about nonprofit.
Elvis, would you just listen? When you're in the social work, time out, Elvis, I'm gonna tell you something about Africans out here. Most Africans are in the group home scam business. Most Africans run scam group homes, scam medical hustles. The social work industry, you can run a nice scam and come up with easy. You can build a government for a bunch of bullshit, man. Yeah, I have an after school program.
Like I told you before, right? Anybody that
Come on,
want
man.
to do, anybody that want to do a scam, can do a scam. It's your freedom. Go ahead and be a criminal. It catches up with you eventually. But just to assume that
Listen,
a
but
nonprofit is criminal
social
simply
work,
because it's a nonprofit, you're
the
wrong.
social work therapist.
They're audited, they're
Listen,
scrutinized. You got to file taxes,
yes.
you got to file paperwork to
Listen,
make sure that
I'm
you
gonna give
can
you a
keep your
scale. We have
nonprofit
a non
status.
we
All of those things are
we
scrutinized by the government.
with time out, Elvis. Elvis. I let you talk for hours, right? You can start a nonprofit to help veterans dealing with PTSD and not have one fucking therapist on your staff. Build a nice chunk of